Chapter 399, Lending a Helping Hand. Chapter 399, Lending a Helping Hand. Among everyone, Zwisu only had the third sky of Nirvana realm, and he had just reached this realm. He couldn't even be compared to Lao Li and Lao Luan. He was thus the weakest one. Under the invasion of the four kinds of disasters, Zwisu had to resist the hardest. His tattered clothes flashed up with blue lights. Under the impact of the four disasters, he seemed to have signs of being broken. With his cultivation base, it was hard for Zwisu to survive in these disasters. Shi Yin rushed forward as one of his hands pulled Zwisu's hand, shouted, and forcefully threw him out. A flow of strange power burst out. Shi Yin seemed to get infinite power at this moment. Although Zwisu was shrouded by four kinds of disasters, Shi Yin could still throw him out towards the center of the lake. At the center of the lake, warriors of other teams were getting on the corpse bridge. As soon as Zwisu landed at the center, he immediately followed these warriors to climb on the corpse bridge to the top without thinking too much. Qi Xiao had the second sky of Sky Realm cultivation base. Under the influence of the disasters, he still had a spare strength and was slowly moving towards the corpse bridge. After a quick glance, Shi Yin could see that even without external forces, he would still be safe. Shi Yin then made up his mind that it was not necessary to help Qi Xiao. While his body power skyrocketed, he walked step by step to the two brothers, Lao Li and Lao Lin. Seeing Shi Yin coming, the two brothers were overjoyed while their eyes instantly brightened up. Although the two brothers were also the warriors of the Divine Radiant cult, their realm was still slightly low and they didn't have too many secret treasures. So, they were encountering difficulties when facing the disasters. When Shi Yin came, the two of them thanked him, looking grateful. At this time, the two brothers realized that Shi Yin was much better than Aya. The fact that he didn't abandon his team members really made their hearts moved. "Go!" Shi Yin shouted. His two hands shook, and vast energy fluctuations instantly burst out from his arm. Each of Shi Yin's hands carried one of them. He immediately entered the second sky of Rampage, and now felt that his entire body, somehow, had the power that could be compared to that of a mighty third sky of Sky Realm Warrior. Shi Yin then forcefully swung his arms, and the two brothers, who were well prepared, flew away towards the center of the lake. By that time, Qi Xiao had also arrived in the center of the lake, and he was easily able to catch the two brothers and take them to the bridge. The two brothers didn't hesitate at all. Among the crowd, they hurriedly took the opportunity to climb on the corpse bridge. An anguished scream resounded from a warrior who was still at the edge of the lake. He was shrouded deeply in the disasters, but no one could rescue him. The defensive halo and his secret treasures couldn't withstand the damage caused by the four disasters. Once his power of defense disappeared, these four disasters would strike him to death, burn him to ashes, or the lightning would destroy his soul. He also could be shredded by the storm or be frozen by frost. Just like that, around 10 people had suffered tragic deaths because they couldn't get to the center of the lake to climb onto the corpse bridge. Shi Yin turned, gave a quick look, and realized that as long as warriors were in the range of 5 meters below the corpse bridge, they would not be affected by the four disasters. Qi Xiao was already there. The intensified smoke that was hovering around his body had also dissipated. He no longer needed to waste his power to resist the surrounding disasters. Slightly letting out a sigh of relief, Shi Yin strenuously moved to Kai Yi. At this moment, Kai Yi's clothes were all wet, and her appearance looked quite awkward. Sweat appeared on her white face. Her eyes were full of panic while she put out all of her strength in her body to deal with the four disasters. More than 10 ribbons were fluttering in Kai Yi's cuffs. Each of them flashed up with colorful lights and vaguely covered her entire body. Under the influence of these four disasters, she launched these ribbons, and they exploded one by one. Every time a ribbon exploded, Kai Yi's face changed a little bit, showing an expression of panic. Each of those ribbons was Kai Yi's surviving defensive energy circle. Once these ribbons were all destroyed, Kai Yi would be exposed, and then immediately bitten and swallowed by the four disasters without any bones remaining. Shi Yin coldly looked at her. A trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. Kai and Ai, you were both difficult to control. Ai had succeeded in her tricks, which made him more vigilant. He subconsciously considered Kai the same as Ai. He didn't know what would happen if he saved Kai. Would this girl consider him as a target in her calculations in the future, just like Ai? When they were at the bottom of the lake, he had seen Kai's entire naked body and even violated her. Thus, he believed that Kai hated him to the core. With this hatred at heart, Kai definitely would not be obedient in the future. Perhaps she would be like Ai, always thinking about dealing with him. With this thought, Shi Yin somehow didn't want to save her and thought of just letting her fend for herself. Shi Yin, Kai, he suddenly screamed out loud with panic. You said that before we get out of the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, we are still companions. Do you remember your words? If you do, help me. Kai aggressively looked at him. Her graceful face was filled with anxiety. Shi Yin hummed, then finally continued to use his hidden power, walking step by step towards her. I obviously remember. I'm not like that bitch Ai. If I say something, I will do it. Standing next to Kai, he stretched out his hand, grabbing her thin waist, and used the starlight to cover her body to help her resist the four disasters. Being grabbed at her waist, Kai looked restrained. Her body slightly trembled. She bowed her head, gently took a deep breath, and said with a low voice, You have helped me this time. I will remember this. The last time when we were in the lake, and you violated me, I will consider it as if nothing ever happened. Shi Yin was surprised. The refreshing fragrance of Kai's body struck his nose. His arm wrapped around her waist, feeling the amazing vibration. His heart shook as he suddenly remembered the fluttering scene in that lake, and couldn't suppress the capricious feelings inside. Go quickly. Kai saw him dumbstruck all of a sudden, but didn't know what he was thinking. Hence, she hastily shouted. Shi Yin woke up, nodded, and said with a grin, No worries. This lake has a huge impact on these disasters. It has significantly weakened the power of the flames and lightning. Otherwise, not many people could have resisted them so long. Now that I have decided to save you, you will be safe and sound. After talking, he wrapped his arms around her waist and suddenly shouted. Various kinds of energies then burst out. A horrifying, mountain-like momentum broke out from his body. Under the impact of different types of forces, Shi Yin's strength became intimidating. Even the power of those little starlight spots covering his body also seemed to be enhanced. An intensive cluster of those starlight spots faintly formed a wonderful star diagram. The tremendous powers of flames, storms, lightning, and frost massively approached and fell on that star diagram. But as soon as they fell on it, they triggered the star diagram, which instantly shot out many beams of starlight. Starlight and the four disasters collided with each other, splashing countless more energy spots. Under the defensive star shield, Shi Yin was safe and sound. Making use of his sturdy body, he dragged Kai step by step towards the corpse bridge. At this time, Qi Xiao had already reached the corpse bridge and was climbing to the top. Seeing Shi Yin coming, Qi Xiao displayed a cheerful face, nodded towards him, and said, Good boy. Shi Yin revealed a smile and brought Kai to the safe area. His momentum suddenly soared, and violent energy fluctuations burst out from his body. When other warriors who were pushing and shoving saw Shi Yin coming, they could feel the powerful fluctuations rising from his body. Their eyes changed, and they immediately backed down obediently. Let's go, Shi Yin hummed as he calmly went through these warriors. Let Kai get on the corpse bridge first, and then followed her steps, stepping on the first corpse of the bridge. Under Shi Yin's protection, Kai quickly climbed to the top. Her long legs moved up and down, dazzling Shi Yin, who was below her. He couldn't prevent himself from having a strong lust. Not good. Shi Yin felt cold at heart as he was immediately aware that this negative emotion had begun to spread slowly. Previously, he had collected warriors' dead bodies and had absorbed a lot of auras from those warriors who had just died. The auras this time were much richer than before, and they kept pouring into his body and only stopped when he could barely bear it anymore. 720 acupuncture points in his body began to take in the negative emotions, which then slowly outflowed and affected his mind, enlarging his inner evil side and his original instinct. This time, his acupuncture points absorbed the auras, which were more vigorous than before. Thus, the negative emotions were also much more violent than in the past. In the battle that was still raging, once all of the negative emotions burst out, he would probably go out of control. If he fell into the possessed by the devil state, perhaps he wouldn't be able to differentiate enemies and friends and would end up killing all the creatures that he saw. Destructive lust was the most wicked side of humanity and the source of demons. This time, when that lust burst out, he was afraid that his tough mind wouldn't be able to control it. He didn't know what would happen in the next second. Maybe even Zwisu and Zwashur would be destroyed as well. The only way to stop this violent madness seemed to be releasing the desire to alleviate its impact. However, in the present situation, how could he have enough time to release it? Who could give him that amount of time? Shi Yan's eyes were burning up and stuck on Kai Yi's mesmerizing sweaty body. When he looked at her butt and beautiful legs, the lust inside him was getting stronger. On one hand, it was the ruthless desire to kill. On the other hand, he had to find a girl to give vent to. These two options placed him in a dilemma. Either option didn't seem to be suitable in the current situation. If he was really in the possessed by the devil state, and he released his infinite evil power, he was afraid that the final consequence would go beyond his control. He didn't want to be out of control. Struggling within his heart, he tried to control himself without looking at Kai Yi, who was above him, or having thoughts about anything which could provoke the lust in his mind. Gritting his teeth and displaying a ferocious face, Shi Yan followed Kai and quickly moved to the area where the two rivers interweave. Chapter 400. Out of Control. Chapter 400. Out of Control. Choices. There was always a choice, but these two options were not what Shi Yan wanted. No matter what choice he made, neither seemed suitable for this occasion. The best choice would be that he would not be affected by these negative emotions. However, Shi Yan clearly knew that every time the negative emotions burst out, one of his evil sides would be amplified infinitely. Even with his perseverance, it was difficult to resist the demon state and maintain his consciousness. The torrential negative power overflowed uncontrollably from the acupuncture points in his body. This negative power was absorbed into his body, penetrating his veins, bones, blood, and affecting his sea of consciousness, seeming to control his state of mind. With this choice, he gradually lost himself as he began to breathe heavily. His eyes slowly became red, showing a strong sense of violent madness. Boom! When he stomped his foot, a violent force poured into the ancient corpse under it. The ancient corpses that had been stepped on exploded one by one under his feet and then turned into blocks of flesh with blood dripping down on the lake below. Boom, boom, boom. Every time he stamped his feet, the ancient corpses that were being trampled on shattered into pieces and fell. The corpse bridge below his upper body began to break. The ancient corpse bodies began to tear in half. They didn't seem to have any other strength to support the bridge as they suddenly started falling. The remaining warriors who were stepping on those ancient corpses screamed miserably and fell together with those corpses. Shi Yan stomped his feet on the warriors who were below him, and all of them fell into the small lake. Their bone-chilling screams came up with horror. Kai and the other people, who were still on the corpse bridge, bowed their heads to look down and then all displayed looks of terror. Shi Yan had completely cut off the path of the warriors behind him. The warriors that fell into the lake were instantly shrouded by the four disasters. They all threw a trace of despair on their faces and hatred in their eyes for Shi Yan. Unfortunately, Shi Yan was out of control and didn't look down. His eyes were burning red while he turned his face, ignoring the screams of those warriors, and continued to move up along the corpse bridge. The painful screams were quickly silenced. The remaining warriors all had low cultivation bases. It had been difficult for them to come close to the corpse bridge, as the 4 disasters had drained almost all of their strength. As they fell into the lake again, their strength apparently couldn't resist the disasters. They were completely engulfed by the disasters. Not long after, the warriors were killed. The 4 disaster quickly invaded them, and thus, not even blood was left of them. Shurian unconsciously didn't know what was going on below, as he was still breathing heavily and kept climbing to the top of the corpse bridge while his 2 eyes were bloodshot. At the weaving points of the 2 galaxies, ancient corpses were floating up and down. Mysterious ancient formations were engraved on their chests. The center of each formation seemed to have a secret treasure as a power source. These ancient corpses with secret treasures on their chests were crazily attacking the warriors. The people of Zhaofeng's and Li Wei's groups were competing for the secret treasures on those ancient corpses. Other warriors were also launching their attacks to snatch the secret treasures. Once a corpse was killed, the secret treasure on its chest would separate from its body. At that time, all warriors would desperately fight with each other for that secret treasure. Zwusher stood aside, as she didn't dare to get involved in this fight. She just watched those warriors attack and kill each other for the secret treasures in amazement. After getting up to the top and having a quick glance at this cruel battle, Swasu then stood together with Zwusher and told her not to take any actions nor attract any attention from others. Zwusher understood and was obedient. She just watched but didn't get involved. She determinedly kept herself safe. The place where she was standing was actually very secure. The warriors all came up here because of those secret treasures. If she didn't show the scramble for those secret treasures, other warriors would not consider her their threat nor pay attention to her. After having climbed up here, Qi Xiao and the 2 brothers Laoli also stepped to the side where Zwusher was standing. However, different from Zwusher, the 2 brothers Laoli revealed a trace of desire on their faces while they looked at the secret treasures on those ancient corpses. So, do you want them? Laoli waited for Qi Xiao to come closer and asked with a cheerful face, "Should we take action?" Qi Xiao took a deep breath, watching this cruel battle. He slightly shook his head and said, "Wait a moment. Shurian will come up soon, and then we will discuss this." The 2 brothers Laoli both nodded at the same time. The water here was very strange. It was next to the crowd, but no one was aware of it. People thought that it was just an illusion and had no influence on them. It was a flat layer of stones under their feet. This land emitted white lights, which were constantly floating like a small boat. Most of the warriors who came up here were at the Sky Realm. There were 20 of them. Most of the Sky Realm warriors were getting involved in this battle, making the situation extremely dangerous. If any of them were careless, they would come to a desolate fate. Although Qi Xiao had the 2nd sky of Sky Realm cultivation base, in this area, it was not something special. There were 6 3rd sky of Sky Realm warriors, 10 2nd sky of Sky Realm warriors, and most of the remaining ones were at the 1st sky of Sky Realm. Except for the 2 brothers Laoli, there were another 2 3rd sky of Nirvana Realm warriors. Zwusher was the only one at the Disaster Realm. Kai also got up there quickly. After having a quick look at the current situation, she then quietly walked over to Qi Xiao and the others and said with a solemn face and a low voice, "I think there is something wrong with Shurian." "What?" Qi Xiao, Laoli, Zwusher, and the others asked at the same time. "What do you mean?" "I'm not sure." Kai shook her head while her face was very weird. "I feel that he fears of being possessed by the devil." "Possessed by the devil?" Everyone's face changed. "He has very strong energy waves, but he seems to have lost his mind. He was full of violent, murderous aura, as if he wanted to destroy everything. I don't know how or why he is in this state. When I was above him, I could feel that he wanted to kill me. The feeling was extremely terrible." After hearing these words, Qi Xiao and the others were all horrified as they looked at the direction of the corpse bridge altogether. A very strong, evil aura burst out there first. That evil aura had the thick smell of blood, as if it was soaked in a sea of blood, which gave people a feeling of extreme danger. In that strong, Evil aura Shurian with his red eyes gradually appeared. Looking at his eyes for a while, Qi Xiao, Zhuoshi, Kai, and the others were all agitated. It seemed like their sea of consciousness was affected, bringing out a violent, destructive lust as well. A trace of violence, craziness, and bloodthirst came out from Shurian's dark red pupils. At this moment, Shurian was not normal indeed. He was like a ferocious ghost drilled out from hell that resented that he couldn't tear all creatures apart. Now, he looked even much more terrifying than the strongest beast they had encountered in the dark magnetic noxious mist before. Not good. Qi Xiao's face changed dramatically. He screamed in fear. I fear that Shurian has really fallen in the possessed by the devil state. I don't know what this kind of state will cause. Let's go there and check. Zhuoshi was in a little bit of a panic and subconsciously wanted to go next to Shurian to ask him what had happened. Little Shur, don't go. Qi Xiao hastily grabbed her and said, when Shurian is in this state, he doesn't have his consciousness. If you come close to him, perhaps you will become his first target. Don't go. But if he keeps being like this, it will be hazardous. Zhuoshi struggled a little bit and knew that she couldn't get out of Qi Xiao's shackle. She couldn't help but shout, Shurian, what happened to you? How can we help you? Kai and Zhuoshi also looked at Shurian, waiting for him to answer. Ow! Shurian suddenly let out a horrifying roar, which was not like a human. A flow of endless evil aura along with this roar spread throughout the battle area. All the warriors' sea of consciousness shook violently. The two brothers Laoli's bodies were strongly agitated. Zhuoshi's body was the same, trembling in shock. Blood flowed out from his eyes while his face revealed an extreme expression of fear. The other two Nirvana Realm warriors were the same as the two brothers Laoli. Blood flowed out from their eyes, and they had to sit down on the ground. Shurian let out a loud roar, which was full of violent, fierce power. This evil aura kept increasing and affecting all warriors. The sea of consciousness of the Nirvana Realm warriors could hardly control their minds. Thus, that evil aura hit their sea of consciousness directly and stirred up, and at this time, their sockets bled. On the contrary, although Zhuoshi's face was pale, she was still safe and sound. As her sea of consciousness hadn't formed yet, she didn't suffer the impact of Shurian's evil aura. That was why the minds of the two brothers Laoli, who were at the Nirvana Realm, were damaged, but hers wasn't. The eyes of Kai and Qi Xiao, the two Sky Realm warriors, also changed dramatically. They hurriedly suppressed the fluctuations of their sea of consciousness, using all of their strength to prevent them from being affected by Shurian's impact. After Shurian's roar, the Sky Realm warriors from the Divine Land who were still fighting stopped suddenly with shock, and all looked at Shurian. Stinky boy, what are you doing? Zhao Feng's face darkened. He suddenly shouted out loud, Don't scare people. You are possessed by the devil now. Do you really want to kill yourself? Kid, quickly hold your breath and meditate. Sit at one place and do not move. Put all of your strength to control your mind. Don't think too much. Li Wei's eyes flickered, looking at Shurian from a distance. She then spoke up, Zhao Feng, that method you just said is useless for him. This kind of possessed by the devil state is not caused by cultivation, but the will of depravity. With this kind of possessed by the devil state, it is not easy for him to restore himself just by meditation. I am afraid that this guy has cultivated some evil technique which has led to some variations that now have affected his mind. This situation is difficult to reverse. Ah! Zhao Feng screamed and blankly looked at Shurian without knowing what he should do for now. Chapter 401, Rampage. Chapter 401, Rampage. Be careful with this guy. He has become crazy already. Don't stay too close to him. The middle-aged warrior with a scarred face snorted coldly and said impatiently, At this time, if he really wants to die, I don't mind fulfilling his wish. While he was talking, his eyes were cold as he was observing Shi Yin aggressively. He looked like he wanted to finish Shi Yin once and for all. It was unknown if it was that warrior's hostility that drew Shi Yin's attention or not, but he let out a loud roar and fiercely looked at everyone. His crazy, bloodthirsty eyes suddenly gazed at that middle-aged warrior. "What are you staring at? Do you want to die?" That warrior revealed a cold, disdainful smile. "What's good about bedevilment? After all, you're only at the Nirvana realm. Since you want to die, I will satisfy your wish. Tuku, this kid's a disciple of our divine radiant cult. If you touch him, I will not forgive you," shouted Zhao Feng. "He's insane. You want to cover a madman?" That middle-aged warrior with a scarred face, whose name was Tuku, revealed a cold countenance as he contemptuously ridiculed. This kind of person doesn't have a firm willpower. In this critical time, he let himself fall into bedevilment. I am afraid that even when he wakes up, he will not be of much use. You shouldn't care for him. How? However, at this point in time, Shi Yin roared once again. He now looked like a crazy beast. His entire body poured out a white mist while rushing towards Tuku. Tuku wore a cold face as he sneered. "Want die?" "Tuku, don't do anything rash," Zhao Feng shouted. "This guy is our divine radiant cult's disciple. Dealing with him means dealing with the divine radiant cult. If you dare to kill him, I will not forgive you." "Since when has Pure Land been scared of the divine radiant cult?" Tuku laughed strangely. Seeing Shi Yin rushing over, Tuku pulled out a corpse next to him, which he had captured and tied up. The body of this ancient corpse, which had lost its secret treasure, was badly damaged and had no power remaining in it. After a blow from Tuku, a beam of blood-like light suddenly poured into the ancient corpse. The ancient corpse dashed towards Shi Yin. On the way, the bloody, flesh body of the ancient corpse fell off, leaving only a skeleton. Under the repulsive force, the skeleton of the corpse abruptly burst out. Its hard, thick, long bones turned into a stream of blood, splashing on Shi Yin's body. Clatter! The sound of metal collision came from Shi Yin's chest. Sharp, bloody bones pierced at his body, which was like bombarding a hard stone. Light spurted out from Shi Yin's chest. His clothes were torn down, but his skin remained undamaged. Tuku squinted while his face revealed a glimpse of fright. Zhao Feng, Liu, and others were also dumbstruck, looking at Shi Yin with disbelief in their eyes. Tuku had the third sky of Sky Realm Cultivation Base. Pure Land's secret martial techniques were famous for strange and aggressive features. This method of using a warrior's bones as attacking spears was called Variant Fleshbone Spear, which was terrifyingly intimidating. Ordinary secret defensive treasures could barely resist it. Although Shi Yin faced that fierce blood spear's stabbing force with only his sturdy body, his whole body was totally unharmed. That gave the other people a bone-chilling and panicked feeling. Is this kid even human? How come this guy's body could be even mightier than typical beasts? The crowd couldn't help but have this thought in their minds. They all looked at Shi Yin with frightened eyes. They subconsciously took one step backward, scared that Shi Yin in the bedevilment state would consider them as prey. "Ha ha ha, Tuku, you couldn't do it." Zhao Feng was about to lend a hand to Shi Yin, but when he saw he was still safe, he suddenly became happy and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "It looks like your Pure Land's secret techniques cannot compare to our divine radiant cults. This disciple didn't even use a secret treasure, and your variant fleshbone spear still couldn't harm him. It really makes me doubt if Pure Land has an unearned reputation." Liu also showed a contemptuous smile and said, "Well, despite having such high reputation, Pure Land seems to exaggerate their fame. For what I've witnessed today, it turns out to be just banal." The faces of Tuku and the other Pure Land warriors were all pale, while their eyes became gloomy. At this time, Shi Yin once again roared loudly as he crazily dashed towards Tuku. A bunch of starlight spots flashed out from his chest. It seemed that he was enhancing his defensive power. Like a beam of starlight, Shi Yin zoomed over and instantly appeared in front of Tuku. Terrible soul fluctuations flowed out from his red eyes. Just with a look at Shi Yin, Tuku's sea of consciousness was strongly stirred up. He had a feeling of being submerged in an endless sea of blood and besieged by many ancient corpses. This kid's eyes can shoot out mind attacks. Be careful. A third Sky Realm warrior suddenly shouted when he saw Tu-Ku revealing a trace of unconsciousness. Tu-Ku's eyes instantly restored to their normal state. He felt his blood was chilled while his sturdy body twisted like a snake. His bones then produced a loud sound which constantly reverberated inside of his body. His bones burst out like fried beans popping. When the sound echoed from inside his body, Tu-Ku's body suddenly emitted a dark green halo. This halo was like some kind of liquid covering his entire body. This dark green light was a little devilish. Amongst the misty drizzle, there seemed to be a malicious spirit lodging in his body. Waiting for Shi Yan to rush over, this green liquid quickly opened and turned into 3 green spooky ghost claws, which then stretched out and snatched him. Dark green ghost hand. Tu-Ku sneered coldly and opened his mouth, spitting out a bunch of lights, which divided into 3 and went into the claws separately. The 3 ghost claws, under the lights from his mouth, exposed 3 green eyes that looked like ferocious ghosts from hell, peeping into the human world and spreading out icy, green lights. A soul-devouring thought spread out and directly infiltrated Shi Yan's sea of consciousness through his red eyes. "You dare!" Zhao Feng roared angrily and couldn't help but finally take action. He launched a bunch of scorching sun god lights towards Tu-Ku. In the divine light, people could vaguely see the sun nourishing all creatures. Those creatures could survive and reproduce under the sunlight. Another Pure Land warrior grunted, leaped up, and instantly appeared next to Tu-Ku. A round drum flew out from his sleeves. As soon as the drum emerged, it bulged and produced a dull, thumping sound. Under the impact of that drum sound, creatures which appeared in the godlight seemed to be destroyed one by one, leaving no trace. The intent domain lodged in the sun godlight was smashed down. The intimidation of the sun godlight also reduced significantly. That warrior took the opportunity to launch a blow. 5 different lights from the round drum flashed up and disappeared, instantly shooting towards the sun godlight and destroying its power. Crack, crack. Tu-Ku's 3 ghost claws had now grabbed Shi Yan's neck. The devil claws were as sharp as knives, mercilessly pressing Shi Yan's throat, releasing a creepy sound. As soon as Qi Xiao, Kai Yi, and the others saw Shi Yan encountering danger, they immediately rushed over, attempting to help him confront the enemy. The 2 brothers also shouted. They seemed to have some kind of divine power, as the gloves on their hands released a fierce, torrential intent domain, striking toward the group of the Pure Lands warriors. The 3 ghost claws squeezed Shi Yan's neck even more tightly. Although there was a horrifying sound, his neck wasn't torn apart and remained unscathed. The dark green ghost hand revealed the ghost eyes staring at Shi Yan's red eyes. A cold, evil god power penetrated his sea of consciousness, attempting to make him unable to control his body or form an effective defensive force. Wailing, Shi Yan roared crazily. A bunch of blood-red lights burst out from his red eyes. An intent domain of destruction, violence, and bloodshed jumped directly into the ghost eyes of the 3 ghost claws. Those 3 ghost eyes exploded one by one, and the intent domain inside the ghost eyes that came from Tu-Ku was fragmented. Right after that, Tu-Ku's body was also affected by that evil intent domain. His face suddenly changed as a small stream of bloodlight flashed up in his eyes. Shi Yan swung his arms, which now had a purple hue. Violent power spewed out and aggressively shrouded the 3 dark green ghost hands. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 dark green ghost hands condensed by Tu-Ku all burst open, turning into many green dots of light, which then dissipated into heaven and earth. How can it be? Tu-Ku subconsciously screamed out loud. You're only at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. How can you break the dark green ghost hands that I have condensed? Impossible. Tu-Ku shouted while his face finally revealed a glimpse of fright. He hurriedly stepped backward. Shi Yan's figure wiggled a little bit. A huge purple-red fist suddenly appeared on Tu-Ku's right side and fiercely hit him. This kind of power was like a surging tide, bringing along the intent domain of destruction, bloodthirst, and craziness that instantly poured into Tu Ku's body. When this horrifying energy struck his body, an explosive sound resonated from Tu Ku's body. His ribs even protruded out of his skin. Tu Ku screamed tragically. Blood kept flowing out like a river from his left hip. In his screams, Tu Ku looked like he was encountering devils and hurriedly dodged away in panic, not daring to face Shi Yin anymore. He was terrified. A few warriors who were surrounding and watching them wore a frightened look. Their eyes were glued on Shi Yin in fright. Although Shi Yin was only at the third sky of Nirvana realm, which was one full level lower than Tu Ku, he could still injure Tu Ku severely. What kind of situation was this? Shi Yin, you're really powerful. Lao Li burst into laughter. An arrogant divine power flowed around his body. Together with his brother Lao Lin, he was dealing with the first guy of Sky Realm warrior of Pure Land who was now covered in blood. It seemed that this warrior didn't have even the slightest resistance left. Shi Yin fought with a warrior who was one complete level higher than him and defeated his opponent. Zhuoshir's eyes sparked strange lights. Seeing Shi Yin, who was in his bedevilment, display his intimidation, her heart was moved a little bit as she felt that Shi Yin somehow had an unspeakable evil charm in this state. Chapter 402 Mistaken. Chapter 402 Mistaken. 10 ancient corpses were floating in the galaxy. Each of them had an ancient formation, the center of which was inlaid with a secret treasure. After Shi Yin had attacked Tu Ku, the Divine Radiant Cult's members Zhao Feng and Li Wei, after hesitating a little bit, both dashed toward the Pure Land's warriors to take action. The fight between the Divine Radiant Cult and the Pure Land affected most of the other warriors. Seeing Shi Yin gazing crazily at Tu Ku, Qi Xiao, Kai Yi, Lao Li, and the others were afraid that the Pure Land's warriors would join forces to kill him. Thus, they also rushed up and stared at those warriors. Pure Land had only 2/3 Sky Realm warriors. Tu Ku was shrouded by Shi Yin's attack, as he was exhaustedly struggling to deal with Shi Yin's pursuit. The other third Sky Realm warrior was besieged by the unity of Zhao Feng and Li Wei, and was strenuously resisting the opponent's attack. The strength of Zhao Feng and the other Divine Radiant Cult warriors were not inferior to that of the Pure Land warriors. Together with the power of Qi Xiao, Qi, Lao Li, and the others, the Divine Radiant Cult had gained the upper hand. At this moment, Pure Land's warriors kept screaming. Other warriors stood aside to watch them. When they saw the Divine Radiant Cult and the Pure Land fighting with each other, they were a little hesitant, but tried to avoid the fight and continued to deal with the ancient corpses. If those ancient corpses were not destroyed, the secret treasures on their chests would not fall, and thus, they would not be able to obtain those secret treasures. These people had joined together to deal with ancient corpses because of those secret treasures. Unless those treasures fell out of the corpses, they would not attack each other. However, once the secret treasures fell from the corpses, these warriors would then immediately fight against each other. Every time anyone was lucky enough to get a secret treasure, that person would be extremely happy, hurriedly storing it in his storage ring, keeping guard together with his fellows to prevent someone from stealing it. The situation was unbearably chaotic. The only people that were not affected by this fierce battle were grandfather Zhuosu and his niece, Zhuoshir. When Shi Yin let out a roar, Zhuoshu's sea of consciousness trembled and his mind was damaged. He knew that his realm was not high enough, and thus, he would be easily defeated in the hands of those Sky Realm warriors. Hence, he didn't make a move to get those secret treasures. Moreover, he was worried for Zhuoshir's safety as well, afraid that the fight might spread to her. Thus, he decided to stay back to help protect her. In the fierce battle, once Zhuosu and Zhuoshir saw the danger coming, they would immediately create a few phantoms. Then, with the help of these illusory phantoms, they could escape from the risk at ease. They didn't seek for merit, but safety. Zhuosu and Zhuoshir used all means to make sure that they were unharmed. Everyone's goal was the secret treasures on the ancient corpses. When those warriors saw Zuisu and Jishur weren't showing desire nor had any action to prevent them from taking the secret treasures, they left Zuisu and Jishur in peace, which helped the two of them become the safest ones in this place. Shiyin was still in his bedevilment state, as he was being covered with a violent, crazy, and bloodthirsty aura. His whole body hovered around in a thick white layer of mist in which there seemed to be substantial fluctuations. Anyone who came close to him would be instantly affected by this negative power, and that person's sea of consciousness would become a mess. Zuisu quietly observed and realized that wherever Shiyin passed, the warriors who were fighting there all tried to avoid him. For those who didn't avoid him, if the white mist hovering around Shiryan's body touched their bodies, their sockets would redden, and their faces then wore a wild, bloodthirsty expression. Not only was he under the bedevilment state, but he could also pull other people into this kind of craziness. The thick white mist was filled with negative feelings enough for a regular warrior to instantly become the most ferocious beast. That warrior would lose his mind and would not even spare his companions next to him. Zuisu was secretly aghast, as he understood deeper about Shiryan. He strictly warned Zuisu that before he restored his consciousness, she absolutely must not get close to Shiryan to avoid being affected by his negative emotions. Zuisu grinned and didn't care. She just curiously looked at Shiryan while her eyes flickered with strange and excited lights. The one most filled with regret in the field was Tu-Ku. He was hit on his left hip by Shiryan's bombardment. A violent, bloodthirsty force penetrated his body, breaking some of his ribs as well. Right now, that violent, bloodthirsty evil force still stayed inside his body and was slaughtering freely, which prevented him from using his full strength. In this state, although Tu-Ku still had spare power to launch his strikes, many martial techniques of the Pure Land couldn't destroy Shiryan's body after hitting it hard. They couldn't stop Shiryan even just a bit. Shiryan's body was trembling as the coercive power of his body was like tens of thousands of galloping horses. At this moment, regardless of the defense force of his body or the burst of his body's energy, they both reached a level that he had never achieved. Under the bedevilment state, his strength seemed to become easier to urge. When various types of mysterious martial techniques engraved in his mind were cast out, not only were they not influenced by the state of bedevilment, but they also had a massive increase in effect. His normal power was already incredible, but the bursting power had become more perfect and terrifying when it was released from his hands. The second sky of rampage, the state of bedevilment, and all kinds of power perfectly burst out. Tu-Ku now realized that he had mistaken Shiryan. Although Shiryan was clearly at the third sky of Nirvana realm, his momentum suddenly skyrocketed. His frantic, evil energy torrentially flowed in his body together with different surging spirits, which were enough to affect a person's mind. Whether it was a physical attack or mind invasion, Tu-Ku couldn't bear either of them. He had used all kinds of secret techniques, but couldn't harm Shiryan's body. On the contrary, he was too frustrated under Shiryan's attack that the situation had become more and more unfavorable to him. Zhao Feng. Tu-Ku avoided Shiryan's attack as quick as electricity and couldn't help but shout, "Is this kid really a disciple of the Divine Radiant Cult? I knew that the Divine Radiant Cult had a few extraordinary saplings, but I have never heard of this guy." Humph! Zhao Feng showed a trace of disdain, coldly sneered. The Divine Radiant Cult's internal situation is much more profound than you can imagine. The occasional appearance of one or two outstanding young guys is normal. The Pure Land ancestors also had this kind of metamorphosis. Unfortunately, those people haven't entered the dark, magnetic, noxious mist yet. You have provoked the fight this time, so just consider it as the misfortune you have to bear. Zhao Feng revealed a cold sneer again, and then, together with Li Wei, he rushed over to another third sky of Sky Realm Warrior of the Pure Land to bombard indiscriminately. Facing the unity of these two people, this third sky of Sky Realm Warrior looked extremely strained as he didn't have any way to take the initiative in the offense. He could only use some defensive methods to deal with Zhao Feng and Li Wei. In this chaotic situation, a few people who were affected by Shiyan's negative emotions slowly moved toward Shiyan for an unknown reason, as if they were controlled by some evil force. Moreover, they were compelled to unite with Shiyan. Following Shiyan's moves, they rushed toward Tu Ku, starting to besiege and attack him. Although these people only had the first sky of Sky Realm cultivation base, they were not afraid of death and didn't take into account their casualties. They were even willing to sacrifice their own lives to fight and kill Tu Ku for Shiyan. A tall and mighty warrior, who had red eyes like Shiyan's, crazily roared and howled, took the opportunity when Tu Ku dodged to move to his side, and then tightly shackled him. Bang, bang, bang. A tremendous thundering sound came up from that warrior. Numerous lightning bolts shot out from his entire body and quickly wrapped around Tu Ku. Tu Ku suddenly paled. He shouted, "Get out!" A piece of fish scale-shaped light came out from Tu Ku's body. That thin piece was dark blue and extremely sharp, bombarded the warrior. In a short time, the warrior's body was full of blood splashing everywhere. Even his skin and flesh were split open and cut into pieces. However, in this situation, this warrior still didn't let go of his opponent. He continued to hug Tu Ku tightly without the fear of death. He seemed to be ready to sacrifice his own life. Shiyan took this opportunity to take action. Another warrior whose eyes were also red stayed behind that warrior. He also rushed toward Tu Ku and wrapped around Tu Ku from behind, increasing the pressure to prevent Tu Ku from forcefully struggling. Shiyan gasped for breath while his eyes were flooded with evil lights. He didn't say a word and instantly appeared in front of Tu Ku. Shiyan raised his arms. In this critical time, the life and death seal merged into one and quickly flew out toward Tu Ku. His life and death seal flashed up and disappeared, penetrating his head. Tu Ku's eyes became dull. His face had a painful look. It seemed that he was struggling hard, wanting to chase out the evil forces invading his head. Boom, boom. Two earth-shaking explosive sounds came up from inside of Tu Ku's head. His head was like a watermelon being pounded forcefully on the ground and then bursting out. A mix of brain and blood suddenly splashed out. And just like that, Tu Ku, the third sky of Sky Realm warrior, was killed by Shiyan. Even his head had exploded. Many warriors who were still fighting for the secret treasures couldn't help but raise their heads to look when hearing the explosion. Their faces all changed as their eyes flooded with fear. Shiyan, who had just killed Tu Ku, still had red eyes and was dashing over to the nearest warrior in an attempt to kill him, too. It was another warrior in the center of the lake, who also had the third sky of Sky Realm cultivation base. The next chosen victim had just killed an ancient corpse, took the secret treasure whose shape was like both knife and fork, and put it into his storage ring. He was laughing and cheerfully shouting, "Sacred level secret treasure. Sacred level secret treasure. Ha ha, this trip was worth it. This trip was worth it." While laughing, his two eyes flickered with divine lights. He then looked around to find another target to continue to snatch the secret treasure off it. However, at this time, he looked in Shiyan's direction. Shiyan's eyes were still red as a bunch of blood-red lights shot out from his sockets. The blood lights were 3 meters long or so. They were like 2 flows of scarlet blood floating out from his eyes, bringing people a feeling of terror. Chapter 403, Diamond Martial Spirit. Chapter 403, Diamond Martial Spirit. Just taking a glance at Shiyan immediately startled that man. His sea of consciousness violently trembled. A murderous desire rebelliously surged up in his heart, generating a crazy desire of killing all creatures. Not good. Shuddering inside, he quickly stopped smiling and started to condense his strength, ready to deal with Shiyan's attack. The person who was under his bedevilment state hardly had his consciousness. As long as he considered someone a target, the external environment could barely change it. The only thing that one could do was kill the person who was in the bedevilment state, or else he would pursue and kill the other person. That warrior's mind was as bright as snow. That was why when he realized Yan's state, he knew what he should do. Stop. Let's handle this guy first. This guy's existence can only disturb us and is a threat to everybody. That warrior turned his head and coldly harumphed, stopping the other fellows of his team from attacking the ancient corpses and asking them to divert the target. This team came from the martial spirit palace in the Divine Great Land, which was one of the 7 ancient factions in the Divine Great Land. They all had a long history. This sect was the one who had dominated the Divine Great Land for tens of thousands of years. In this sect, all kinds of martial spirits were multiplied to the extreme. Almost all of their warriors had a special martial spirit. Speaking of Ling, who was the leader of this team, he was a protector outside the martial spirit palace and was nominated to be the elder in the future. As long as Ling could enter the spirit realm and pass the martial spirit palace's assessment, he would be qualified to be ordained as one of the elders of the martial spirit palace. Regardless of his position in the martial spirit palace or the access to wealth, it was far better than his current position as a protector. He came to the dark magnetic noxious mist to find some sacred level secret treasures to prepare for the martial spirit palace's assessment. The 7 ancient factions in the Divine Great Land didn't really get along well. They still harshly fought with each other. Ling had also killed quite a lot of warriors from other forces in the dark magnetic noxious mist this time. All along the way on his journey, he nearly hadn't encountered any setbacks. Even if Yin didn't find him, maybe because of the secret treasure Yan's team possessed, he would find and kill Yan's team in the end. The fact that Zhao Feng and Liu fought with Tu Ku was exactly what he wanted. Therefore, when the people of Zhao Feng's group and Qi Zhao's group united to fight against Tu Ku's team from the Pure Land, he didn't participate and just stared at the ancient corpses and killed them, taking this opportunity to harvest more secret treasures. He actually had his own calculations. He wanted to wait for Zhao Feng, Liu, and Tu Ku to fight until both sides were all severely injured, and then he would jump in and clean up the mess by defeating Zhao Feng and Tu Ku and swooping the leftover benefits. When Yin rushed towards him, he observed around a little and realized that Tu Ku had died. The people of Zhao Feng and Liu's group had a significant advantage. This was obviously not what he wanted to see. Therefore, the fact that Yin came to him suited his purpose. After a loud roar, other warriors from the martial spirit palace understood his mind. They all coldly sneered and looked at Yin, wanting to take the opportunity to exterminate him who was under the bedevilment state. There were 7 warriors from the martial spirit palace, including Ling. Among them, Ling and another warrior, Hai, were both at the 3rd sky of Skyrim. As for the remaining 5 warriors, 3 of them were at the 2nd sky of Skyrealm. This team was the strongest one in the small lake. These 7 people all made Yin their target. They had absolute confidence. Not good. Zwisher couldn't help but scream anxiously. Grandpa, Yan's in danger. Those 7 people are very dangerous. I am afraid that Yin won't be able to withstand. Zwisu's face also changed and became grave. He nodded and said, 2/3 sky of Skyrim, 3 2nd sky of Skyrim, and another 2 1st sky of Skyrealm warriors. This unit is much stronger than the Divine Radiant Cults team and the Pure Lands team. Yan's only on his own. He will apparently suffer a great loss. What should we do, Grandpa? Zwishur anxiously and helplessly said, I am only at the Earth Realm. I am afraid I cannot help him. Don't think about giving him a hand. Zwisu shook his head and grabbed her. If you go there, you will instantly be killed. Even if I go there, I cannot change anything. Zwishur showed a worried face and then turned towards Zhao Feng and Liu, shouting, Yan's in danger. While Zhao Feng and Liu were dealing with the remaining Nirvana Realm warriors, they heard Zwishur. They both turned their head to throw a quick glance over. Zhao Feng suddenly shouted, Ling, you scum, you guys are such shameless. You deal with only 1 kid of ours when you have that many people. Don't you feel any shame? He comes here to die himself. Don't blame us. Ling grinned while his left arm turned slightly golden, performing his diamond martial spirit. His entire body had an invincible ardor that nothing could defeat. It seemed that with only his left arm, he could break all the barriers of the world. The Holy Land of the Martial Spirit Palace discovered the metal space of the five-element space in the divine Great Land. For Shaoling to cultivate his diamond martial spirit to the peak, he had arduously cultivated in that metal space for 30 years. This helped his diamond martial spirit absorb more than 10 different functional metals from that metal space. His entire body could be instantly metallized, turning same as metal-class secret treasures. Diamond Spirit Martial was the sacred level martial spirit, which had been spread for more than 100,000 years. Once it was activated, the user's whole body would be metallized. Not only would the body have a solid defense like diamonds, but the arms and legs would also turn into powerful weapons, which were extremely terrifying. The intimidation was also incredibly shocking. At this moment, Shaoling only metallized his left arm. He looked at Shi Yan and rushed over, directly condensing 10 kinds of strange metal powers in his body without using any other means, and just simply launched a punch towards Shi Yan. Strange metal lights burst out. His metallized arm suddenly became like a shining golden sword, directly stabbing on Shi Yan's chest with a loud bang. Shi Yan crazily rushed forward as metal collision sounds came up from his chest. While dashing forward, he was held back a little bit by this blow, halting in the midst of a strange void. 10 kinds of strange metal powers pierced through his chest through this punch. The mysterious power in front of his chest immediately gathered and turned into countless fine beams of energy lights, wrapping around those 10 kinds of metal power and preventing them from harming his body. Safe and sound, he was stagnant in the air for a while, and then suddenly let out a roar. A bunch of bloody red lights shot out from his eyes. The 2 beams of blood light, which were full of brutal, horrible, and negative feelings, instantly dashed toward Shaoling, piercing through Shaoling's neck and quickly penetrating his body. "Damn! Freak!" Shaoling cursed. His body immediately turned into a gold hue. Gold and silver lights were both radiated from his body skin and quickly covered his entire body. In a split second, a strange metal power in Shaoling's blood came out from his body and then covered his whole body, making him turn into a metal prodigy. Shi Yan's surging spirit went inside Shaoling's body through his neck and then ran all the way along his nerves to his head. Shaoling sneered coldly. His eyes turned gold and silver respectively, and so did his cheeks. That made his body look very strange, which gave people a feeling of watching something inhuman. The negative madness which flowed inside Shaoling's body was blocked by the strange metal power, and thus it couldn't penetrate his head. That kid has some tricks indeed. No wonder why even Tu Ku died in his hands. But don't think that killing Tu Ku also means you can kill me as well. Shaoling grinned and said, "Tu Ku isn't my opponent. Once I'm metallized, among the warriors who have the same realm as me, who can break my body." Shaoling was extremely arrogant and simply didn't lay his eyes on Shi Yan. When the other 6 warriors of the Martial Spirit Palace saw Shi Yan unable to harm Shaoling, they were not in a hurry but scattered to stop the other warriors who were following Shi Yan. Those warriors who were affected by Shi Yan's surging spirit were all at the first sky of Sky Realm. They all had red eyes and seemed to be enslaved by Shi Yan. As soon as they saw him fight with someone else, they immediately rushed up and didn't even care about their lives. As the 6 Martial Spirit Palace's warriors saw that those warriors were only at the first sky of Sky Realm, they looked even more relaxed, laughed, and firmly launched their strikes. All kinds of rare martial spirits were cast out from their bodies. Either it was the soul, fluctuations, or an earthy figure, or a watery corporeal body. These Martial Spirit Palace's warriors had the understanding of martial spirits, which was much more profound than a majority of other warriors. When they activated their martial spirits, they seemed to turn into another state, halting the warriors who were affected by the impact of Shi Yan's negative emotions. "You deal with this guy. I'll go help that stinky kid," Zhao Feng told Li Yu with a solemn face. This kid is exceptional. If we introduce him to the god sect, they will definitely reward us. As what I've seen, this kid is not just a thing in a small pond. If we help him now, he will bring us unimaginable benefits. Li Yu's eyes brightened as she understood immediately. She nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will handle this guy and then come over to help you." The Divine Radiant cult had a rigorous reward doctrine. If someone introduced a talented person to the sect, the recommender's position would be promoted. Seeing Shi Yin kill Tu Ku even though he was only at the third sky of Nirvana realm, Zhao Feng now treated him as the most potentially powerful warrior of the god's sect in the future. Although Zhao Feng seemed to be generous, he was actually tendentious. He knew that if he could make Shi Yin join the god's sect and become their most brilliant star, he would also be promoted accordingly, having more rights and wealth. Through Shi Yin, perhaps he could learn some mysterious inherited techniques of the god's sect, and thus enter the spirit realm. Therefore, as soon as Xiao Ling wanted to destroy Shi Yin, he immediately felt anxious. He didn't care about himself, almost defeating his current opponents to rush over to Shi Yin. "Xiao Hai, deal with Xiao Feng." Seeing Zhao Feng coming over, Xiao Ling revealed a cold smile and spoke to his fellow. Xiao Hai nodded, indicating that he understood. He then turned into a blurry silhouette, which was actually a meandering figure dashing towards Zhao Feng. Xiao Hai had already blocked Zhao Feng even before the latter could come close to Shi Yin. As both were at the third sky of Sky Realm, Zhao Feng didn't dare to be careless, and quickly refined his power to deal with Xiao Hai. Chapter 404. Hit to deform it. Chapter 404. Hit to deform it. Kid, you're indeed powerful. You will definitely become a brilliant talent of the Divine Radiant cult, Xiao Ling grinned. This is certainly not what I want to see. Killing you is to weaken the future power of the Divine Radiant cult. I will not let you grow. Xiao Ling's entire body had been metallized, dashing towards Shi Yin while launching an all-conquering metal intent domain to strike him. Shi Yin didn't seem to know that Xiao Ling had been metallized. His whole body's muscles were convulsing, but he still started to fight back. Since both of them didn't use any secret techniques or any secret treasures, they looked like two barbarians fighting each other. When the mutated petrifaction martial spirit collided with Xiao Ling's diamond martial spirit, it was like stone against stone. It was unexpected that the petrifaction martial spirit did not have the lower hand. Dang, dang, dang. The ear-splitting metal sounds resounded from the bodies of the two of them. When Xiao Ling engaged in close combat, his metallized body, which should supposedly be not at all inferior, got hit unexpectedly under Shi Yan's bombardment and produced chinking sounds. This kind of violent energy impacted his body and agitated his blood and flesh, making his body that was made from dozens of different kinds of strange metals became unbearable. In the battle, although Xiao Ling's body was unharmed, it was severely shocking that the 7 holes on his face were bleeding. His face looked even more ferocious. On the contrary, under the bedevilment state, Shi Yin didn't seem to be facing anything unusual. His face didn't have any blood stain, as if he wasn't suffering from tiredness or pain. He instinctively used his fists to contend with Xiao Ling's attack and his metallized body. In the bedevilment state, Shi Yin had a lust for endless destruction. This lust unlimitedly expanded, making him insane and become someone who only knew killing and destroying instinctively. This was another kind of completely giving vent. Xiao Ling's head-on attack just gave Shi Yin a goal to give vent to. With a crazy bombardment, Shi Yin kept releasing his desire for destruction, which seemed like he had just entered a mysterious intent domain. While Shi Yin was fighting with Xiao Ling, 720 acupuncture points in his body continued to purify the negative energy and transform it into a kind of strange power that was useful for his body. It was unknown how long this fight went for, but the negative energy that was running in his acupuncture points finally started being washed away. A lump of mysterious power leaked out, and in just a short time, Shi Yin became conscious for a moment while his eyes glinted with a divine light from his moment of enlightenment. Mysterious force flowed all over his body, and together with the profound chi, it crashed into the blood vein ring. A barrier inside the blood vein ring was broken, and a memory directly flew out from the blood vein ring, drilling into his head. In an instant, in this mysterious realm, his whole body trembled. His mind sublimated, his sea of consciousness churned up, and a flow of soul consciousness suddenly grew up. The size of his sea of consciousness expanded 3 times in such a short moment. The transformation of his sea of consciousness was a sign of his realm breakthrough, which was inexplicable. Yin had directly entered the first sky of Sky Realm, and the ancient profound chi tree inside the profound chi's halo was doubled. An instinctive insight suddenly shone into his heart. Yin went insane again. The blood of his whole body quickly condensed together with the negative energy. His body, which had originally expanded because of the mutated petrifaction martial spirit, now shriveled. His formerly purple body turned into a horrible blood red. Many drops of bright red blood blended with the negative forces unexpectedly dripped out through his pores. However, they didn't fall but covered his body instead. It looked like a blood cocoon. From afar, Yin looked like he was being covered fully with blood. The blood scent gave people a wicked feeling. Xiaoling's face changed suddenly. Anyone who saw the fight between Xiaoling and Yin would realize that the changes in Yin's body were faster. At this moment, the aura from Yin's body was already doubled. Violently overbearing energy surged up, a kind of evil energy, which could even destroy heaven and earth, massively flowed out from Yin's body. Boom! Yin launched a blow on Xiaoling's chest, which had been metallized and thus made it concave. The sound of broken bones arose from Xiaoling's chest. His bones, which were tempered by dozens of exotic metals, didn't seem to be able to withstand this level of bombardment and thus directly burst out. Xiaoling couldn't help but scream in agony, subconsciously wanting to dodge. But it was too late. Yin's power skyrocketed like a ferocious beast. He rushed over and snatched Xiaoling while bombarding violent, brutal fists on his body. Xiaoling's metallized body was distorted. It looked like a piece of metal that had been hammered until it deformed. Xiaoling kept screaming in pain but couldn't avoid his attack. He was hit until blood splashed everywhere, and his body was being deformed, gradually becoming shaped like a long strip. He looked like a secret treasure being forged into a sword by a blacksmith. Other warriors who were still dealing with the surrounding ancient corpses were all dumbstruck, looking at Yin with disbelieving eyes, as if they were looking at a ferocious ghost. Everyone's backbones were chilled. They looked at Yin in fear. Each of them could see his evil power bursting out right now. Xiaoling's body had been knocked out. Diamond martial spirit, which was known as a rare defensive force, could not bear his beating and finally got distorted. The divine light in Xiaoling's eyes gradually dimmed. One gold eye and the other silver one also restored their original state. He was killed. Yes, Xiaoling was dead. Is that kid a human? Xiaoling's diamond martial spirit is known as the strongest defense of the martial spirit palace. Isn't it true that when the warriors at the same level relied only on their body strength, they basically couldn't break the diamond martial spirit's defensive power? Same level warriors? That kid clearly was at the Nirvana realm only. Is Xiaoling too weak? Or was that brat too strong? What do you think? I believe that kid is exceptional. All the warriors were boisterously discussing. They all wore bitter faces and had a feeling that they could barely defeat Yin. Xiaoling was dead, but Yin didn't seem to know it. He kept staring at Xiaoling's dead body and constantly punching it like he was making noodles. Deji! Xiaohai's eyes were cracking open, while his face showed extreme misery. He rushed over to Xiaoling and raised his face up while roaring. It serves you right. Zhao Feng sneered coldly and felt overjoyed as his judgments were right. This kid Yin was absolutely a talent, probably the brightest star of the divine radiant cult in the future. As long as he got attached to this infinitely talented Yin, his position in the divine radiant cult would definitely rise in the future. Boom! Xiaoling's body directly burst out into two parts from his abdomen. Blood and flesh splashed everywhere. Yin only stopped when Xiaoling was totally smashed. He stood in a daze, not seem to be knowing what was going on. He looked like he was thinking and wondering by himself. No one dared to disturb him. Everyone looked at him from a distance, even if he was in a daze. No one dared to take this opportunity to ambush him. They were all shocked by his performance. Tuka's head had been blown off. Xiaoling's diamond martial spirit was broken into two parts by his brutal punches. Yin's cruelty made people feel chilled to their bones and terrified. Many people stopped their fights with the ancient corpses and looked at Yin from afar with cautious faces, as they were afraid that even a tiny move could arouse the fierceness inside him. Anyone who was his target ended up with a miserable fate. This was proved by the deaths of Tuku and Xiaoling. No one dared to make any move. Zhuoshi struggled a little bit as she wanted to see the situation. However, Zhuoshi dragged her back tightly, not allowing her to come close to Yin. Kai Yi, who had killed a first Sky of Nirvana realm warrior, was also staring at him while wearing a complicated countenance. Forget it. Kai Yi had been ready to find a chance to kill this malicious Yin. However, after this incident, she decided to give up this stupid thought and forget what had happened to her at the bottom of the lake before. Deji, Yin, this young man is too strong. He seems to be even more terrible than our bloodline. Lao Luan was startled and then spoke to Lao Li. Lao Li nodded with a grave face. He has helped us a lot. Without him, we should have died several times. Although there is no real friendship in this dark, magnetic, noxious mist, we should still treat him honestly and pay back his favor. This is the most basic moral standing. When other people help us, we must bear it in mind. I understand. Ha ha, good boy. I'm not wrong taking you with me. Zhao Feng burst into laughter, not caring about Xiao Hai crazily screaming over there, and then shouted to Yin, "Wait until the trip in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist ends. I will definitely report to our predecessors, telling them that there is a seed of our God's sect in the endless sea." The divine radiant cult's disciples were agitated and revealed a trace of joy. Yin's body slightly shocked. After giving vent, it seemed that he had gradually restored his mind. The trace of daze in his eyes also diluted a little bit. Half a day later, Yin suddenly turned his head around. His two eyes had already been restored to their normal state. The evil and ruthless aura also vanished into thin air. "Where's that bitch Aya?" He looked at Kai Yi and asked. Under his scrutinizing look, she gently shook her head and said, "After I came here, I don't know where she headed to. If I find that bitch, I will teach her a lesson," Lao Luan said with a cold voice. Yin, Zhuoshi finally cried out in joy. "Are you all right? Are you really awake? Do you know who I am?" She waved her arm hard and showed a cheerful face with an excited look. Yin grinned and nodded to her. "It's good that you guys are okay. I was afraid that I would harm you. Even I myself cannot control that state earlier. Don't worry. We are all fine." Zhuoshi embarrassedly smiled, wiped off his sweat, and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 405, Sky Realm. Chapter 405, Sky Realm. "Kid, you seem to have had a breakthrough, right?" Zhao Feng came near Yin, looked at him seriously, and cried out, "Have you entered the Sky Realm?" Qi Xiao, Kai Yi, and the others were all startled. They looked at Yin with surprised faces. Yin smiled and nodded. It seems so. While talking, he couldn't help but look at his right hand and then wear a weird face. Earlier, when a mysterious power in the acupuncture points in his body had fused with his blood, it condensed in his right palm, forming 3 drops of strange, dark red blood. The 3 drops of blood in the blood vessels of his palm transmitted a strong, surging energy fluctuation. In his palm, he realized that the 3 drops of blood were like rubies, crystal clear, and very beautiful. The skin and flesh of his palm didn't seem to be able to cover the dazzling light radiating from these 3 drops of blood. The immortal blood. Sure, Yin secretly shouted while his face was full of surprise and joy. He had long heard from a Yang family that they had the immortal martial spirit. Under some specific circumstances, they could condensate the immortal blood, which had exceedingly marvelous effects. That year, Yang Tian Emperor had also borrowed immortal blood to know that Shi Yin was still alive and had some connection with the ice-cold flame. According to the Yang family, this immortal blood was magically useful. He only knew that the immortal blood could help them achieve many complicated purposes. 3 drops of blood in his palm had violent power fluctuations. They were totally different from the blood in his body. The power of these 3 blood drops even contained his mental fluctuations, as if his soul was lodged in these 3 drops of blood, giving him a feeling that these 3 drops had an incredible vitality. He didn't know the magical effect of the immortal blood or how to use them. However, these 3 drops of blood were formed nevertheless, which made him extremely happy. He had fallen into the bedevilment state, and he didn't know how he had entered the sky realm or condensed these 3 drops of immortal blood. The trip to the dark magnetic noxious mist could be described as an abundant harvest. Qi Xiao, Kai Yi, and the others had dropped their jaws with horrified eyes. Especially Kai Yi and the 2 brothers. They and Shi Yin were on the same team in the dark magnetic noxious mist. They still remembered the first time they had met Shi Yin, when he was only at the 2nd sky of Nirvana realm. After only a few months from the 2nd sky of Nirvana realm, he had broken through the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm and now entered the sky realm. Such an incredible cultivation progress. If they hadn't witnessed how Shi Yin had broken through the realm step by step with their own eyes, Kai Yi, Lao Li, and the others wouldn't have believed that anyone could have had such a continuous breakthrough like him. Haha, powerful! This kid really knows how to surprise others. Not only could he kill Tu Ku and Xiao Ling, but he could also break through the sky realm. His future is limitless. Zhao Feng was very excited. In his eyes, the more powerful Shi Yin was, the nobler his status in the divine radiant cult would be. Thus, introducing Shi Yin to the God sect could bring him so many benefits. Shi Yin took off the storage ring from Xiao Ling, holding the storage ring in his hand. Shi Yin coldly looked at Xiao Hai, who was standing not far from there, and said, still not convinced. Xiao Hai and other 3 martial spirit palaces warriors now mounted to the side, looking at Shi Yin with hatred but not daring to take any actions. Hearing Shi Yin's provocations, Xiao Hai tried to press down his anger, and suddenly walked over to the remaining warriors of the Pure Land. Seeing Xiao Hai and his fellows coming, those warriors immediately reacted. The 3rd sky of Sky Realm warrior among them whispered, "We have to unite to be able to resist the people of the divine radiant cult." Xiao Hai nodded and stood together with the Pure Land's warriors, still not daring to take any actions. At this time, the strongest side here was undoubtedly the group of Shi Yin and Zhao Feng of the divine radiant cult. After their unison, they had overwhelming advantages. Even if the martial spirit palace and the Pure Land united, they could not be better than Zhao Feng's group. Of course, there were not only the martial spirit palaces and the Pure Land warriors in Xiao Hai's group. Around 10 other warriors who were at the 2nd sky and the 1st sky of Sky Realm also gathered with Xiao Hai's group, as they seemed to know the current subtle situation. The situation in the field was now obvious. Zhao Feng, Shi Yin, and their fellows were in the same group. The rest were together in another group. They all cautiously looked at Shi Yin, Zhao Feng, and the others, as they were afraid that the people of Zhao Feng's group would suddenly launch a fatal blow. "Do you want to kill them?" Kai Yi asked. She shouted and say anything and looked at Shi Yin. Shi Yin was stunned for a moment. He looked at the remaining teams that were now united, and after looking at Zhao Feng and Li Yu, he suddenly spoke up with a smile. "We are evenly matched. If we desperately fight with each other, no one can gain any benefits." Zhao Feng nodded slightly and said with a lower voice, "If we actually start a fight with them, although we will not have a significant loss, the damage is still inevitable. Right now, everyone sees us as a threat, so continuing to fight with them is not necessary. The dark magnetic noxious mist still has one exotic land. A lot of warriors should be gathering there. If we consume too much strength and encounter other stronger warriors there, we will suffer a great loss, Liu frowned and said. Okay. Shi Yin looked at Xiao Hai's group and said with a darkened face, so, we will continue to kill ancient corpses to harvest more secret treasures. We should do that. Zhao Feng smiled and said, I don't think those people dare to provoke us. So, we can rest assured while killing the ancient corpses to find secret treasures. Ancient corpses floated around in the air as they seemed to be affected by a particular force, which prevented them from leaving the place. These ancient corpses had a formation technique on their bodies. If warriors didn't take the initiative to attack them, the corpses would not proactively attack. Only when these corpses realized that they were threatened would they fully resist. The power of the ancient corpses came from the secret treasures on their chest. The strength of 11 ancient corpses was equivalent to a standard Sky Realm warrior, so their threat was not that big. After discussing what to do, everyone began to act. Zhao Feng, Liu, and the other people of the Divine Radiant cult started to choose their own ancient corpses to kill. Qi Xiao, Kai Yi, and the other warriors also focused on the surrounding floating corpses. Shi Yin was not in a hurry to take action. On the contrary, he forcefully broke Xiaoling's storage ring and explored it carefully. Xiaoling's storage ring was divided into 3 small spaces. One space had a stack of various types of cultivating materials and many refining mineral stones. The other one was to store daily necessities and food, while the remaining space kept the crystal stones and bottles, as well as some secret treasures. The fork and knife-shaped secret treasure, which Xiao Ling had collected recently, was releasing a blue halo. One would feel a bone-deep chill on touching it, as there was a terrifying icy power emitting from the secret treasure. When Shi Yin touched it, his fingers also felt a little cold. If it weren't for the ice-cold flame to have tempered his body, perhaps his fingers would have been frozen already. This secret treasure had an ice attribute. Shi Yin secretly nodded and put that treasure back into his storage ring. He also put on Xiao Ling's storage ring, as it was such a waste if he didn't take those that were given for free. When Xiao Hai watched Shi Yin put Xiao Ling's storage ring on his finger, his eyes flooded with hatred. However, he still didn't dare to rush over. Shi Yin didn't care about him either, just threw a quick look at him and sneered. The flame of hatred was getting stronger in Xiao Hai's eyes. He revealed a pernicious face and kept breathing heavily. He seemed to be reminding himself not to act rashly. At this time, the disciples of the Divine Radiant cult were staring at an ancient corpse. It had a green armor on its chest, which seemed to shrink inside the formation, and thus was not very clear. The armor emitted a shining green light like a piece of jade. Zhao Feng, Liu, and the others surrounded that ancient corpse, not letting it out of their sight. That green armor would definitely fall into the hands of Zhao Feng's group. He looked at Kai, Yi, and Qi Xiao. They were also staring at another ancient corpse. A silver dagger was inlaid on its chest. It released silver light, which seemed to be the power source of this ancient corpse. The corpse didn't have a life, but under their attack, it discharged many waves of sharp silver light. The silver light was extremely keen. Even Qi Xiao didn't dare to touch it. While dealing with this ancient corpse, he always tried to avoid it, as he was afraid that the silver light on that corpse would hit his body. Zhusu and Zhua sure didn't even move. They just stood beside him, surprisingly watching Qi Xiao and the others kill that ancient corpse. Looking at Zhao Feng's group, and then Qi Xiao and the others, Shi Yin knew that if it continued like this, they would certainly kill the ancient corpses and take the secret treasures. Shi Yin raised his head to look at the floating corpses, and then looked around to choose one ancient corpse for himself. Through hunting and killing these ancient corpses, he could collect some secret treasures. At this time, a throbbing beam of the soul in his sea of consciousness churned up. His eyes flashed up. He immediately held his breath and meditated to perceive this soul throbbing. It was the ice-cold flame's call. The ice-cold flame went to the black Turtle Mountain range in the north, and then suddenly used his spirit to call him to come without any known reason. Over many years, he still maintained the spiritual communication with the ice-cold flame. Thus, he had soon formed a marvelous connection with it. In a certain range, he could feel the ice-cold flame's aura and be aware of the spiritual consciousness that the ice-cold flame released. Although he didn't know why the ice-cold flame had called him, he knew that the ice-cold flame would not harm him. The thing was that all the corpses at the bottom of the bridge had been destroyed, while the entire ancient city was flooded with 4 kinds of disasters. Going to the ice-cold flame's location now would make him encounter the threat of those 4 disasters, which made Shi Yin a little bit cautious. But the ice-cold flame was calling urgently. Shi Yin's face changed slightly. He carefully considered for a moment and then decided to take the risk. Although the 4 disasters were terrible, he had just reached the sky realm. His body was sturdy, and he also had the 3rd sky of rampage. All of these made his confidence skyrocket. You guys stay here. I will go down to check. After informing Zhou Su and Zhuoshi, he immediately flew down to the bottom of the bridge and disappeared, not even waiting for the other 2 to utter a word. Chapter 406, The Mysterious Gate. Chapter 406, The Mysterious Gate. Where is Shi Yin? Qi Shao killed the ancient corpse opposite him and hurriedly shouted as he realized that Shi Yin had disappeared. Zhuo Su pointed to the corpse bridge not far from there. He went down there. What? Qi Zhao's face changed. He asked with a puzzled look, why did he go down? At this time, everyone was fighting for the secret treasures on the ancient corpses. It was strenuous for everyone coming here with the target of finding secret treasures. However, right at the time of harvesting, Shi Yin suddenly went back down. Not only did he not understand, all the warriors who realized this unusual thing also showed suspicious faces. Zhao Feng and Li Yu didn't understand it either. Everyone was fighting for the secret treasures now. If they also went down to look for Shi Yin, they might be shrouded by the 4 kinds of disaster. Even if they could luckily survive, they were afraid that they could not find the secret treasures here. Therefore, although Zhao Feng and Li Yu had a doubtful look, they didn't go down to find Shi Yin. Seeing that Shi Yin had gone, the warriors here let out a sigh of relief as they thought that they could relax a little bit. In their eyes, Shi Yin's threat was greater than anyone else's. Having such a dangerous competitor as Shi Yin absent obviously made them happy, and they didn't care why Shi Yin went back down. Grandpa, will Shi Yin be all right? Why'd he go back down? Zhuoshi stood on the stone ladder looking down, but her sight was blocked, and she couldn't see anything. He definitely has his own plan. We cannot use common sense to evaluate this kid. If there weren't anything important, he wouldn't have gone down at this time. Zhuo Su calmed her down. Don't worry. That kid will be okay. He is smarter than anyone else. I think that if he has decided to go down, he should have detected something. Hearing Zhuo Su's words, Zhuoshi felt less worried. However, she still stood there, looking down. At the small silver lake, 4 kinds of disasters were covering the whole area. Shi Yin had his entire body shrouded with starlight while his face was solemn. He could feel the power of the star shield. He took a deep breath and walked over the silver lake. Frost, lightning, flames, and storms, the 4 kinds of disaster raged in the ancient city and enclosed everything. Looking ahead, he realized that under the influence of these 4 kinds of disaster, the ancient city's walls had collapsed. Many 100-meter-high stone fortresses had fallen, turning into piles of stones. Hundreds of thousands of different beasts gathered outside the silver lake. All of them opened their mouths, which looked like basins of blood, shooting icy lights from their eyes, looking at the weaving points of light in the sky. As soon as Shi Yin appeared, those beasts immediately wanted to jump over and rip him off. Shi Yin's face became colder. He looked at the flock of beasts, not daring to act rashly. He only continued to use the star shield to resist the impact of the 4 kinds of disasters. With so many beasts like this, even if he were arrogant, he didn't dare to do anything reckless. Once he was submerged by those beasts, he would definitely not be able to escape death given the situation that he could not use the gravitational field. The ice-cold flame's cry still came from the north. It seemed to know that Shi Yin was down here, and thus it left that place in the north and quietly approached him. As Shi Yin felt the ice-cold flame's movement, his mind then relaxed a little bit. He continued to retreat in the lake, using the star shield to resist the disasters. These 4 kinds of disasters had a terribly destructive power. Under the destruction of this power, the star shield was draining its star power fast. That will not last long. Shi Yin frowned, thinking of a solution. It was not easy to gather star power, let alone absorb the starlight. He had to gather this star power little by little every time. Unlike the profound qi, which could also be restored through absorbing heaven and earth aura or crystal stones. Once the star power was drained out, even if he had many fanciful tricks, he would hardly be able to use them, which would weaken his strength. As the trip in the dark magnetic noxious mist had not ended yet, if the star power was soon depleted, the remaining journey would be difficult. With that thought, Shi Yin decided to risk his body and the dark shield to fight against the disasters. He immediately used his profound qi as the energy source for the dark shield. As soon as the dark shield appeared, his body also turned purple while the magical power burst out from his muscle fibers. He retrieved the star shield. The strange power of the 4 kinds of disasters quickly reduced the defense energy of the dark shield. The profound qi crazily infused the dark shield with more energy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A strange sound came from the dark shield. Under the influence of the 4 kinds of disaster, the power of the dark shield reduced quickly. In only half a minute, 1/3 of Shi Yan's profound qi that was injected into the dark shield was already consumed. These kinds of disaster are really powerful. I'm not sure my body can withstand them or not. Shi Yin suddenly wanted to fight with them to see if his petrifaction martial spirit could withstand this level of disasters. He suddenly retrieved the dark shield. The 4 kinds of disasters, including flames, frost, lightning, and storms, instantly covered his entire body and then seeped into his pores, penetrating his body. So painful. Pain spread out in his whole body. When flames, frost, lightning, and storms infiltrated his body, a terrible pain expanded all over his body. This pain was unbearable to ordinary people. It would probably be too painful, and they would go unconscious and lose all means of defense. However, Shi Yin always wanted to try his limit, and also his willpower. Thus, under this pain, he just gritted his teeth and resisted, not fainting immediately. The strange power in his muscle fibers was like countless threads that quickly gathered in his body. Every single fiber of his muscles seemed to be convulsing and releasing its energy. The power of his muscles resisted the invasion of the 4 kinds of disaster. His purple skin seemed to have a tremendous defensive force. Under the 4 kinds of disasters, his body suffered no split or crack. The ice-cold flame turned into a bunch of cold lights, flying over from the north, crossing the beasts, and hovering above Shi Yan's head. I will take you to a place where there seems to be something. However, that place has horrifying barriers, and even I couldn't enter. But maybe you can. The ice-cold flame sent out a message and turned into a snowflake right in front of Shi Yan's chest. With Shi Yan as the center, an extremely cold air spread out. In a short instant, Shi Yan became a huge ice sculpture. His whole body emitted terrifying cold air. The ice block helped Shi Yan resist the impact of the 4 kinds of disasters. Your strength has been restored? Shi Yan asked with surprise. Not completely yet. I have recovered 70%, so it is actually enough. The ice-cold flame sent out a message. When it released the chill, even the beasts had to be scared. When the chill diffused, those gathering beasts immediately moved backward. The ice-cold flame was still constrained by the blood vein ring, and thus couldn't release its real power. Right now, it was out of the blood vein ring, turning into a snowflake attached to Shi Yan's body. The cold air that it released could freeze the whole ancient city. Yin suddenly remembered the scene when he had first met the ice-cold flame. At that time, the ice-cold flame, with its cold aura, had frozen an island. Moreover, it had condensed an ice-cold beast. The icy power that the ice-cold flame had displayed at that time was earth-shaking, and even God Realm warriors could hardly deal with it. The ice-cold flame, after all, was the ancient heavenly flame. After ages of absorbing the heaven and earth's cold aura, it was the coldest thing and the most mysterious living being in the world. It was different from the earth flame. As for the earth flame, the time it had become a heavenly flame was too short. So, in the comparison to the ice-cold flame, even if it could absorb the sun-refined spirit, the earth flame was still far behind the former. At this time, the ice-cold flame had been releasing its real power. With Yin as the center, the cold air spread out and began to freeze everything. The frost power coming from a mountain from the north also seemed to be controlled by the ice-cold flame. A flow of frost power started to become a terrifying one among the 4 kinds of disaster. Under the growth of the ice-cold flame's energy, the frost power also burst out more heavily. The beasts that were accidentally hit by this cold air would be frozen immediately. However, Yin was different. There was an icy power of the ice-cold flame in his body. His bones and tendons had soon been tempered by the ice-cold flame, which allowed him to adapt to the icy power here. Furthermore, the ice-cold flame was very careful to not spread the icy power all over his body. Therefore, although he was frozen under his body's surging force, he could still move comfortably. But of course, it wouldn't be as fast as normal. That direction, the ice-cold flame communicated with Yin, pointing forward. Yin didn't say any word and urged his power to move towards that direction, dragging along a thick ice rock. Along the way, the ice-cold flame continued to release the cold air, which tightly attached to the icy power of the ice rock to reduce the impact of the 4 kinds of disaster to the minimum. Hence, Yin's body wasn't being affected much by those kinds of disaster. The cold air spread out wherever Yin passed by. Although the beasts wanted to attack him, they couldn't bear the invasion of the icy power and thus had to retreat immediately. Without the gravitational field, but with the use of the mysterious icy power of the ice-cold flame, Yin was still unharmed in the middle of those beasts. Moving towards the direction that the ice-cold flame indicated, Yin went all the way back to the collapsed ancient city. Inside an old temple in the southwest of the city, he saw the dead body of a huge beast. That beast had only one eye. Inside the eyes, lights interweaved, and the 4 kinds of disasters were condensing and accumulating, vaguely forming a mysterious heavenly gate that led to another mysterious place. Chapter 407, Blacksmith's Secret of Success. Chapter 407, Blacksmith's Secret of Success. The energy fluctuations are very violent there. Except for the 4 kinds of terrifying disasters, there are also 3 layers of barriers. Even I could not break inside. The ice-cold flame sent a message to Yin. Standing under the enormous beast, Yin frowned and quietly observed the beast's massive pupil. After sensing for a while, he realized that the energy fluctuations there were intimidating. Without using the external force, he didn't believe he could enter that heaven gate. Isn't it true that you have a secret treasure that could break all kinds of barriers? The ice-cold flame communicated with him again. Maybe you can use that secret treasure to enter the heaven gate to find out the secrets in there. Yin was startled and then beamed a smile. He took out the sky-breaking shuttle, pouring his divine sense into it to connect with the soul inside. Can I enter that heaven gate? The sky-breaking shuttle suddenly emitted an intense light. The edge of the sky-breaking shuttle faintly pointed to the heaven gate, shooting out a ray of fine silver light, shining on the heaven gate. Half a day later, a response was sent to him. You can go inside, but I need half of your profound chi to break the barrier. Yin thought for a while and slightly nodded. Okay, I will pour the profound chi into you. Get through the channel. I want to go in there. After talking, Yin poured the profound chi from his body into the sky-breaking shuttle. Under the massive, profound chi infusion, the sky-breaking shuttle suddenly discharged bright, silver light hitting that heaven gate. Bang! A shocking quiver came from the heaven gate as a bunch of bright silver lights emerged from there. Yin didn't think too much, immediately turned into a bunch of stars which followed along that bright silver light to directly penetrate the heaven gate and disappeared instantly. In a vast expanse of space, there was only a decayed mummy. This mummy wore a blue gown, and it was sitting cross-legged. His left hand held a very thick, old book and seemed like it was carefully reading the contents of the book. It should be a god realm warrior who had condensed his great power to build this strange space. In this space, Yin immediately remembered the space that he had entered before, which had been created by the star god Ouyang-ji. The scene here was not as bright as that space, but very similar. This space here should also be built by a god realm warrior. This one was not the same type of heaven gate that had been created over so many years like the Chasm battlefield. Instead, it had been created by a god realm warrior out of sheer boredom. This heaven gate didn't seem to be too mysterious nor dangerous. The territory area was also limited. Standing in this strange space, Yin looked around and saw only misty white fog all over the place. He couldn't see farther anyway. Hesitating for a while, he didn't rush to check that mummy yet. Instead, he walked around but got nothing. In this spacious area, there was nothing else except this mummy. All the mysteries were perhaps in that ancient corpse. Yin slowly walked to the mummy while the rest of his profound chi was quietly gathering. The star shield and the dark shield then spread out together to guard against any dangers that might bounce up from that ancient mummy. Beyond his expectation, even after he came close to that corpse, he didn't encounter any dangers nor felt any barriers. When he was close to the corpse, he could see 4 words on the old book that the ancient corpse was holding in his hand: Blacksmith Secrets of Success. What? Yin's heart slightly bounced while his eyes were brightening. Is this the secluded place of the ancient blacksmith? Lingering here for quite a long time, through his subtle observation, he knew that this place should be the gathering place of blacksmiths. There were many furnaces forging materials which were no longer useful, and also some secret treasures that had been refined. Apparently, there existed many powerful blacksmiths in this strange space. Although Yin didn't know why all of them had disappeared, he could be sure that everything here was related to blacksmiths. In the ancient time, blacksmiths and alchemists were both crucial parts of the warrior's world. Whether it was in ancient times or modern times, blacksmiths and alchemists both enjoyed a distinguished position. Every blacksmith or alchemist was an extraordinary warrior. Secret treasures refined by blacksmiths and pellets refined by alchemists were the important factors in enhancing warrior strength. If a warrior held a powerful weapon as well as all kinds of pellets, then whether in practice or battle, he would surely have the upper hand over one who didn't possess these items. A blacksmith with a profound realm could create sacred-level secret treasures. Such a blacksmith would have a respect from all other warriors. The reason that the Spirit Treasure sect could dominate the Divine Great Land for so many years was thanks to having many blacksmiths and alchemists. If it didn't have a big number of blacksmiths and alchemists with high levels like that, perhaps it might not be able to become one of the 7 ancient factions of the Divine Great Land. In short, blacksmiths in this world were absolutely precious, and they received respect from all warriors. The more powerful a blacksmith was, the better privilege he could have. Although this blacksmith had been weathered for so many years, he still maintained his reading posture. Yin didn't know at which level this blacksmith was, but if he could build the heaven gate, he was at least a god realm warrior. A blacksmith would consider being a powerful blacksmith as their important pursuit. Levels were only a necessary condition to fulfill in their pursuit. In general, a blacksmith with god realm cultivation base might also be a sacred level blacksmith and could refine sacred level secret treasures. A sacred level blacksmith. Yin line of sight moved while his eyes brightened. In the entire divine great land, god-level blacksmiths seemed to have disappeared a long time ago. The most powerful blacksmith now was only at the sacred level, who could refine sacred-level secret treasures. Even the spirit treasure sect only had 2 sacred-level blacksmiths, who were the most powerful protectors for the spirit treasure sect's domination in the divine great land. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He stared at the old book Blacksmith's Secrets of Success in the mummy's hands. His heart pounded fast, as he couldn't stop the desire to possess that book. He didn't know if it were dangerous. Shi Yan stretched his hands out to catch the Blacksmith's Secrets of Success. His skin turned to purple, while many spots of starlight were twinkling on the back of his hand. He was very cautious. When one of his fingers touched that Blacksmith's Secrets of Success, a brutal, surging spirit suddenly burst out from the old book. Instantly, Shi Yan's sea of consciousness swayed. His spirit seemed to be locked by a mysterious soul barrier. He couldn't even think. Truly powerful. Shi Yan reacted decisively, retrieving his hands, holding his breath, and reinforcing his mind. As soon as his fingers left the Blacksmith's Secrets of Success, the surging spirit also disappeared. It seemed that as long as he didn't touch the old book, there would be no spiritual fluctuations released. However, with a slight touch, those surging spiritual beams would lock his mind and directly imprison his spirit. With a cold face, Shi Yan didn't dare to retake the actions. He carefully looked at the old book and didn't find anything unusual. After Shi Yan pulled his finger back, there was no spiritual sense. He knew that the terrifying spiritual surging was definitely from the old book. Maybe it came from its pages. Every page might also have a strong spiritual fluctuation. As long as he touched it, he would suffer from the impact of that energy. Although he had reached the sky realm, he didn't know what to do with these horrifying spiritual fluctuations. He had a deep understanding of various types of Upanishads, and his perception of souls was much more profound than that of a typical warrior. So, if even he couldn't resist this kind of terrible spiritual surging now, he believed that other sky realm warriors would absolutely find it difficult to feel safe under the impact of those fluctuations. No matter what, he needed to take the book first. This old book was definitely a precious treasure of the blacksmiths. Shi Yan's eyes changed a little bit. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. No matter how evil this book was, he had to keep it in his storage ring, and then he could slowly explore its secrets later. He reached out again. This time, he pointed the storage ring towards the old book and then waited until it touched that old book. Then, he quickly triggered his mind. A flow of light flashed. That old book disappeared and stayed inside his storage ring. As long as his fingers didn't touch the book, the violent spiritual fluctuations would not burst out. His mind sensed it a little bit, and then he realized that the old book was retrieved by the storage ring indeed. He then let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the ancient corpse and wanted to see how abnormal that book was. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came up from that ancient corpse. It then turned into a strange plume of smoke and disappeared into thin air in this strange space. The old book and this weathered ancient corpse seemed to have a close connection. Since the book disappeared from the corpse's hand, it seemed not to feel the need to exist anymore, and then disappeared just like that. Not only that, when the ancient corpse turned into ashes, this space also began to crack, as some splits appeared. Shi Yan's face changed. He didn't overthink and immediately communicated with the ice-cold flame. A bunch of silver lights flashed up, and Shi Yan quickly drilled into it. That bunch of light brought Shi Yan flying outside, following the channel that the sky-breaking shuttle had broken through earlier. In the cold space, Shi Yan turned into a column of starlight and returned to the ancient city from that strange space. Chapter 408, Restore the Original Shape. Chapter 408, Restore the Original Shape. The space was destroyed. All 4 kinds of disaster in the ancient city seemed to be attracted by that heaven gate, as they crazily rushed into the gate, which was about to break in pieces. Shi Yan stood below, looking at the disasters blowing into the heaven gate, and then watching the space rifts in the sky. His face looked shocked. The heaven and earth had a mutation. The sky revealed a beam of dazzling light in which space's chaotic movements could be seen. In the burst of violent roars, that heaven gate bulged, finally turning into a small spot of light and disappearing above the ancient city. The ancient city suddenly restored its quietness. Even the beasts that had been gathering also seemed to know that there was no more meaning to continue to guard, and so they all left the ancient city. The four surrounding mountains collapsed in an instant and razed to the ground. The weaving galaxies in the sky slowly faded like a river drying out, and thus it also quickly lost its previous mysterious look. A graceful figure had a glimpse down from the sky and then turned into a beam of light, flying away. Shi Yin frowned, stared at that beautiful figure for a moment while he was wearing a grave look. Although he was far apart, he could still recognize that figure was Aya, who had earlier gone missing. He didn't know why this woman was in the sky or what had happened to her. Her leaving made Shi Yin feel that this ancient city had nothing else to be attached to. Sure enough, at the weaving point, many warriors also began to fly away, not continuing to linger in the ancient city for any longer. These people seemed to know that the ancient city no longer had secret treasures, and thus they would harvest nothing if they continued to stay. The book Blacksmith's Secrets of Success in the ancient mummy's hand seemed to be the reason of this ancient city's existence. Since Shi Yin took the book, all of the strange treasures of this place also disappeared, which meant that this ancient city had no more mysteries left. The beast's bones also exploded into pieces in the heaven gate, scattering in every corner of the ancient city. Several figures in the sky seemed to look at Shi Yin, who was standing below, and thus they slowly descended near him. Shi Yin frowned and looked at the sky, realizing that they were Zhao Feng, Qi Xiao, and the others. Shi Yin let out a sigh of relief and put down his guard. While jumping into the heaven gate, he had consumed much of his spirit. Therefore, his current state was not very good. If the warriors in the sky considered him as their target to kill, he would be in danger given his situation at the moment. Zhao Feng and the others slowly landed. "Kid, why did you come here?" Zhao Feng shouted with an astonished face. "Kid, what the hell are you doing here? Why has this strange place restored its normal state?" Even the galaxy and the ancient corpses in the sky also disappeared. "What did you do?" Li Yu, Qi Xiao, and the others also looked at him with puzzled faces. When they were still fighting with the ancient corpses in the sky, they realized that the ancient city had a big change. The ancient corpses went into the space rifts one by one without leaving a trace. After observing everything around, they realized that the ancient city's mutation seemed to be related to Shi Yan's deeds. They were all astonished and immediately came down here. The warriors from other forces saw the change of this ancient city. They knew that it was no longer necessary for them to continue staying here, and thus they all left and went to another exotic land. "I don't know what happened." Shi Yin shook his head, not wanting to tell them about what really happened to him. The Blacksmith's Secrets of Success of the Blacksmith there might be the most precious treasure in the ancient city. Although he didn't know how valuable this book was, since this Blacksmith's Secrets of Success was kept in his storage ring, the ancient city immediately had such a big change like this. Thus, he could already know how crucial it was. In the Grace mainland, blacksmiths were extremely rare, and so this secret treasure was even more precious. If people knew that he had taken this Blacksmith's Secrets of Success, perhaps he would encounter a lot of troubles and might arouse some high-class blacksmiths of the Grace mainland, who still maintained a good relationship with God Realm warriors. If those blacksmiths knew that he had this precious refining method, they would come and find him at any cost and would deprive this Blacksmith's Secrets of Success from him. After spending a long time in the Grace mainland, he had realized the cruelty of this world. He knew that as long as he had a powerful strength, he could do whatever he wanted in this world. No legal morality could control him. "You didn't find anything unusual?" Zhao Feng asked while his eyes flashed a trace of surprise. He seemed to be very curious, as he always felt that this ancient city's mutation certainly had something to do with Yin. Kai was also puzzled. Her beautiful eyes glinted with a beam of strange light. She hesitated a bit before speaking softly. I always have a feeling that we have all been too focused on fighting above, but the things we got there are far less than the harvest here. Although I don't know what you got, since this strange land suddenly lost all of its mysteries. It is certain that the most precious treasure here has been taken. Zhao Feng's and Li Yu's eyes brightened as they both felt that Kai was right. They looked at Yin with complicated faces. Kid, tell us. We are really curious. Zhao Feng grinned. Curiosity can get people killed. I know that, but I still want to know what you have harvested after all. I want to know what the most precious treasure in this exotic land is. Yin still shook his head while his face remained cold. Nothing. Everyone knew that Yin didn't want to say about it. Zhao Feng and Liu looked at him for a long while. As seeing his determined attitude, they then helplessly stopped asking. Both of them considered Yin as the brightest star of the divine radiant cult in the future, as they still hoped to rely on Yin to enhance their positions in the divine radiant cult. They obviously didn't want to offend him at this point in time, so they didn't continue to ask him. As for Qi Xiao, Kai Yi, and Zhusu, they all had to rely on Yin to be safe all the way on the trip. When facing Yin, they always felt that they owed him many favors. Therefore, seeing Yin unwilling to say anything, they naturally stopped asking. I don't think it's necessary for us to continue staying here any longer. Yin smiled and looked up at the sky. Should we leave this place? I just saw Aya, Kai said with a dark face. That bitch has had her calculations against us all the way. At the critical point of time, she wanted us dead to get more precious treasures. If I have a chance, I'll give her a lesson for sure. The two brothers flashed a hateful look as they also resented Aya. She's the first one who left this place. If I am right, she will go to another exotic place. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to see her again. Yin nodded and said with a cold voice, This woman has a wicked heart. She has never considered us her companions. If I have a chance, I'll handle her. If so, then let's go together. Zhao Feng burst into laughter. Kid, I still want to ask you many things. I think that you also need to know more about the Divine Radiant Cult. Our Divine Radiant Cult in the Divine Great Land dominates the entire area, and we are the oldest sect in the Divine Great Land. You are so outstanding, and if you go to the Divine Great Land, the Divine Radiant Cult will obviously invite you to our sect's holy land. The Divine Radiant Cult. Yin was agitated at heart while his face changed slightly. According to Zhao Feng, the Divine Radiant Cult was the place that could protect him as they highly respected young, outstanding warriors. Moreover, it was one of the most powerful ancient factions in the Divine Great Land. This sect had secret methods, which were related to various types of mysterious martial arts, along with different techniques to use martial arts. This sect's secret methods were way more improved than those of the other three divine sects. If he had the opportunity to come to the Divine Great Land, he could use the Divine Radiant Cult's power. Therefore, it seemed that if he stayed in the Divine Great Land, he would have a lot of convenience and benefits. If it was possible to use the power of Divine Radiant Cult to enhance his cultivation base, expand his knowledge, and help him understand the Upanishads more, it was not bad at all. I think I will go to the Divine Great Land, but not at the moment. Yin contemplated for a while, then talked to Zhao Feng with a smile. I still have one thing to do in the Endless Sea. After I have done the business here in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, I will go back to the Endless Sea. Then, once everything there is settled, I will visit the Divine Great Land. There is nothing interesting there, Zhao Feng muttered, compared to the Divine Great Land, be it the level of warriors or martial techniques or martial spirits. They're all far behind in ours. Our Divine Great Land is the gathering center of all warriors in the Grace Mainland. We have all kinds of wonderful things that you could never believe. You can have anything you want. Yin nodded. You don't need to persuade me. After I settled down the matter in the Endless Sea, I will certainly travel to divine great land. We will talk more. I will tell you about the divine radiant cult and how to find us when you go there in the future. Seeing Shi Yin determined to go to the endless sea, Zhao Feng didn't continue to talk him out of it. I could be your guide there. All right. Shi Yin nodded with a smile. Zhao Feng looked very joyful. His attitude was also friendly. At this time, a bunch of burning fires suddenly flew over from afar, aiming at Shi Yin. The fires were extremely hot, covering the entire area. Under that scorching heat, warriors beside Shi Yin all felt uncomfortable and hastily gathered their strength to resist. Zhao Feng's eyes shot out a light, staring at that earth flame, and suddenly shouted, "That is the burning power of the sun, refined spirit." Liyu's eyes lit up while she expressed a frightened look. Chapter 409, 9 Types of Heaven Flames. Chapter 409, 9 Types of Heaven Flames. Shi Yin didn't say anything, but just smiled and stretched out his hand. The blood vein ring shot out blood light, and the incoming earth flame disappeared into his blood vein ring. At the same time, the ice-cold flame also went into the blood vein ring. That's the burning power of the sun, refined spirit. Zhao Feng's eyes reflected the hot flames, looking at Shi Yin with surprise. Kid, didn't I feel it wrong? Yes, it does have the burning power of the sun, refined spirit, Shi Yin nodded. For those who use the sun power to cultivate, the power of the sun, refined spirit, is the most precious treasure. If I can use the sun, refined spirit, to cultivate, I think my martial technique will have a great breakthrough. Zhao Feng shot out a sharp look. If I can use the sun, refined spirit, my comprehension will be more profound, and perhaps I will enter the spirit realm. Shi Yin slightly smiled and shook his head. It belongs to me. If possible, I want to borrow it to cultivate later. I don't need the sun, refined spirit energy. I only need to observe it a bit closer to find the traits of the power being released from the sun, refined spirit, and how the fiery flame burns. Is it okay? Zhao Feng laid his eyes on Shi Yin with a begging look and a longing face. Shi Yin knitted his eyebrows, hesitated a little bit, and then said, "If only that's the deal, then no problem." Zhao Feng was overjoyed and burst into laughter. What is that bunch of burning fire after all? Liu couldn't help but ask. Well, just see it as a new heaven flame, which comes from a 10,000-year-old volcano that was lucky enough to absorb the sun, refined spirit. Right now, I don't know how great its potential is, but if we say the heaven flames are required to have consciousness, then it should be a heaven flame, Shi Yin explained. Heaven flame. Zhao Feng, Liu, and even Kai looked at him with astonished faces. I have heard that there are a total of 9 heaven flames existing in this world. Adding this one would make it 10. Zhao Feng sighed. The legend about the heaven flames has been circulated in the divine great land, but people who have a heaven flame are extremely rare. Each type of heaven flames has its unique effect and its own mysterious force that makes people envy. You're very lucky to have it. Do you know what the 9 types are? Shi Yin's heart moved slightly while he pretended to ask. He had also heard rumors about the heaven flames. It was said that, in this world, there were a total of 9 types of heaven flames, and there were also rankings among them. However, be it in the quiet cloud or the endless sea, no one seemed to know what types these 9 heaven flames were. Zhao Feng and Liu came from the divine great land, which is the gathering center of all warriors. Warriors who knew about these 9 types of heaven flames could only come from the divine great land. Primal chaos, sacred fire, world-extinguishing thunder flame, 9 serenities, soul-devouring flame, immemorial demonic flame, purgatory true flame, Een spirit ghost flame, vermilion bird true flame, ice-cold flame, and vanishing corpse flame. Zhao Feng's eyes brightened while speaking. These 9 types of heaven flame are the names we already know. The mysteries of these 9 heaven flames have been spread in our divine great land. However, we still don't know what magical effects these 9 heaven flames have. Perhaps, only those who possess the heaven flames can know their magical effects as well as their threats. Primal chaos, sacred fire, world-extinguishing thunder flame, 9 serenities soul devouring flame, immemorial demonic flame, purgatory true flame, in spirit ghost flame, vermilion bird true flame, ice cold flame, and vanishing corpse flame. Sure, Yin murmured while his eyes also slowly lit up. Primal chaos sacred flame is ranked first, and the vanishing corpses flame is ranked last. Each type of heaven flame seems to be able to integrate with the warriors. Once warriors can fuse with the heaven flames, they're able to obtain much more than just their power. Zhao Feng looked at him enviously. Previously, the ice-cold flame had been on Shi Yan's chest. When the earth flame entered the blood vein ring, because its burning power was too strong, and also the fact that the ice-cold flame had been trying to reduce its power, other people didn't know that the icy light column was actually the ice-cold flame, one of the 9 heaven flames. If they knew the ice-cold flame and the 9 serenities soul-devouring flame were both here, Shi Yan wondered how surprised they would be. Sure, Yin already got what he wanted to know, so he stopped asking about the heaven flames. He smiled and looked at Zhao Feng and the others. "How is your harvest up there?" Zhao Feng held a happy face and excitedly said, "We have 4 secret treasures which are all sacred level ones. 3 of them are of the 1st grade of the sacred level, and the remaining one is of the 3rd grade of the sacred level. Ha ha ha. This is really a good harvest. Even in the divine great land, secret treasures are very rare. Only a few important people of the powerful parties can have the 3rd grade of sacred level secret treasures. Ha ha ha." Getting to the exciting part, Zhao Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. The secret treasures that blacksmiths created were divided into 5 levels: mortal level, mystery level, profound level, sacred level, and God level. Each level was divided into 7 grades. The 1st grade was the lowest, and the 7th grade was the best. As Zhao Feng got a 3rd grade sacred level secret treasure this time, no wonder he was so excited. "How about you?" Shi Yan looked as Qi Xiao and Kai Yi. 2 pieces of 1st grade sacred level secret treasures. Qi Xiao smiled, took out a silver dagger, raised it up and said, "I have this." Although Qi Xiao looked calm, his eyes were extremely excited. Since he could get the secret treasures in the dark magnetic noxious mist this time, once his mind connected with it, his strength would be greatly improved. With his sacred level secret treasure, Qi Xiao could become the strongest member of the Fire Empire, the God-blessed empire, and the supreme warrior in the quiet cloud. Thus, he was obviously very happy. "Not bad, not bad." Shi Yan constantly nodded. "Where's the other one?" "In my hand." Kai Yi chuckled, but didn't take out the secret treasure from her storage ring. However, she also looked very satisfied. "I'm quite lucky. It was unexpected that I could harvest something in the dark magnetic noxious mist this time." Lao Li and Lao Luan both revealed a trace of envy and complained that their luck was not good, as they couldn't harvest anything. "Kid, should we leave here or not?" Zhao Feng realized that there was no one left in the ancient city, and thus he was a little anxious. The others have left already, probably to go to the other exotic lands. We should also go soon. Hopefully, we can harvest the God Soul. If we are too late, we will not get anything. "You know the direction?" Shi Yan asked in astonishment. Zhao Feng hauled out a compass, which was similar to the one AI you had, and raised it up. "The Spirit Treasure Sect has forged this stuff. It can identify the direction of any area, so we will not be lost if we have it." "That's good." Shi Yan's eyes brightened while he beamed a smile. "If so, we can go now. How about you?" Zhao Feng looked at Qi Xiao, Kai Yi, and the others. "Are you going with us?" As Qi Xiao and Kai Yi got the secret treasures, their confidence had been increased significantly. Thus, they nodded readily. The 2 brothers hadn't harvested anything, but still hoped to be able to get something in another exotic land. Obviously, they would not give up midway. Therefore, they nodded, indicating that they would also go with them. Zhao Feng actually didn't want to be on the same team with them. However, in consideration for Shi Yan, he didn't say anything. He took out the compass to identify the direction, and then said to Shi Yan, "You guys follow us. The other exotic land is quite far from here. It will take a maximum of 2 days to get there." "Good," Shi Yan nodded. Zhao Feng and Li Yu exchanged glances, assigning something for their warriors who kept up with them. After that, they led the way, flying out. Since the Heaven Gate had exploded, everything here restored to its normal state. Even the divine thunder which had covered outside also disappeared. Shurian used to worry about the divine thunder before. Anyway, his profound chi had been consumed by half, and if the divine thunder were still outside, he would have to use the power of the sky-breaking shuttle to break through. By that time, his profound chi would be drained completely, and if he encountered danger, it would be difficult for him. Although Qi Xiao and Kai Yi had a profound cultivation base, he didn't want to lay his life in someone else's hands. Therefore, he would have to spend some time first to use the demon crystals to restore his profound chi before leaving. Without the divine thunder outside, he didn't have to be that cautious. He flew up to the sky together with Qi Xiao and the others, catching up with Zhao Feng's group. Half a day later, Zhao Feng's group encountered a flock of level 6 beasts above a mountain. However, it didn't take them long to wipe those beasts out. Since the warriors in Zhao Feng's team had quite low realms, their profound chi had been consumed significantly. Zhao Feng had to stop to let them rest for a while, using the demon crystals to restore their profound chi. Shurian took this opportunity to haul out the demon crystals inside his storage ring and restored his profound chi together with Qi Xiao, Zhusu, and Zhushi. The 3 people of Qi Xiao's group were quite poor before. With Shurian's support, they could now have enough demon crystals to restore their profound chi. These 3 people had drained a lot of their profound chi on the way, and were in a situation where they had no more demon crystals. However, after the fight in the ancient city, they had got some demon crystals from some dead warriors, and Shurian had also given them some more. Therefore, they now had enough demon crystals to use. Entering the sky realm, Shurian's ancient profound chi tree seemed to grow double or so. As he was restoring the profound chi, his progress speed was apparently slowed down. When he and Qi Xiao restored the profound chi, it would take quite a lot of time. Even after the warriors in Zhao Feng's team had fully restored their profound chi, Shi Yin and Qi Xiao were still using demon crystals to restore their profound chi. As Zhao Feng knew that he would rely on Shi Yin a lot in the future, he didn't urge him to hurry. Instead, together with Li Yu and the others, he waited for Shi Yin and Qi Xiao to stand up and then continued the trip, going to another strange land. Their trip was much easier as they didn't encounter any beast this time. 2 days later, they finally arrived at another exotic land. The outskirts of this exotic land had thick, gray smoke hovering. However, there was no divine thunder inside that smoke to rock Shi Yan's mind. Following Zhao Feng's team, Shi Yin, Qi Xiao, Kai Yi, and the others also descended in this strange land. Chapter 410, The Abnormal Underground. Chapter 410, The Abnormal Underground. This was a small island, with ancient green trees and blossoming flowers everywhere. The aura of heaven and earth was vibrant on this island. Different from other regions in the dark magnetic noxious mist, the periphery of this island was full of smoke hovering around, but there was none inside the island. All that people could see was towering old trees, which were incredibly dense, covering the sky. Like a paradise, this place didn't have any beasts either, making them relax and feel that cultivating here would be very comfortable. Shurian's team went through the fog and landed. Afterward, they quietly released their soul consciousness and then immediately realized that their soul consciousness wasn't restricted. When their soul consciousness spread out, various dynamic living activities in the island could instantly be reflected in their sea of consciousness. Nobody's here. Zhao Feng had a cultivation base of third sky as sky realm. He released his soul consciousness, which had soon enveloped the entire island. But there was no trace of any life. A place with dense heaven and earth aura and verdant blossoming flowers like this should not be this empty. The warriors from the divine great land were certain that there was a part of warriors who had come here to find the existence of the god soul. Those should have spread out their soul consciousness to find the abnormality on the island, as well as possible opportunities. Qi Xiao, Liu and others were wearing doubtful faces. They also released their soul consciousness, but got nothing either. It's not right, Shiyin frowned. There must be something strange here. Otherwise, some warriors should be here. If we can come here, the others certainly can too. If we can spread out our soul consciousness, the other warriors also can. So basically, when we land here, we should immediately be detected. It's impossible that no soul consciousnesses are exploring the area. Everyone should be careful. I don't think this place is normal. Perhaps it's even more dangerous than the previous exotic land. Zhao Feng's face darkened. Everyone gather in one place. Don't scatter. We're going to the center of the island together and explored a bit. Everyone nodded and gathered. Towering trees expanded all over the island. With a quick look, this island was totally covered with dense forests. Those old trees would limit the vision of those walking in these forests, and they would not be able to see far. Shiyan's team was slowly moving deeper into the island. They were not anxious, just paying attention to everything in the surroundings. As long as there were any signs of trouble, they would carefully observe them. Thump, thump. Dull sounds resonated from under their feet. A vibration came up from deep under the ground of the island. The vibration frequency was slow, but it seemed to rush straight to the human mind. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone's heart gradually beat faster. The tremor from underneath the island seemed to be able to drive the heartbeat, making the hearts of those people pound faster and faster. What? Zhao Feng's eyes glinted with a bunch of strange light. Do you guys all feel it? Everyone's faces were solemn. They all nodded. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and said with a grave face, I think there exists something abnormal underground. We should be careful. If our heartbeat reaches a certain speed, we'll probably get crazy. The faster the heartbeat is, the more influence it will have on our judgment and reasoning, making us too nervous and dominating our emotions. After pausing for a while, Zhao Feng looked at Shiyin and said, especially you. Shiyin was a little embarrassed as he gently nodded. Don't worry. I had reasons to have lost my mind before. I will not suddenly lose my mind again. The impact I have this time should be consistent with yours. Who has a soul consciousness that can penetrate into the subterranean ground? Liu hesitated for a while before her face slightly changed, as she seemed to realize something. My soul consciousness cannot even go 10 zhongs underground. There seem to be some barriers inside the ground of this island that prevent the soul consciousness from penetrating. After hearing what she said, everyone else immediately sent their soul consciousness into the ground to verify her words. Shiyan's soul consciousness also suddenly dashed to the ground. However, when it reached the depth of only 5 zhongs, it encountered obstacles. With the barrier that prevented soul consciousness from penetrating underground, they seemed to have countless ropes tying their soul consciousness up. The deeper it drilled down, the stronger the pulling force was. After reluctantly spreading out to the depth of 6 zhongs, Shiyin had released all of his soul consciousness and couldn't penetrate even a centimeter further. I can affirm that. Zhao Feng solemnly looked at everyone and said, if nothing unexpected happens, I'm sure this island's abnormality should be in the center of the earth. So, we should look for the entrance to go there. I think that if there are other warriors they should be in the center of the earth. If they can go down there, we also can. Well, there must be an entrance. While talking, Kai took out a sapphire bangle from her storage ring. As soon as the bangle emerged in her palm, it immediately shed 3 columns of azure light, which penetrated straight down into the ground, piercing the earth's barriers all the way downward. Kai slowly closed her eyes while tightly holding the bangle. When the 3 light columns struck straight to the ground, Kai knitted her eyebrows tightly as she seemed to sense something serious. Half a day later, her graceful body suddenly trembled. She then opened her eyes and said with surprise, somebody is fighting down there. Everyone was shocked. This sapphire bangle is from an exotic land. During the past 2 days, I've sensed carefully and realized that my sapphire bangle could detect different energies. When these 3 azure light columns penetrated the earth earlier, they realize that at least 10 different kinds of energy are competing. It's obvious that there must be a variety of warriors engaging in the battle. Kai, he held the sapphire bangle while calmly explaining to everyone. Those people underground should have realized something already. Otherwise, they would not have been fighting now. Zhao Feng grinned. It seems that those people have met some sacred-level secret treasures, and they are fighting each other only because of those treasures. Our guess is right. The strange things of this island are all underground. Look for the entrance. Shi Yin cracked a smile out of the corner of his mouth, separate to seek. It looks like there's no danger in this island. Everyone scatter and shout when you find it. Although this island is not small, if we spread out, it'll be easy to find the entrance. Scatter. Zhao Feng instructed his people from the divine radiant cult, and then flew away first towards the center of the island. Kai Yi, Qi Xiao, the two brothers also spread out as per Shi Yan's order. Shi Yan didn't move yet, just standing still on his spot. 7 people from the divine radiant cult, Kai Yi, Qi Xiao, and the two brothers had divided into 3 directions. With many people like this, it should not take long to search the entire island. Even if he didn't put any effort into this, he still could enjoy the result. That was why he was this leisurely. Zhusu and Zhushi were about to scatter to search for the entrance, but as they saw him stay back, they were stunned for a moment and also stood still. Grandfather Zhua, after this thing, you should return to the merchant union. Shi Yin contemplated for a while, and then suddenly said with a solemn face, don't get back to the endless sea. Although I'm not sure how the current situation is right now, I'm certain that the endless sea is very chaotic. Since I left the endless sea, demon dwellers of the 4th demon area should have massively invaded the endless sea. It has been such a long time, so I think perhaps the dark dwellers and the demon dwellers have come to the endless sea together. If you take that way, you will obviously encounter dangers. Zhusu's face changed slightly. He said with fright, demon dwellers? Dark dwellers? Shi Yin nodded. Isn't it said that these 2 alien races have disappeared from the Grace mainland? In the Merchant Union, there are some ancient legends about the existence of these 2 races. However, we have never seen any of them. Have they actually come to the endless sea? They're in the endless sea now? Yes, everyone living there is in tragedy. These 2 races have killed a large number of warriors. The Kiara Sea and the Hengluo Sea are now covered with corpses. Many civilians have also been affected. It's impossible to tell everything in just a few words. Talking about the endless sea, Shi Yin also felt very depressed. Since he left the endless sea, he knew that the Great Race War would break out. Chao Qiu Dao of the Chao family and Yang Yitian of the Martial Spirit Palace were 2 powerful persons. If the 2 of them united, together with other forces in the endless sea, it would be hard to say who would win given the situation that the demon dwellers and the dark dwellers didn't come to the endless sea at the same time. There was one thing he was sure, that this war would not easily end soon. After the Yang family hid in the 4th demon area, there was no news from them. Although Qi Yin said that Yang Tian Emperor was dead, Shi Yin always felt that the said person could not easily die like this. Yang Tian Emperor was the most famous, outstanding warrior in the endless sea, who was also extremely wise. He should have some support. When the Yangs were there and fighting in the endless sea, he had to go back. The more chaotic the area was, the easier it was for him to enhance his cultivation through the mysterious martial spirit. He had reached the sky realm, so he needed a lot of profound qi to make a breakthrough. Since the endless sea was this chaotic, this was apparently a suitable place for him to cultivate. Linda and Xia Shengchuan were dead. Shi Yin was now more confident than before when he faced the devil Emperor Qi Yin. With the emergence of Bo Sun, Dishan and Yu Rou had to betray him because of their race. For Shi Yin, this was a great humiliation. He came to the dark magnetic noxious mist to kill and get back what belonged to him. Chapter 411, Sentimental Selection. Chapter 411, Sentimental Selection. If that place is so dangerous, why do you still want to go back? Zhushi was puzzled. She gently asked, Shi Yin, you can temporarily return to the quiet cloud. I think if your family knows that you have broken through the sky realm, they will be delighted. If you go back to the Merchant Union, the Shur family and the Zwuff family will unite and perhaps can dominate the God-blessed empire and the Fire Empire. The quiet cloud is too small, Shurien shook his head. If the time comes, I will let you go to the Merchant Union so that you can find a more suitable place to cultivate. Found it, Laoli screamed from a distance. Shurien was startled. He then said to Zwisu and Zwashur, let's not talk about this now. Let's go over there to see what mystery lies in the underground of this island. When Shurien, Zwisu, and Zwashur came, Zhao Feng, Qi Xiao, and Kai already stood in front of a dark hole. Some other warriors of the divine radiant cult quickly rushed over as well. This was not a big hole where cold aura flew out continuously. Standing in front of the cave entrance, they could sense fresh breeze blowing onto their bodies, making them feel a bone-deep chill and give them a feeling that some kind of danger was hiding inside that cave, which terrified everyone. Not long after that, Liu also arrived with the remaining disciples of the divine radiant cult, looking at the entrance of the cave. This is it. Zhao Feng cocked his head to look a bit and then shook it. I can't see anything. Perhaps there's also something blocking the soul consciousness. While they were talking, a silhouette suddenly rushed out and shouted, "Run!" An arm-sized rattan, like a ghost hand, thrust out from the cave and trapped that man instantly. As it had wound around the man, it released a strong suction force all of a sudden. The man's blood flowed towards the rattan, and in just a short amount of time, all of his blood had completely been drained. Everyone's eyes were wide opened. That man died even before he could have exited the cave. Everyone's face was frozen. Zwashur and Grandpa Zwa, don't get in. Find a safe place outside and wait. Shurien acted decisively and told the two of them hurriedly, it's very dangerous in there. You will not be able to help with anything, but you can get us bothered. His words were rude. Zwisu's eyes flashed a trace of sadness as he knew his cultivation base was too low. He reluctantly nodded, held Zwashur's hand, and said, Zwashur, don't go there. Shurien's right. We really can't help with anything. Although Zwashur wanted to try, she still followed her grandfather's advice. She looked at Qi Xiao and Shurien worriedly and said with a low tone, you should be careful. It's strange in there. If it's too dangerous, come out immediately. Don't take anything. Only if you're alive can you enjoy the benefits. If you're dead, then there is nothing left. Okay. Shurien smiled and nodded. I know. I will consider staying alive as the primary task. If I realize that it's something I can't handle, I will come out immediately. Can we go now? Zhao Feng was excited, rubbing his hands, and said with a smile, the more dangerous the place is, the more chances that secret treasures will be there. Everyone should be careful. Don't let the rattan entangle you. Everyone nodded with solemn faces. Zhao Feng didn't say anything else, laughed out loud, and jumped down first. Liu and the others from the divine radiant cult didn't hesitate either. They all followed Zhao Feng, plunging down into the cave. Qi Xiao and the two brothers also followed him. You leave first. Shurien looked at Zwisu and Zwashur. The two of them were a little hesitant, but didn't say anything. They then left the cave and disappeared into the jungle. Only Kai, Yi, and Shurien were left. Kai didn't hurry to jump down, but looked at him with a longing face. She was wearing green clothes. Her face was white, and her eyes were like they could speak. She kept looking at Shurien with a begging attitude. Are you anxious? Shurien calmly asked. After the battle in the previous exotic land, I think that you have trusted me. Kai said with a serious face. I'm different from Aya. I will not be shameless like her. I know that you have helped us a lot all the way. I will not return evil for good. I promise. This reason is not enough, said Shurien with an emotionless face. It is certainly dangerous down there. As my soul has your formation technique, I can't utilize all of my power. Kai angrily stared at him. What's wrong with you? I have begged you like this. Although I did something bad in that lake, didn't you do the same? Kai's face reddened as she was shy. Shurien sneered and said, yes, I also did something wrong in that place. But it was just because I saw you wanted to harm me. I was so angry that I did it. If you guys didn't do that to me, I definitely would not have done anything. Speaking of the charming scene at the bottom of that lake, he couldn't help but remember Kai Yi's beautiful body, while his eyes also changed slightly, becoming burning. Under Shi Yan's scrutinizing eyes, Kai Yi was very embarrassed. She fiercely stared at him and growled, "Leave it then." After talking, she was about to jump down into the cave. "All right, let me remove it for you," blurted Shi Yan. Kai Yi's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. She halted, burst into laughter, turned around to look at him, and gently said, "I knew it. It's not like you don't have any feelings. You're actually very nice. As long as the others have good intentions toward you, you will not harm them. Otherwise, you would not care for Zhuoshi that much." After Zhuoshi appeared, Shi Yan always cared for Zhuosu and Zhuoshi on the way. Kai Yi secretly observed him for a while, then realized that the care didn't come from love. It was just because they knew each other before. He didn't mind encountering dangers, and instead, always helped the two of them. After a long time of observation, Kai Yi finally realized that Shi Yan was not cold and ruthless as she'd imagined. She was actually envious of Zhuoshi, as Shi Yan cared for her a lot. After understanding more about Shi Yan, her hatred towards Shi Yan gradually faded, and moreover, she wanted to have a good relationship with him. "If I was really ruthless, you and the two brothers should already be dead." Shi Yan slightly harumphed and said, "If I didn't save you and help you go to the corpse bridge, you think that you could have survived? I know you were kind." Kai smiled. She looked thrilled and fresh as her mood was good. "Can you remove the formation technique for me now?" Shi Yan nodded, closed his eyes, and used a soul connection to enter her mind to remove the formation technique that he had left in her soul before. Kai suddenly let out a sigh of relief, grinned like flowers blossoming, which could mesmerize other people. She nodded to Shi Yan and said with a low voice, "You aren't bad indeed. If I knew about it soon, I definitely would not have done it in that lake. However, you already saw my body, and I will remember it carefully." After talking, Kai moved to the cave, released a colorful band of 5-colored light, and slowly went into the cave. Shi Yan was bewildered, quietly watching Kai Yi's graceful body slowly diving. Shi Yan shook his head after a long while, grinned, and went into the cave. In the dark cave, Shi Yan could only see the colorful light from Kai Yi's body. He accelerated and appeared next to her in only 3 seconds. This cave seemed to be very deep. The two of them had been plunging down for a while, but still didn't see anything. No light came up from the cave, either. "Shi Yan, honestly, do you like Zhuoshi? Although that girl doesn't have a high realm, she's very charming. It's normal if you like her." While flying down, Kai suddenly turned her head to look at him and asked curiously, "Why does it matter to you?" Shi Yan harumphed and said, "You should care about yourself. Don't let the rot tan here shackle you. If it happens, I'll just ignore you." "You will not," Kai said with a smile. After the formation technique in her mind was removed, she seemed to have solved the knot. She seemed to no longer hate Shi Yan. Her face glowed. "Although you look cold, you're not like that. I know it." "Did you fall in love with me?" Shi Yan pouted and coldly looked at her. "Although I did touch you, I will not take responsibility. Don't think I will love you because of this. I'm very ruthless. I'm only interested in your body, not you. I don't like a woman who is too cunning. Right? Perhaps I love you already." Kai was half real, half joking, but she was not angry either. "I have heard that if a man is interested in a woman's body, then loving her is not too distant a thing. Anyway, you have seen and touched my body already. Well, you could just forget that, girls, was sure, and be my man. If you want to flirt with me, you should consider the time and situation." Shi Yan rubbed his nose and said reluctantly, "If I knew this, I would not have removed the formation technique for you. I just realized that since your mind is free from the formation technique, your brain seems to have had some problem. If you want to die, I don't care. But don't talk nonsense to me. It affects my vigilance." Such an emotionless guy. Kai glanced at him with enchanting eyes. The two of them flew down shoulder to shoulder. Her body emitted a flashing light. Shi Yin could see every change on her face, smell the fragrance from her body, and hear her sulky words. He calmed down again and felt that this subterranean trip didn't seem so terrible as he'd imagined. Chapter 412, Swallow Hollow Spirits. Chapter 412, Swallow Hollow Spirits. Shi Yin and Kai Yi had plunged down side by side for around 10 minutes before they finally got to the center of the underground. This place looked like a fantasy land, with a huge swamp area in the center. Many bizarre trees like rattan grew in the swamp. Those trees were strangely humanoid. Each of them was 10 meters high, slowly moving in the swamp. Gloomy ghosts were wandering around, scattering out cold, evil thoughts which could affect people's sea of consciousness. These gloomy ghosts emitted green light, while the swamp water was dark green, making the swamp look more eccentric and gloomy like a world of ghosts. More than 10 Nirvana Realm and Sky Realm warriors were scattered in all directions around the swamp. Everyone's faces were solemn while fighting with the gloomy ghosts and the humanoid monsters. When a warrior died, his blood would be sucked completely, and his immortal soul would quickly be assimilated by the gloomy ghost. It then also turned him into a ghost, staring at other warriors with human auras and releasing terrible spirit fluctuations. In the swamp, warriors were battling everywhere. Among them was Zhao Feng's team, who were 10 meters away from Shi Yan's left side. They were fighting against those rattan trees and the ghosts, their faces looking quite serious. After arriving, Shi Yan and Kai Yi didn't have time to stop, as they immediately came to aid Zhao Feng, Qi Xiao, and the others. Shi Yan, be careful. Those rattan monsters and the hollow spirits are extremely tough to deal with. Swords and a variety of attacking forces are ineffective on these hollow spirits. Only soul attacks with intent domains can destroy them. These rattan monsters are some sort of strange creature, an organic combination of flora and fauna. They can absorb human blood and use it to grow their power. Don't let them wrap you. Seeing Shi Yin coming over, Zhao Feng immediately raised his voice to remind him to pay attention to those rattan monsters and hollow spirits. You can use your force to bombard the rattan monsters. These things are malicious. They have sharp thorns. Once they pierce through someone's body, they will target the blood vessels and suck all of the warrior's blood. At any cost, don't let them wrap you. As for the hollow spirits, they have a terrible soul corrosion force. Once the hollow spirits drill into your sea of consciousness, they will control your it. Qi Xiao was dealing with a rattan tree. His entire body was filled with thick smoke, and he seemed to flash on and off in that smoke. Once the rattan tree came, he would hide inside the smoke, making the rattan tree unable to identify his location. The two brothers Lao Luan and Lao Li were fighting against hollow spirits, and thus didn't have spare time to remind Shi Yan. Now, when Shi Yan came, they had a little bit free time to tell him about the strengths and weaknesses of the rattan trees and hollow spirits. 3 rattan monsters had their roots extended into the swamp, but they still could move dexterously, as if they had legs. 10 hollow spirits shrouded Zhao Feng, Li Yu, and the others, as they seemed to understand the rules. They launched attacks together, releasing violent soul vibrations towards the divine radiant cult's disciples and Qi Xiao. Facing these soul fluctuations, Zhao Feng and Li Yu could deal with them easily. However, the two brothers were strained in fighting them. The two of them wore strange faces and kept moving backward while guarding their sea of consciousness, as they were afraid that these hollow spirits would occupy their minds. After observing everything for a while, Shi Yan realized that there were many warriors with empty eyes and green pupils. They were attacking other warriors together with the hollow spirits. Those people were obviously warriors as well. However, their sea of consciousnesses seemed to have been occupied by the hollow spirits, thus getting completely under the hollow spirits' control. They had no sense of their own and just automatically attacked the other warriors. After coming here, Shi Yan and Kai Yi joined the battle immediately together with Qi Xiao, Zhao Feng, and the others, attacking the rattan monsters. With a quick glance, Yin realized that there were many warriors in the swamp fighting the Rot-Tan monsters and the hollow spirits. With a rough count, he guessed there were at least 7 or 8 teams of warriors. It seemed that there was also fighting in the place further than here. However, because of the far distance, Yin could hardly see clearly. Before coming to this island, his profound chi had been recovered through the demon crystals. The ice-cold flame and the earth flame had also restored 7 or 8 parts of their power. They were now hibernating in the blood vein ring and could always correspond to his call to come out. With many battles like this, he was not worried, easily dealing with those Rot-Tan trees as well as observing the situation around. "Watch out!" Kai shouted to Yin. "Behind you!" A shining green hollow spirit turned into a green light column that passed by Lao Li and rushed towards Yin. This hollow spirit was formed from a soul, didn't have a body, and just some extremely violent soul fluctuations. Evil thoughts pierced into his mind first, and the hollow spirit immediately caught up with it, directly flying straight into his sea of consciousness. Before Yin could turn his head, he was immediately aware of his brain tingling, as if countless steel needles piercing through his head, becoming extremely painful. He had been just negligent for one moment, and that had given the hollow spirit the opportunity to penetrate his mind. The green light suddenly disappeared into his head. The complexions of Zhao Feng, Qi Xiao, and the others changed dramatically. Kai was also worried. She shouted, "Yin, quiet down your mind. Don't let the hollow spirit control it." With this kind of hollow spirit's penetration, it was difficult for other people to help him. Zhao Feng, Qi Xiao, and the others could only stare at the hollow spirit jumping into his sea of consciousness. Each warrior's sea of consciousness was the place where the host's soul dwelled. The penetration of others' soul consciousness into someone's sea of consciousness would make it chaotic and raging, which helped the hollow spirit accelerate its control. Therefore, seeing the hollow spirit jumping into Yin's sea of consciousness, Zhao Feng and the others didn't dare to send their soul consciousness into it, because they knew that once they did it, it would make Yin even more tempestuous. To deal with the hollow spirit, he could only rely on his own spirit as well as his mighty will. If he couldn't stop the hollow spirit from controlling his mind, he would become its slave forever and could never escape. Zhao Feng, Qi Xiao, Kai Yi, and others who were fighting with Rot-Tan trees were still distracted by looking at him, as they didn't know whether he could resist the hollow spirit or not. Inside Yin's sea of consciousness, the hollow spirit's invasion caused a mutation of his sea of consciousness. Countless streams of soul consciousness in his sea of consciousness seemed to be unable to rise. A kind of intimidating soul fluctuation spread out from the hollow spirit, filling his entire sea of consciousness. His eyes suddenly became dazed and empty. When Qi Xiao and the others saw Yin's empty eyes, they felt chilled in their hearts and knew that things were going bad. Kai Yi's face changed as she showed a trace of worry. She shouted again, "Protect your mind." However, at this moment, Yin suddenly grinned and said, "No worries. I'm fine." The 5 devils that hid in his sea of consciousness suddenly turned into 5 huge hollow shadows attacking that hollow spirit. The hollow spirit panicked and did not dare to stay in his sea of consciousness, quickly flying out of his mind. The 5 devils swarmed over, entangling that hollow spirit. They opened their mouths full of fangs to devour that hollow spirit. Inside his sea of consciousness, his host's soul also opened a 3rd eye, and the evil aura of the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame spread out as well. Just in a moment, he had already regained his consciousness, not getting affected by the impact of that hollow spirit. This terrified Zhao Feng and the others. "Leave these hollow spirits to me." When everyone was still horrified, Yin wore a surprised face and then excitedly said, "You guys don't need to deal with the hollow spirits. I alone am enough." After the 5 devils swallowed the hollow spirit, Yin was clearly aware that they had become stronger and were still craving for more. The hollow spirits seemed to be great nutrients to enhance their power. With this finding, Shi Yin removed his spirit defense and stood still, waiting for the hollow spirits to fall into his trap. The hollow spirits' wisdom was not high, and basically, they couldn't comprehend a lesson for themselves. Seeing Shi Yin standing without any defense, all hollow spirits turned into many green light beams, directly storming into his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness right now, the 5 devils were floating around as well as his host soul, which was releasing an earth-destructive aura. Any hollow spirit that went into his sea of consciousness desperately wanted to flee outside as fast as possible under the impact of the 5 devils and his host soul. During that time, the 5 devils would scatter and search for hollow spirits inside his sea of consciousness. When a hollow spirit touched the 5 devils, it was like they got stuck to the rubber glue, not being able to move at all. The 5 devils were extremely excited, clinging to those hollow spirits and engulfing all of them. When a hollow spirit would be about to escape his sea of consciousness, the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame would release an evil light, and that hollow spirit would be immediately annihilated and disappear without leaving any trace. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame could destroy all evil creatures. The hollow spirits that had entered Shi Yan's sea of consciousness simply looked for death. None of them could escape. Seeing those hollow spirits drill into Shi Yan's sea of consciousness, but him still smiling and leisurely looking around here and there to look for more hollow spirits, Zhao Feng and the others were speechless. They shook their heads and let out a sigh. They were terrified because of Shi Yan's strange power. In a short moment, a group of hollow spirits wandering around Zhao Feng and the others were all swallowed by the 5 devils in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. After absorbing the hollow spirits, the 5 devils grew significantly. Their images were getting clearer, and even their faces became livelier. But Shi Yin was not satisfied yet. With such delicious snacks in front of him, it would be a waste if he didn't enjoy. I'll go to find more hollow spirits. You guys should be careful dealing with those rattan trees. After informing Kai Yi, Shi Yin burst into laughter and strolled to the swamp. When the hollow spirits, which were fighting with the other warriors, realized that Shi Yan's sea of consciousness had no defense, all of them rushed to him and penetrated his sea of consciousness. Those hollow spirits that fell into his sea of consciousness had no way to come out, becoming nutrients for the 5 devils. The 5 devils in his sea of consciousness had engulfed all of them. Those warriors quickly realized the abnormal situation, and thus, they all had a terrified look. They couldn't help but take a glance at Shi Yin secretly. Shi Yin, I'm Yizhong Feng. Come here and give me a hand. A familiar voice arose from the left, behind a group of rattan monsters, sounding a little anxious. Chapter 413, The Heart with a Grudge. Chapter 413, The Heart with a Grudge. 7 rattan monsters stood in a semicircle, surrounding a group of miserable-looking warriors. 12 hollow spirits were floating above them, releasing a terrifying spiritual power which made this group of warriors unable to speak and find it difficult to resist. Shi Yin originally didn't pay attention to this place. As long as he saw hollow spirits on the way, he would open his sea of consciousness without any guard, so that these hollow spirits would take the initiative to fall into his trap. Then, the 5 devils would devour them all. In the rattan monster's siege, a familiar voice arose, startling him. He then looked towards that direction more attentively. Yizhong Feng, Shi Yin suddenly shouted while his eyes brightened. Is it you? It's me. Yizhong Feng cried out loud. Come here quickly. I can see that you seem to be able to deal with the hollow spirits. Come here and help me out in dealing with these hollow spirits. After identifying that the voice belonged to Yizhong Feng, Shi Yin didn't hesitate, turning into a beam of light and dashing towards his location. A flow of thick, bone-chilling aura overflowed from his body, and the dense fog scattered. The surrounding rattan monsters didn't dare to act rashly. When the thick, cold fog barged in, those rattan trees wrapping around him were frozen, and they could no longer move freely. The icy air of the ice-cold flame seemed to be able to freeze everything, and rattan monsters were no exception. Those rattan monsters also seemed to know that Yin was not easy to deal with. All of the rattan trees on the way halted when they recognized the ice-cold flame's aura and didn't continue to pursue him. A cluster of burning fires ignited from the middle of the 7 rattan monsters. The scorching fire seemed to come from the purgatory true flame, seemingly wanting to burn everything in this world into ashes. The purgatory true flame. Even though he was still a bit far from that place with the ice-cold flame, he already knew that Yi Zhongfeng was one of those warriors. The purgatory true flame came from Yi Zhongfeng. Unless he was dead, it would never leave his body. If the purgatory true flame appeared, Yi Zhongfeng was certainly there. Many clusters of the purgatory true flame looked like floating clouds in the air. Its heat was extremely horrifying, and the rattan monsters around didn't dare to reach out, not even a single branch. Yin observed everything for a moment and then realized that there were a lot of ashes in those clusters of burning flames. With a closer look, he found that they were the ashes from the rattan trees, which had been burned. The fact that those rattan monsters were oppressed might be because they already had experienced the purgatory true flame. Although this purgatory true flame was powerful, hollow spirits didn't seem to be scared. This kind of a strange spirit creature aggressively moved in the burning flames, like fireflies shining everywhere, even covering the purgatory true flame's fires. Inside the circle formed by the rattan monsters, there was a group of 4, including 3 males and 1 female. They were all very young. The men were handsome and charming, while the woman was both beautiful and graceful. Yi Zhongfeng was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a solemn face. His body released a plume of flames from time to time. The flames flew out and instantly gathered with the fire clouds in the sky, and thus, those rattan monsters didn't dare to act recklessly. The other 2 men were standing in front of Yi Zhongfeng on his left and on his right respectively. They were tall and might, with long beards and charming look. These 2 people showed their cold eyes and didn't say anything as they seemed to be resisting the soul attack from the hollow spirits. Behind Yi Zhongfeng stood a beautiful woman with a graceful body, wearing a leather skirt. She was holding a dragon bone whip while looking around with caution. Lin Yiqi was not in this group. Actually, Yi Zhongfeng alone was enough to deal with these rattan monsters. The reason they were facing danger was because of the lingering hollow spirits. After a long time since they last met, Yi Zhongfeng had already entered the first sky of Nirvana realm. The other 3 people were at the second or the third sky of Nirvana realm. This team was not too powerful in this swamp, and even weaker than Zhao Feng's and Yan's teams. As most of them were at the Nirvana realm, they seemed to be strained while dealing with the hollow spirits. At the Nirvana realm, the warrior's sea of consciousness was just newly formed. Thus, the host soul was limited and hardly utilized powerful soul attacks or defense. That was why they had difficulty in fighting with hollow spirits. "Come here and give me a hand quickly." Seeing Yin stop outside of the rattan monsters area, Yi Zhongfeng's eyes brightened while he anxiously said, "Boy, help me deal with these hollow spirits. I don't need you for other things. I can cope with the rattan monsters." Yin still didn't rush over. His entire body emitted a cold, gloomy aura. He knitted his eyebrows, looking at the others, and asked, "Where is Xia Xinyan?" Yan's face darkened. He could see something bad had happened as Yi Zhongfeng's face suddenly changed. "Help me deal with these hollow spirits. I will tell you about Xia Xinyan later." Yi Zhongfeng frowned, shook his head, and looked at Yin with a guilty face. "Okay." Yin walked over to those 4 people with a somber face. Seeing him coming closer, the 7 rattan monsters could feel that terrifying cold aura but didn't dare to attack him. On one side was the purgatory true flame that Yi Zhongfeng releasing, and the other side was the ice-cold flame's aura from Yan's body. Although these two heaven flames didn't release their real power, their auras were enough to frighten the Rot-Tan monsters and make them stay away. The 7 Rot-Tan monsters moved away, giving him the way. This incident also terrified the other 3 people of Yi Zhongfeng's group. Those 3 people were guarding against the Rot-Tan monsters and taking precautions against Shi Yin at the same time. They looked extremely careful and curious. The beautiful woman had a tan skin and an appealing body, wearing a nice leather skirt. She raised her eyebrows, staring at Shi Yin, while speaking to Yi Zhongfeng. Zhongfeng, who is this? Is he a member of your spirit treasure sect? Why haven't I seen him before? He's a friend who I've met in the Endless Sea, explained Yi Zhongfeng. The Endless Sea? That woman laughed with disdain and then swung the dragon bone whip in her hand. A thunder-like explosion reverberated in the void. Each nag of the dragon bone whip seemed to contain a mysterious power that could shake the heaven and earth. She was the one with the highest realm among the 4 of them, which was the 3rd sky and Nirvana realm. With her dragon bone whip, her aura was terrifying. Beauty, if you can cope with the hollow spirits, I will not take action. Shi Yin came over, curled his lips, and coldly looked at her with ridicule. That's right. The Endless Sea is just a small place, and of course, far lower than your divine great land. I think that the young talents of the divine great land can deal with this kind of hollow spirits much better than me. I will not dare to offer to teach a fish to swim. After talking, he turned to Yi Zhongfeng, quickly sat down without looking at that woman anymore. He stared at Yi Zhongfeng with a dark face and asked, "How is Xia Xinyan? I don't see you have the guts either." The woman's face became cold while she harumphed. "If Lin Yiqi were here, we would not have needed you." With Lin Yiqi's sole defensive secret treasure, these hollow spirits wouldn't even dare to come close. Shi Yin basically didn't care about that woman. He calmly looked at Yi Zhongfeng. She's fine. She has probably reached the Nirvana realm. This can't be told in just a few words. Help me deal with these hollow spirits first. Yi Zhongfeng begged to him again. While talking, Yi Zhongfeng looked at that appealing woman with a wry smile. "Linji, don't bring more troubles to me. You can deal with those hollow spirits. As my sea of consciousness has just formed, I cannot resist the soul attack of the hollow spirits. Can you please talk less?" The woman's name was Linji. She threw a glance at Shi Yin and stopped babbling. "She's Linji, Lin Yiqi's sister. She's like that, not easy to talk to at the beginning. But after getting more familiar, she's not that bad." Yi Zhongfeng forced a smile, explained to Shi Yin, and then urged, "Be quick. These hollow spirits seem to be interested in my appearance now. As my realm is the lowest, I can barely resist them." Shi Yin frowned, coldly looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and said, "You will have to tell me everything later." After talking, he focused his mind to scatter his consciousness, exposing his sea of consciousness without any defense. He even walked towards the area where the hollow spirits were gathering. A hollow spirit, which flew next to the Rot-Tan monsters, suddenly considered him its delicious food and then rushed towards him without hesitation. 12 hollow spirits, which were like giant fireflies, turned into green lights and went into his sea of consciousness one by one. After watching all of those hollow spirits enter his sea of consciousness, Yi Zhongfeng's group looked at him curiously. Lin Ji was not an exception. The woman surprisingly stared at Shi Yin. Other people from Yi Zhongfeng's group also looked at him with curiosity. When Shi Yin had come to the swamp earlier, other people had all paid attention to the Rot-Tan monsters, except for Yi Zhongfeng with the Purgatory True Flame. He had quietly been focusing on the area ahead and had surprisingly seen Shi Yin let the hollow spirits storm into his sea of consciousness one after another, while still being safe and continuing to walk to the hollow spirits' gathering area. When Yi Zhongfeng recognized his acquaintance, he had been overjoyed as he had found someone to help him. The other 3 people, Lin Ji and the other 2, didn't believe it because they didn't see Shi Yin still safe and sound walking around in the swamp after absorbing hollow spirits. They just thought that Yi Zhongfeng wanted to encourage them. Right now, Shi Yin was walking over while opening his sea of consciousness at the same time. This made Lin Ji and the other two people startled, as they knew that Yi Zhongfeng was not joking. The people of Lin Ji's group understood well how dangerous the hollow spirits were. They knew that only some specific types of soul defensive secret treasure could prevent the hollow spirits' soul attacks from harming the users. However, Shi Yin, on the contrary, let the hollow spirits go into his sea of consciousness. This abnormality went beyond their imagination. This friend of mine is not like the other warriors of the Endless Sea. He's even stronger than the warriors of the Divine Great Land. While Shi Yin was dealing with the hollow spirits, Yi Zhongfeng talked to the others with a low tone and a solemn face. Last time when we parted, he was only at the Earth Realm. In just 1 year, I have reached the Nirvana Realm, and I assumed that it was a fast progress. Unexpectedly, he has entered the Sky Realm. This is unbelievable indeed. Lin Ji and the other two were dumbstruck. Chapter 414, Slap on the Face. Chapter 414, Slap on the Face. Zhongfeng, are you kidding me? Lin Ji was startled and suddenly screamed out loud. She constantly shook her head, not knowing if she should laugh or cry. Have you ever heard anyone reach the Sky Realm from the Earth Realm in only 1 year? She looked at the other two men and asked, Luo Xiao, Luo Meng, have you ever heard of it? The two men shook their heads. Do you believe it? Lin Ji asked again. Luo Xiao and Luo Meng showed a hesitant face. They frowned but didn't reply. Yi Zhongfeng's face darkened as he unhappily said, Lin Ji Jia, you don't believe me? You doubt that I'm lying and that I'm exaggerating his ability? Lin Ji smiled and shook her head. It's not that I doubt you. I just feel that this guy might have cheated you. He might be actually at the Sky Realm that time, but hid his real ability so well that you thought he was only at the Earth Realm. This guy seems to have a wicked heart and just wanted to be close to you. I don't know what schemes he has for doing that. After talking, she looked at Shi Yin with ironic eyes, not seeming to be concerned about Shi Yin's irritation. Yi Zhongfeng harumphed and said with discontent, Let's bet if you don't believe it. He and Shi Yin knew each other because he had taken the initiative to get close to him. It was not right saying that Shi Yin wanted to be close to him. On that island, he had witnessed a fight between Shi Yin and Man Gu. How strange Shi Yin had been under Qi Yan's soul attacks. How helpless he was when Qi Yin had killed Linda and Xia Shengchuan. Many signs had shown that Shi Yan's previous realm was not high, so it was impossible that he wanted to get close to him. However, entering the Sky Realm from the Earth Realm in just 1 year was hard to believe even if he saw it with his own eyes. Hence, it was understandable if Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Meng didn't believe it. If he hadn't been sure that Shi Yan's previous realm was only the Earth Realm, he wouldn't have believed this was the truth either. While these people were talking, Shi Yin still stayed near there, so he could hear their conversation. In his sea of consciousness, the 5 devils crazily chased the 12 hollow spirits who had penetrated there and were now running and fleeing away in fear. However, under the 5 devils' pursuit, these 12 hollow spirits basically couldn't escape. The third eye of his host, Soul, released a light beam, forming a barrier that prevented the hollow spirits from getting through and blocked all the entrances of the sea of consciousness. After knowing that the hollow spirits had a great impact on the 5 devils, Shi Yan's host soul began to show its power. It did not simply burn these hollow spirits into ashes, but also formed a variety of defensive barriers that only let these hollow spirits get in but prevented them from going out, so they would become the 5 devils' nutrients. The 5 devils soon engulfed all 12 hollow spirits. Shi Yan's face became cold. He now looked at Lin Ji and then said impatiently, Hollow spirits were solved. So what happened to Xin Yan? When he was dealing with hollow spirits, his entire body emitted a cold aura. The ice-cold flame was still vigilant, guarding against these 4 people in case they had any bad intentions. Right now, as the hollow spirits had been destroyed all, the cold aura from his body disappeared and gathered again in his eyes, making people tremble in fear. Under Shi Yan's cold stare, Lin Ji felt a little embarrassed. She grunted while her face slightly changed. Under Shi Yan's scrutinizing look, Yi Zhongfeng was a little ashamed, then explained. After the three of us left the Hengluo Sea, we passed through the Vault of Heaven Sea area to go to the dark magnetic noxious mist. When we entered the dark magnetic noxious mist, two God Realm warriors of the Pure Land suddenly appeared and directly came to see her. Why were the Pure Land's people looking for her? Shi Yan coldly looked at Yi Zhongfeng with an odd face. He was full of murderous aura. Did you and Lin Yiqi do something so that the people of the Pure Land looked for her? Hey bro, what attitude is this? Lin Ji suddenly shouted. My younger sister Lin Yiqi doesn't have any wicked intentions. She always has a good heart. You can doubt Yi Zhongfeng, but don't get my sister involved, okay? She was quite protective of her sister and deserved to be a good older sister. You shut up, Shi Yan impatiently shouted, frowned, and grunted. Hey, Lin Ji shouted again, seeming to be ready to confront him. Even Luo Xiao and Luo Meng looked odd, as they felt that Shi Yan's attitude was too aggressive. Luo Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, Friend, although you just helped us, still, you should mind the way you talk. Lin Ji is our big sister, and Yiqi is our younger sister. Your attitude is unacceptable. Even though you have a Sky Realm cultivations base, we are not scared of you. Luo Meng was quite hot-tempered. Fighting with warriors who have higher realm than ours is not something that we have never done before. Don't think, because of your Sky Realm cultivation base, that you can do whatever you want and assume everyone has to be scared of you. Yi Zhongfeng and I are talking. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Shi Yan suddenly stood up with a dark face, coldly looked at Lin Ji and the other two. If you don't shut your mouth, I will make you obedient. Stinky brat. Lin Ji's eyes became cold. The dragon bone whip in her hand shook violently and burst out with thunder sounds, releasing many shadows all over the sky like lightning. One dot. As Shi Yan was too worried for Xin Yan. He was now furious and thus launched his blow emotionlessly. He raised his left hand, and the death seal that contained death intent domain suddenly pressed on those whip shadows in the sky like a small mountain. The death intent domain in that seal was augmenting infinitely. The demise of lives took place inside that death seal. The death seal pressed down, giving people a strange illusion that all creatures in existence would be destroyed. A deadly force also quickly spread out. Under the attack of the death intent domain, the illusionary shadows in the sky all dispersed and soon faded away. Her dragon bone whip was now exposed, as lightning was interweaving on the whip, striking toward Shi Yan's shoulders. The death seal pressed down, and all whips were penetrated by the intent domain of the death seal. The death intent domain ran along the dragon bone whip and then infiltrated into Lin Ji's wrist and her graceful body. Lin Ji's face went cold while her eyes showed her fear. Her face paled without a trace of blood, which gave people a bone-chilling feeling. What did you do? Luo Xiao and Luo Meng shouted at the same time. Their skeletons suddenly expanded, and their original hefty body now grew up to 2 meters. They angrily rushed to Shi Yan. Stop! Yi Zhongfeng finally shouted out loud. Clusters of burning fires of purgatory true flame diffused and turned into burning flames, staying between Shi Yan and the other 3, preventing them from getting close to each other. Seeing the purgatory true flame coming, Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Meng stopped immediately. As they knew the purgatory true flame was really powerful, they didn't dare to touch it and just stood motionlessly. However, Shi Yan didn't stop. He leisurely walked through the purgatory true flame without any hindrance, coldly smiled, and rushed to Lin Ji. Cold aura spread out from his body. The swamp was frozen under each of his steps. The cold aura diffused and contacted with the purgatory true flame, canceling each other out. The purgatory true flame didn't harm him. You are not the only one who has a heaven flame. Shi Yan grunted, turned his head to look at Yi Zhongfeng, and then dashed towards Lin Ji like a rainbow. Snap! Shi Yan raised his hand and slapped Lin Ji's glowing face. Lin Ji was stunned, holding her cheek while looking at Shi Yin in fear. You dare to slap me? Snap. Another slap fell on her face. Shi Yin sneered. It's to make you shut up. Don't you know that? Enough. Yi Zhongfeng shouted angrily. Shi Yin, what do you want to do? Why are you hurting my people? Hurt your people? Shi Yin laughed fiercely. If you don't tell me clearly about Xin Yan, not only will I hurt your people, but I will also kill each of you one by one here. Those people's faces suddenly discolored. By now, they knew how vicious Shi Yin was. Luo Xiao and Luo Ming were originally about to take action, but after seeing Shi Yin still safe after walking through the Purgatory True Flame, the two of them realized that Shi Yin was not just an ordinary Sky Realm warrior. Luo Xiao, Luo Ming, and Lin Ji could provoke a fight with other Sky Realm warriors. However, Shi Yin was different. The ability that he had shown basically wasn't something that an ordinary Sky Realm warrior could have, which Luo Xiao, Luo Ming, and others had clearly seen with their own eyes. Shi Yin, what are you doing? At this moment, voices of the people of Zhao Feng's group came up from a distance. Zhao Feng, Liu, Qi Xiao, and others were coming over here. Hey, why did you take action against them? Zhao Feng asked from afar. Just some Nirvana Realm warriors. Why do you need to waste your time? In the former exotic land, you already killed 2/3 sky of Sky Realm warriors. So, why did you need much time to bother with these Nirvana Realm warriors? Yi Zhongfeng, Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Ming looked panicked, with tremendously frightened faces. Chapter 415, submitted. Chapter 415, submitted. Shi Yin, don't do this. I'm convinced. Don't be angry. Let's talk it out. Yi Zhongfeng quickly beamed a smile to calm Shi Yin down. Lin Ji's face was ashen, without a trace of blood. Under the effect of the death intent domain, she was full of fright, feeling like she had just returned from death. Fortunately, her Dragonbone whip had reduced half of the power of the death seal. The intent domain that got inside her head wasn't much. Otherwise, she would not have easily escaped from his death intent domain, and perhaps it would have deprived her of all of her vitality in the end. Lin Ji was originally about to use a secret treasure from her storage ring to deal with Shi Yin. However, after hearing what Zhao Feng just said, as well as seeing the ability of his team, Lin Ji gave up her attempt immediately. No matter whether what Zhao Feng said was true or not, with the cultivation base of Zhao Feng, Liu, Qi Xiao, they were strong enough to kill her thousands of times. Lin Ji thought that these people came here with the same purpose, so why couldn't she join them to deal with other forces in the swamp? Although she didn't really want to submit herself, she could only bow her head and keep silent, not daring to utter a word. Luo Xiao and Luo Ming had an odd expression, but didn't say anything. They secretly guarded against Zhao Feng's team, as they were afraid that those people might initiate some actions. Luo Xiao and Luo Ming secretly made up their minds that as long as Zhao Feng, Qi Xiao, and the others showed the slightest sign that they wanted to kill the two of them, they both would immediately escape with the fastest speed. Shi Yin, you don't need to be that aggressive. Yi Zhongfeng forced a smile and kept clasping his hands. You know that I have never had any wicked intention towards you, be it in the endless sea or in the dark magnetic noxious mist. We just have a small misunderstanding. Shi Yin nodded and said, I just don't like that woman quacking. If she had shut her mouth up sooner, I wouldn't have done that. Lin Ji bowed her head while her graceful body slightly trembled as she seemed to try to suppress her anger. Hey, still don't want to submit. Shi Yin, how about letting me give her a lesson? If she gets a few more slaps, perhaps she will be more obedient and even miss its taste. Kylie gently came over, laughed out loud, while looking at this group of people, ridiculing them. 7 Rattan monsters saw many more warriors coming, as well as the aura spreading out from the Purgatory True Flame and the Ice Cold Flame. They were well aware that if they continued to fight with those people from Shi Yan's team, they would possibly all die. Therefore, when Zhao Feng and the others came to this side, the 7 Rattan monsters unexpectedly scattered away. Eventually, Zhao Feng, Liu, and the others arrived this place, where there were neither any hollow spirits nor rattan monsters. It thus became the safest place in the swamp. What happened to Sin Yan after all? Shi Yin kept his cold face and continued gazing Yi Zhongfeng. Well, it happened like this. After Yi Zhongfeng, Lin Yiqi, and Xia Xinyan had left the Hengluo Sea together and went to the dark magnetic noxious mist to avoid the chaos happening in the endless sea. Yi Zhongfeng and Lin Yiqi also wanted to inform their master about the unusual situation of the endless sea. However, when the three of them just arrived at the dark magnetic noxious mist's entrance, two spirit realm warriors, who claimed that they were from the Pure Land, suddenly appeared, directly approaching Xia Xinyan. Yi Zhongfeng and Lin Yiqi were puzzled, while Xia Xinyan was perturbed. The two spirit realm warrior of the Pure Land showed extreme respect towards Xia Xinyan, calling her sage, and invited her to return to the Pure Land, saying that they needed her to open some kind of a soul seal. Xia Xinyan was full of suspicion and rejected directly. The two God Realm warriors from the Pure Land only apologized for being rude, then captured her and left, not caring about Yi Zhongfeng and Lin Yiqi. Yi Zhongfeng and Lin Yiqi were dumbfounded, helplessly watching Xia Xinyan being brought away. After that, the two of them thought for a while without saying anything, and vaguely felt that those two spirit realm warriors from the Pure Land seemed to mistake Xia Xinyan with someone else. Is what you said true? Shi Yin still wore a cold face. How come I still feel weird? Why did those two spirit realm warriors of the Pure Land bring Xia Xinyan away without any known reason? As far as I've known, she has never been to the divine Great Land. So how do those Pure Land's warriors know her? But that's the truth. Yi Zhongfeng smiled wryly. Shi Yin, with my wisdom, do you think I would tell you such a mythical story if I wanted to lie to you? Shi Yin was stunned, as he contemplated for a while. He slightly shook his head and said with a suspicious face, "Why? How come those two spirit realm warriors from the Pure Land could find Sin Yan? Do they really know Sin Yan? Impossible." Lin Yiqi and I had thought for a long time and guessed that this might have something related to Xia Xinyan's reincarnation martial spirit. Yi Zhongfeng hesitated a little bit before explaining. According to my understanding of the Xia family, I know that the Xias all have the reincarnation martial spirit, and they can use the memory and the comprehension of the previous generation's warriors. I think it's possible that Xia Xinyan's last generation is some Pure Land sage. The Pure Land does have this kind of secret technique. As long as someone has reached the God Realm, given the situation that he is about to die, he can use this secret technique to reincarnate. Before performing this secret technique, that person will retain a divine sense to be stored in a special container. The reincarnation will happen every 50 years. This kind of secret technique seems to be called the Requiem Great Technique. The divine radiant cult and the Pure Land are not far away, so I have heard a little bit about it. Zhao Feng suddenly interrupted. Yi Zhongfeng screamed out loud with a shocked face. "Is that true?" Liu arched her eyebrows, gazed at Shi Yin, and then said, "If it's true, that girl's in danger." "Why?" Shi Yan's face changed while his heart sank to the bottom, as he didn't feel good about it either. If that girl is really a reincarnation of a sage, once she is brought to the Pure Land, she will be fused with the divine sense of the last generation. That divine sense will wake up, and she will become that Pure Land sage. Her soul and memory of this life will vanish. Li took a deep breath. I also know about this kind of secret technique of the Pure Land. I know that this reincarnation process needs a lot of preparation. I think although that girl was brought back to the Pure Land, she will still be safe for a short time. To wake her last generation's soul up, it will take at least 5 years to prepare. That girl needs to cultivate 3 kinds of secret soul techniques so that she can keep her soul in the wake-up time. Shi Yin pondered with a grave face. His eyes were cold and sharp like a knife while he whispered, "Pure Land, Pure Land." The Pure Land is one of 7 factions of the divine Great Land. They have around 10 spirit realm warriors. Except for these warriors, there's a true God Realm warrior that guards the land. With your realm, to find the Pure Land and ask them to return a person within 5 years is not an easy task. Zhao Feng pitifully looked at Shi Yin, who was now wearing a murderous face. Within 5 years, if you can get the true recognition of the God sect to make the elders of the God sect look at you differently and use the God sect forces, then you may have a chance to ask for that girl. Liu also nodded. This is the only way. 5 years, Shi Yin coldly said. I can't wait that long. Who knows if the Pure Land will wake her up in advance. Wait until the endless sees things over. I will find a way. Relying only on your own strength, it's impossible to ask to take her back. Zhao Feng comforted him. You should wake up. Unless you can reach the true God realm, don't even dream about being able to confront a faction like the Pure Land. This is a big force that has 100,000 years of history. It has been dominating the divine Great Land for ages. Thus, this should have some background that you cannot imagine. After getting the situation, Liu, Kai Yi, and the two brothers also persuaded him not to act recklessly and take his time to consider. All the divine Great Land's warriors knew how terrible and dangerous an ancient force like the Pure Land was. Not to mention Shi Yin, with only Sky Realm cultivation base. Even a warrior at the peak spirit realm would also perish when confronting that force. Shi Yin kept silent and didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking. He looked around and then spoke up after a while. You guys continue. I will begin my unfinished business. Then, he left immediately, going to the area that was overwhelmed with hollow spirits. Cold aura spread out from his body. Wherever the cold air passed through, the swamp under his feet froze instantly. As soon as the cold aura diffused, the temperature of the whole swamp reduced sharply. Along the way, he opened his mind and left his sea of consciousness empty, deliberately enticing the hollow spirits to enter. In the area where the hollow spirits were gathering, the Rattan monsters could feel the cold aura from his body and thus quickly stayed away from him, not daring to disturb him. The hollow spirits were not scared of cold aura, but the soul attack. After he had opened his sea of consciousness, those hollow spirits got enticed and immediately rushed toward him, turning into many beams of green light and disappearing into his sea of consciousness. Every hollow spirit that fell into his sea of consciousness was trapped by the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame and then devoured by the 5 devils. Around 100 hollow spirits were panicking inside his sea of consciousness, wanted to get out, but couldn't break the barrier created by the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame. Even if they were struggling and fighting on all sides of his sea of consciousness, they had no way to escape. The 5 devils slowly swallowed almost 100 hollow spirits, and then his mind began to change quietly. Chapter 416, Spin Cocoon. Chapter 416, Spin Cocoon. In the swamp, nearly 100 hollow spirits floating around were attracted in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness, which were then swallowed by the 5 devils. When all of the hollow spirits disappeared from the swamp, the 5 devils in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness had a mutation immediately. Inside his sea of consciousness, the big bodies of the 5 devils gradually curled up and gathered together. Strands of soul consciousness quietly condensed on the 5 devils' bodies, seeming to be providing them some sort of necessary nutrients. Gradually, the 5 devils were fully wrapped, looking like a big cocoon. A string of surging spirit came out from inside of that cocoon from time to time. A kind of cold, evil aura was released from the 5 devils' bodies, making the soul consciousness in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness condense above, and seemed to be well prepared for the 5 devils' mutation. Feeling the soul consciousness receding, Shi Yan showed an emotional look on his face and halted in the swamp. Although Qi Xiao, Zhao Feng, and others were fighting with the Rattan monsters, after realizing the change in Shi Yan's face, they all quietly came over and surrounded him. Zhao Feng and the others didn't know what was happening in his body. However, through his dazed appearance, they knew that he was not in a good situation at the moment. If he was careless and let the Rattan monsters swath him or be attacked by the other warriors, his life would probably be in danger. Whether they were the divine radiant cult's disciples like Zhao Feng or others like Qi Xiao and Kai, they all didn't want anything bad happening to him. Therefore, they automatically assumed the obligation of protecting him, as they were afraid that unexpected accidents might happen at this stage. In the beginning, his soul consciousness flowed to the five devils at a slow pace. Once the five devils had condensed into a round object and formed a thick cocoon, even his soul consciousness that flowed to the five devils slowed down. At this moment, Shi Yin suddenly woke up in panic. The changes of the five devils in his sea of consciousness were continuing, still absorbing his soul consciousness. However, he was no longer affected by the five devils' changes. He now could maintain his consciousness to observe all that was happening. In this dangerous place, why did you suddenly become lost? Kai blamed him. Her beautiful eyes flashed a trace of concern. She was next to Shi Yin as she cheerfully smiled, no longer hating him because of being rude to her in the lake. Shi Yin raised his eyebrows, looked at the crowd, and said shamefully, "Too many hollow spirits to digest. No worries, I'm sound now. Thank you for your protection, or else I might have had troubles." After hearing what he said, everyone else was now relieved, giving friendly smiles and nodding to him. There are a lot of rattan monsters, so it's tough to deal with them. We'll stay here temporarily to wait and see the changes. As long as the rattan monsters are still here, this swamp will not be in peace. I always feel that this swamp should quiet down so that some changes will come. The moving speed of Zhao Feng and Li Yu's powers in their bodies slowed down gradually. They stretched their arms out from time to deal with the rattan monsters that dared to come close to them. Once those rattan monsters were beaten to the other areas under Zhao Feng's impact, he grinned and looked at the warriors in the other areas with ill intent. Shi Yin was startled and couldn't help but look towards Yi Zhongfeng and Lin Ji's area, and then called out with a pitching tone, "Yi Zhongfeng, come here." From a distance, the four people of Yi Zhongfeng's group didn't have difficulties in dealing with the rattan monsters, as they had the Purgatory True Flame to protect them. The rattan monsters didn't dare come close to these four people. This kept them safe in the swamp without being scared of the rattan monster's threat. Hearing Shi Yin calling, Yi Zhongfeng's eyes showed a strange light. He hesitated for a while before nodding to Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Meng, reluctantly coming to Shi Yin's spot. As soon as the four people of Yi Zhongfeng's group arrived, Zhao Feng and Li Yu quietly scattered. The other members of the Divine Radiant Cult also understood their intent, dispersing out and besieging the four people of Yi Zhongfeng's group, preventing them from running away. Lin Ji's face changed while her heart was frightened. After having received 2 slaps, Lin Ji seemed to have been awakened, realizing Shi Yan's cruelty. Thus, she felt a little scared of Shi Yan. However, she didn't know if Shi Yan had an ill intention or not. The two brothers Luo Xiao and Luo Meng were calm and didn't say anything. Their eyes flickered nonstop while being vigilant secretly. Why do you need to be that cautious? Kai smiled gently, slightly shook her head, and said with a soft voice, "If we did want to harm you, you think you could escape us? You should be obedient. This place is not the same as the outside. If we want to kill you, you will die undoubtedly, no matter how much cautious you are." Lin Ji's face darkened as she helplessly let down her guard. "Shi Yan, are we friends?" Yi Zhongfeng came forward. His handsome face was solemn, and his sharp eyes looked at Shi Yan. Shi Yan froze for a moment and slightly nodded. "Let it be. If we are friends, then why do your partners keep provoking us? Are you the same as them? Do you think we are easy to be bullied? When we were in the Hengluo Sea before, I never hurt you and also brought Xia Xinyan along as you wanted. Although she was taken by people of the Pure Land, we were actually helpless in this incident. Even if she were not with us by that time, the Pure Land's people would still have found her," Yi Zhongfeng said calmly. Shi Yan nodded. If it's the case, then I'm wrong indeed. I am sorry. Because it's related to her, I'm a little too emotional." After saying that, he looked at Zhao Feng, Li Yu, and the others. "Don't be so eyeing. He is my friend. No matter what the truth is before I figure it out, I hope you have regards for me and don't bully them." After hearing Shi Yan's words, Zhao Feng and the others grinned and nodded. Their look towards Yi Zhongfeng's group became less fierce. Yi Zhongfeng quietly let out a sigh of relief. "Why are you here?" "Ah, since you've come here before us, do you know if anything is unusual in this swamp?" Shi Yan looked around with full suspicion. With many warriors gathering in the swamp like this, they clearly knew that it was not easy to mess with hollow spirits and rot-tan monsters. But how come no one left? After all, what were they waiting for? There should be some strange thing in this swamp area, something that attracted the crowd here. Otherwise, why did these warriors still stay here even though they knew that this place was extremely dangerous? Zhao Feng's and the others' eyes brightened. All of them looked at Yi Zhongfeng. Shi Yan's doubt was also what was in their mind now. They were very curious about why Yi Zhongfeng's group also stayed back here. It is said that the pure god soul of this exotic land is in this swamp. The source of this information is absolutely reliable. However, we have been staying here for a long time, but there is no movement of any soul. Yi Zhongfeng was somehow puzzled. According to my master, if the pure god soul truly exists, the most likely area should be in this swamp. How long have you been here? 7 days? More or less. During these 7 days, quite a lot of hollow spirits and rot-tan monsters appeared in this swamp. Some people on my team died on entering here. Many of them turned into hollow spirits after they died. It seems that after people die here, their souls do not perish, but become hollow spirits instead. Yi Zhongfeng frowned and explained. He thought seriously, shook his head and sighed. Maybe we shouldn't stay here for too long. If there is nothing in another 3 days, we must leave this place. Even if there truly is the pure god soul here, we don't have the blessing to get it. Oh, Shi Yan raised his eyebrows, looking at him with puzzled eyes. Every few days, a strong vibration will come up from this swamp. It's strong enough to crush people's souls. The latter ones will be stronger than the previous ones. During the past 7 days in this swamp, we have seen this sort of tremor twice. These 2 instances of vibrations almost made our souls collapse. Yi Zhongfeng's face remained calm and solemn. I almost forgot this. The next tremor should happen in 3 days, and it will be much stronger than the previous ones. With low cultivation bases, we're afraid that we will be unable to bear it this time. We don't want our souls to collapse. The 3 people Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Meng also wore a regretful face and reluctantly shook their heads. Tremor. Shi Yan's heart was agitated. He faintly understood something. Did the last tremor just happen not long ago? Yes. Shi Yan immediately realized something. He expressed a horrified complexion. Can this kind of vibration affect people's heartbeat, making the heart beat faster, producing a kind of crazy soul fluctuation? The 4 people of Yi Zhongfeng's group nodded. The people of Zhao Feng's group had a slight change on their faces. They had realized this kind of vibration before they entered here. This tremor could indeed cause the increase of the heartbeat and make people go insane. Before that, when they were on the island, they had already got affected. The 2 brothers Lao Li and Lao Lun and Zhuisu reddened and somehow couldn't control their minds. They could feel such a huge vibration even when they were on the island. Now that they were in this swamp, when the vibration happened, it would certainly be even more terrible. Moreover, according to Yi Zhongfeng's words, the next vibration would be much stronger than the previous one. Do you think that after the tremor, this swamp might present with something peculiar? With the strange sounds that resounded in the main city of the 4 Symbols mountain range in his mind, Shi Yan hesitated for a while and then vaguely came to understand. Well, I know it. Before that tremor comes, let's go together to see if we can find something. After thinking for a while, Shi Yan decided to stay and take a look at this swamp to see if there was anything abnormal there. The 4 people of Yi Zhongfeng's team nodded again. Chapter 417. The Swamp's Terrifying Changes. Chapter 417. The Swamp's Terrifying Changes. In the swamp, as Shi Yan had captured all hollow spirits, only the rot-tan monsters continued fighting. To the warriors in the bog, Rot-Tan monsters were not that terrifying. After the hollow spirit's threat disappeared, those warriors proactively began their attacks, dividing into various teams, besieging and launching their strikes. Whenever one Rot-Tan monster died, its blood would flow into the swamp. Blood from these Rot-Tan monsters was dark red and warm, giving people a strange feeling. Yin had soon understood that these Rot-Tan monsters sucked human blood for food. Hence, the blood that flowed out from their bodies was not their own blood, but what they had sucked from human warriors. Killed Rot-Tan monsters were lying bloodily in the swamp. Time passed quietly, and soon, 2 days were gone. Due to the hollow spirit's disappearance, the light inside the bog became darker. It was just the faint green light glimmering, giving people a gloomy feeling. Whenever a Rot-Tan monster died, the ambience inside the swamp would get a little bit colder, giving people a chill as if they were in a devil abyss. More and more Rot-Tan monsters were killed under the unity of the warriors. Also, more dark red blood was gushing into the swamp. The bog area became gloomy. All kinds of cold, evil aura seemed to spread out gradually, hovering above the swamp, sending people a creepy feeling that something bad was about to happen. Finally, all the Rot-Tan monsters were completely wiped out by the warriors. After their blood had been poured into the swamp, the originally green swamp now turned dark red. However, the green light emitting from the swamp didn't change, still floating above the dark red water area, making people feel strange. After all the Rot-Tan monsters were cleared, the bog became tranquil. Many warriors were aware that the atmosphere was unusual. They didn't say anything, just put up their guards and stayed vigilant secretly. Some warriors with lower realms even wore thick coats to resist the cold, evil aura from the swamp. Lin Ji covered her appealing body with a leather skirt, but she seemed to be unable to bear the cold, even though she had the cultivation base of third sky of Nirvana realm. She had to put on a thick velvet coat, fully covering the curves of her body. Her face even became a little pale. Lao Li and Lao Luan were also the same. They had to put on more clothes. As Yi Zhongfeng only had the cultivation base of first sky of Nirvana realm, and his sea of consciousness had just been formed, he was unlikely to be able to withstand the penetration of the cold air in this place. However, because he had the purgatory true flame, Yi Zhongfeng, on the contrary, was not affected. The flames coming out from his cuffs helped him resist the cold air. A feeling of extreme repression spread throughout the swamp. Everyone in the swamp had a feeling of insecurity. They looked extremely vigilant. Gurgle, gurgle. Water in the swamp blistered the very first dark red bubble. After that bubble burst, a plume of blood-red vapor quietly spread out. Gurgle, gurgle. More and more blood-red bubbles emerged from the bog. When those bubbles blew up, they released blood-red smoke. The blood-red vapor gradually diffused all over the swamp and shrouded all of the remaining warriors there. Thump, thump. A strange noise came up from the bottom of the swamp. The faces of the 4 people of Yi Zhongfeng's group changed. Not good. Linji couldn't help but cry out loud with a frightened face. The tremor this time seems to come too early. The time shouldn't have arrived yet, right? The 4 of them seemed to know the exact principle of the vibration in the bog. Hence, after Rot-Tan monsters had been cleaned up, they weren't in a hurry to leave. However, the tremor of the bog this time was beyond their expectation. Since the Rot-Tan monsters had been wiped out, the vibration seemed to happen earlier than usual. The 4 people of Yi Zhongfeng's group were all at the Nirvana realm, but still lingered in this swamp because they thought that the tremor would not be arising for a while, and thus they still had some hope. Nevertheless, as soon as the tremor had just come up this time, the 4 of them were immediately anxious. They nodded to Yin, indicating that they wanted to leave right away to return to the ground with the fastest speed. Lao Li and Lao Luan, you 2 should go out too. Seeing the panic on the faces of the 4 people of Yi Zhongfeng's group, Yin also felt cold inside as he decided quickly. The 2 brothers were not reckless people. They looked at each other and gratefully nodded to Yin. They didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly ran to the exit together with Yi Zhongfeng's group. The faces of Nirvana Realm warriors from other teams in the swamp discolored as well. It seemed they all could sense something not good was coming, so they rushed out towards the exit, just like Yi Zhongfeng and his team. The quiet swamp now suddenly clamored again. One Nirvana Realm warrior rushed to the entrance amidst the vibrant sound. As Yi Zhongfeng was taking the lead with the fastest speed, he was the first one who dashed through the exit. Boom! A heavy sound reverberated through the entire swamp area. The sound arose from the direction of the exit. Thick blood smoke stuck onto the dark green, shimmering exit and seemed to form a defensive barrier that prevented anyone from going out. Yi Zhongfeng dashed forward, but not only could he not break it, but was also pressed down by a massive force. His body was like a bloody shell directly falling into the swamp. He suddenly screamed out loud. A fiery fire burst out from his body. This fire released a terrifying heat, burning the blood into smog. A first sky of Nirvana Realm warrior of another team also had the same consequence. When he stormed towards the exit, the same force pressed him down, making him fall into the swamp while being covered with blood. This warrior didn't have heaven flame like Yi Zhongfeng, and thus, when his body was soaked in blood, he mournfully cried in pain. His body emitted a faint blood-red smog, and under everyone's attentive looks, his skin quickly fell off, exposing his white bones. Extremely erosive poison. The countenances of everyone in the swamp changed. Those warriors whose feet were in the swamp were aware of the blood's changes, which started to erode their profound qi. Even Shi Yan's face also changed, as he also could feel this kind of erosive poison existing. However, this erosive poison seemed to be much slower, and its toxicity was much less dangerous in other areas. Many warriors around, who were stained with blood, didn't scream mournfully right away, as the blood didn't dissolve their bodies. It seemed that only those in the swamp got affected by the extreme erosive poison. Seeing that warrior being eroded and dissolved, Ling Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Meng, who didn't want to fly up out of this place, changed their visages immediately due to the fright, not knowing if they should advance or retreat. At this moment, if they left, they would encounter the strong defensive barrier, and probably would be pressed down by a certain force. Their bodies would then soak in that blood, be eroded and dissolved. However, if they didn't leave, the vibration, which had started already, would shatter their spirits, as they couldn't resist with their low cultivation base. Therefore, regardless of leaving or not, it seemed that they only had a dead end ahead of them. Lin Ji's group, Lao Li and Lao Luan, all wore a desperate look. Lao Li, Lao Luan, come back here. We'll see. Shi Yan contemplated for a while, and suddenly shouted, Yi Zhongfeng, you guys should also get back here right now. That place isn't safe. Maybe it's the most dangerous place. Yi Zhongfeng was startled for a moment, and then reacted immediately, talking to the other three of his group. Go. Let's get back first. The two Lao brothers had already left with their fastest speed. Their feet didn't even touch the ground as they directly rushed back to Shi Yan's location. Yi Zhongfeng, Lin Ji, and the other two didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Although they could not pierce through the sky to fly, they still put all of their efforts in urging their Nirvana realm power and gathering all of their flying ability. Finally, they could fly up and rush back. The people of Shi Yan's group were all at the sky realm, so they could fly up away from the swamp surface and hover in the air. Seeing the Lao brothers and the members of Yi Zhongfeng's group coming back with a frightened face, Shi Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. A bone-chilling energy poured into the swamp beneath him. Under the cold energy, blood in the swamp was frozen and formed an iceberg around 10 square meters large, enough for the Lao brothers and Yi Zhongfeng's group to land. While Lao Li and those people were worried that they couldn't keep floating in the air for too long, they saw the iceberg that Shi Yan had just created. They were overjoyed, landing on that blood ice rock. Friends, please help. As other Nirvana Realm warriors also saw it, they all begged Shi Yan and rushed over at the same time, landing on that iceberg together with Lao Li, Yi Zhongfeng, and the others. The Nirvana Realm warriors did want to leave the swamp area, but as they saw one warrior get killed bloodily, they became much more obedient and landed on the iceberg which Shi Yin had used the ice-cold flame to create. Most of the other warriors gathering in other places were at the Sky Realm, so they could fly. Seeing their fellows all gather at Shi Yin's place, those warriors hesitated for a while before flying over. Pound, pound. The vibration sounds became dense and seemed to pierce through people's hearts, making their souls tremble. It was unknown when the Nirvana Realm warriors who were standing on the iceberg, all their faces and ears red. Their eyes gradually changed from frightened to dazed, even revealing a crazy, bloodthirsty intent. Just with a quick glance, Shi Yin knew that those warriors might not be able to bear the first tremor. They would quickly lose their mind. We should kill them first. Zhao Feng frowned, looking at Yizhong Feng and others and giving a ruthless proposal. Those who are at the Nirvana Realm will certainly lose their minds soon. They will destroy everyone they see. We should take the opportunity to resolve them while they are still half awake. Some members of the Divine Radiant cult also nodded. That's right. The Sky Realm warriors who were gathering here were boisterous, seeming to agree with Zhao Feng's suggestion. Chapter 4:18 Corpse-Eating Demonic Insect. Chapter 4:18 Corpse-Eating Demonic Insect. We should proceed as soon as possible, said a chunky Sky Realm warrior who swept over, looking at the Nirvana Realm warriors who were standing on the iceberg. In the swamp, blood bubbles emerged from time to time. Whenever those blood bubbles ruptured, scarlet blood mist emitted everywhere, scattering above the swamp. You don't have any of your fellows there? Sure. Yin was also standing on the iceberg, coldly looking at him as he asked. Yes. That chunky warrior grinned and said heartlessly, those two are our Devil Valley's members. I do it for the sake of everyone. Once they lose their mind, they will crazily attack everyone. It's not fun at all. While talking, he pointed to the two Nirvana Realm warriors who were wearing dark blue clothing that looked the same as the one on his body. Brother, do not have a woman's benevolence. You can save them for now, but when they lose their minds later, you will become the one who suffers. It's better to act decisively, taking the opportunity when they aren't crazy to kill them. Another Sky Realm warrior proposed. Zhao Feng, Liu, and the others also nodded, waiting for Shi Yan's order to kill the Lao brothers, Yizhong Feng, and the other Nirvana Realm warriors without hesitation. Qi Zhao's face became cold. At this moment, he suddenly felt glad that he didn't let Zhusu and Zhuosher come down here. If they were here, they would have been in the same situation of these Nirvana Realm warriors, being sacrificed for other warriors' sake. It was unknown whether or not it was an intrinsic, indifferent nature of the warriors from the Divine Great Land that they unexpectedly didn't care for their own people. In their hearts, as long as there was a threat from someone, they would kill those as soon as possible to avoid troubles later. Kai Yi's beautiful eyes flickered nonstop. She didn't say anything, just subconsciously looked at Shi Yin, awaiting his decision. If you want to do it with your people. As for our people, we don't bother you to help. We will have our own way. Shi Yin frowned, looking at Lao Li, Lao Luan, and Yi Zhongfeng's group. He hesitated a little bit before coldly raking through the Sky Realm warriors around. You do have a lady's heart. The chunky warriors grunted and said with disdain, your deed isn't good for them. When you have to take actions later, they might have even worse deaths. Perhaps even their corpses could not stay intact. We'll solve our own matters. It will have nothing to do with you. Sure, Yin was standing on the iceberg as he raised his left hand. A flow of fiery flame shot out from his fingertip, like a fire sword hacking the iceberg and splitting it in half. The Lao brothers and the people of Yi Zhongfeng's group stood in one half of the iceberg and the other warriors in the other. Shi Yan's profound qi was activated. The part of the iceberg with Lao Li, Yi Zhongfeng, and the others slowly moved away from the other part. You could do whatever you want of those people, but I don't allow you to put your hands on mine. Coldly looking around, Shi Yin gradually moved his part of the iceberg to a corner of the swamp. Brat, you are only at the first sky of Sky Realm, but your tone is so arrogant. The chunky warrior sneered and glared at Zhao Feng. Divine radiant cults, people come to this bog with the same purpose, that is to get the pure God soul. For this purpose, sacrificing some people should be an obvious matter. You are a leader but cannot control this? Damn you. Stop talking nonsense. We will do whatever we want. Don't put your nose into our business, said Zhao Feng with rage. Despite the fact that Zhao Feng didn't agree with Shi Yan's decision, once Shi Yan was determined, he didn't oppose him. Instead, he would stand on his side. In Zhao Feng's eyes, Shi Yan's future would be the most brilliant in the divine radiant cult. Moreover, when Shi Yan was only at the third sky of Nirvana realm, he had already been able to kill a third sky of Skyrim warrior. Therefore, Zhao Feng respected him a lot, not treating him like an ordinary warrior. As you wish. The stout warrior grinned and flew over to the other piece of iceberg. He said to the warriors who were gathering around, "Your decision and mine should be consistent, right?" Those warriors also nodded. The short and stout warrior looked at Zhao Feng with a cold visage. "If it's the case, when I take action, it shouldn't be your business, right?" "As you wish." Zhao Feng looked at Shi Yan and nodded after seeing no reaction from Shi Yan. Boom boom. A bunch of swarthy lights suddenly flew out from the chunky warrior's cuffs. The evil light turned into a wicked, hideous soul beast midway, jumping into the group of Nirvana realm warriors standing on that piece of iceberg. When the evil light hit those Nirvana realm warriors, whose eyes were dazed, their bodies were torn apart and destroyed from the inside. Even their souls were eradicated. In just the blink of an eye, the bodies of 6 Nirvana realm warriors on the iceberg were split open, losing all their vitality. Streams of these corpses' aura quickly flew toward Shi Yan. From 20 meters away, Shi Yan's acupuncture points also spun fast, resulting in a strong suction force that attracted those streams' aura into his body. Not long after that, he had completely absorbed the aura from those dead warriors. His 720 acupuncture points didn't have any pain or swelling. Inside, the streams of aura were quickly condensed and transformed, faintly revealing the vibration that could affect people's mood. After entering the sky realm, the mystery martial spirit could accommodate the aura. It seemed to have leaped up to a new level as well. The aura of the 6 dead Nirvana realm warriors inside his acupuncture points was not too much. When his acupuncture points transformed and refined the aura, his mind was still conscious without any signs of chaos. With the higher realm, the mystery martial spirit's capacity was increased. Even the refining speed was also much faster. People from a distance could realize the surge of the refined aura. Looking at Lao Li, who now had crazy eyes, Shi Yan hesitated for a while before suddenly urging the ice-cold flame's power. A flow of cold air shot out from his palms like water snakes, drilling into the Lao brothers, Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Ming. Under the cold air's infiltration, these people's bodies gradually froze up. Not long after, they looked just like ice sculptures. Only Yi Zhongfeng was safe under the penetration of the ice-cold flame's power. The purgatory true flame in his body proactively produced a fiery flame to offset all the ice power of the ice-cold flame that got into his body. After the ice-cold flame had penetrated his body, Yi Zhongfeng's eyes became evil, and his whole body emitted a vicious aura. It was as if the blood-red smog, which was still hovering around without dispersing, seemed to have realized something, that it unexpectedly surrounded Yi Zhongfeng. Thump, 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 thump. The vibration sounds continued to resound from the swamp. Yi Zhongfeng gradually lost his mind. In the middle of the blood-red smog, he suddenly howled drearily, as if some kind of an evil force had invaded his soul, making him unable to control his mind. At the same time, waves suddenly rippled in the bog. In the center of those ripples, a giant dead tree slowly floated from the bottom of the bog, as if being driven by some strength. It then stuck out of the swamp. This giant tree had no foliage and had been dried for an unknown period of time. However, it was incredibly huge when it came out, gradually overwhelming the entire swamp. The giant tree was covered with thumb-sized, dark green insects, which seemed like they fed on dead creatures. They all had a very thick crustacean shell. Countless dark green insects slowly crawled on the giant tree. More and more insects got out from inside the tree and then spread throughout the swamp. Corpse-eating demonic insects. Zhao Feng's face changed, and he shouted. As soon as the other warriors in the swamp area heard his scream, their faces all changed dramatically, as if they were encountering a pandemic. They immediately showed all kinds of secret defensive treasures and martial techniques, protecting their bodies carefully as they were scared of being touched by those insects. These insects first crawled on the giant tree and quickly covered the whole tree in just a short time, producing buzzing sounds. Those hundreds of creeping insects had flesh wings come out from their shells. They flew up from the tree and circled above the swamp. Serene, be careful. Those demon insects feast on human brains. They are extremely terrible. Once it gets into your brain, it'll eat even the spinal fluid, and only your corpse will remain. Kaiyi's face was cold, while her beautiful eyes beamed out a trace of fear. She quietly came close to Serene. The ancient tree slowly rose from the swamp. When the giant tree covered the entire swamp, its roots suddenly emitted a milky halo. Inside that milky halo, a crystal lotus throne gradually emerged. No one stood on this crystal lotus throne, but it was emitting an earth-shaking aura. Rich heaven and earth aura spread out from the lotus throne, making the faces of the warriors in the swamp change. After taking in a breath of heaven and earth aura, they all felt relaxed and happy. When the thick heaven and earth aura flowed out, the blood-red smog, which was hovering around, suddenly flocked to the crystal petals of the lotus throne. During the process, the lotus throne's heart flashed a beam of white light and then disappeared. A heart-shaped object emerged from the center, releasing an ivory liquid that made people's souls tremble. That liquid gurgled and produced thumping sounds. Many flows of surging energy shot out from it, which seemed to crack people's souls. Life original fluid. Zhao Feng's eyes suddenly reddened. He grunted and revealed a greedy look. Chapter 419, Life Original Fluid. Chapter 419, Life Original Fluid. That heart-shaped utensil was as big as a walnut. The milky fluid inside, it was pitifully little, only 5 or 6 drops at max. However, that small amount of liquid made all the Sky Realm warriors in the swamp go crazy. Hearing Zhao Feng shout, "Life Original Fluid," these warriors' faces all reddened with sharp, burning eyes. Even their breathing became heavier. In their eyes, the milky fluid seemed to be the most precious liquid in heaven and earth, as if it could make anyone abandon their lives just to have it. On the crystal lotus, that heart-shaped object flashed up and then disappeared so fast that most of the warriors there couldn't see it, except for hearing Zhao Feng shout. However, after that shout, the warriors seemed to forget everything, not even caring about the terrifying corpse-eating demonic insects. They rushed towards the heart-shaped utensil at the fastest speed. The divine radiant cult's disciples, Zhao Feng, Liu, and the others were no exception. They covered themselves with defensive halos to avoid the siege of the corpse-eating demonic insects while storming towards that heart-shaped utensil with greedy faces. Shurian dropped his jaw, looking dumbstruck. Even when Zhao Feng and Liu faced the sacred level secret treasure in the exotic land previously, they had not been as impulsive as they were now. In their eyes, the so-called life original fluid seemed to be much more precious than the sacred level secret treasures. Because of this fluid, it seemed they could even risk their lives. Although he didn't know the exact effects of this life original fluid from the others' performance, he knew that this thing was scarce and certainly had an irresistible attraction to warriors. Otherwise, those warriors wouldn't have become that crazy. On the way rushing to the lotus, 3 of those Sky Realm warriors were suddenly covered by countless demonic insects. Under Sure Yan's scrutinizing look, the corpse-eating demonic insects quickly ate the defensive halos of those three warriors. When their defensive energy halos were bitten off, the corpse-eating demonic insects took the opportunity to drill into their bodies, producing excited noise as they moved towards their victims' brains. Sure Yin could see the corpse-eating demonic insects subtly move under their skin, which gave him a creepy feeling. Those corpse-eating demonic insects soon gnawed those three people's brains and also ate their eyeballs, giving them a horrible death. The corpse-eating demonic insects also attacked many other warriors. Those corpse-eating demonic insects seemed to be defending something. As long as someone dared to come close to the crystal lotus, they would rush over and then use their strange ability to tear down the warriors' defensive energy halos as well as secret treasures. Even their armors were munched down. The corpse-eating demonic insects could eat anything from energy armors to the fleshy bodies. These defenses could prevent them for a while, but couldn't really stop them completely. Sure Yin and Kai Yi were standing in a remote corner, not hurriedly rushing over. Therefore, the corpse-eating demonic insects didn't make them their main targets. Kai Yi had a hovering halo around her body. Her beautiful, sharp eyes also stared at the crystal lotus, but she didn't dare to act rashly. 10 corpse-eating demonic insects were surrounding her body, chewing her defensive halo little by little. Because the number of them was small, Kai Yi could deal with them comfortably, unlike those arrogant warriors whose defenses were broken in a short time, and they had their brains eaten afterward. What is life original fluid? The energy of the starlight covering Sure Yan's body was reduced little by little because there were around 10 corpse-eating demonic insects were gnawing at it. He had to release more star power to maintain the presence of a star shield. While guarding against the insects, Sure Yan looked at Kai Yi and asked with doubt. It's said that life original fluid is one of the 3 kinds of sacred water. It can wash the origin of life so that a living being can have inconceivable changes. Kai Yi's eyes flashed a terrifying look. Life original fluid is an extremely effective support for the third sky of spirit realm warriors to enter the true God realm. If a third sky of spirit realm warrior has 1 drop of life original fluid and absorbs it into the life magnetic field of his host soul, then he can break through the true God realm and enhance his strength greatly. Sure Yin looked stunned. You may know that the later the phase of warrior's cultivation is, the slower the progress he can make, and the harder the perception and the comprehension would be. Most of spirit realm warriors will stay at their third sky forever, hardly entering that threshold. Although there are many spirit realm warriors in our divine great land, none of them are able to enter the true God realm. The probability is too low. Life original fluid can help third sky of spirit realm warriors enhance the opportunity to break through. Kai Yi's face was full of excitement. While talking, she couldn't help but continuously stare at the crystal lotus. She clearly had a huge greed for the life original fluid on the crystal lotus. Countless insects flew around above the bog, like locusts gathering near the crystal lotus. They attacked the warriors who dared to come close, chewing and tearing apart all of their defenses. In that crystal lotus, the life original fluid flashed and disappeared from time to time. Every time it appeared, it boiled up the surrounding warriors' blood and made them show their greedy eyes. Rich heaven and earth aura spread out from the inside the crystal lotus. Ivory smog emerged and hovered without dispersing. Standing 100 meters away from the aura, Sure Yin was also excited and had a graceful, wonderful feeling. In the dark magnetic noxious mist, although the heaven and earth energy of the other areas no longer existed, such rich heaven and earth auras still existed in the underground of this exotic land. This surprised him a lot. It was like all of heaven and earth aura that had disappeared in the dark magnetic noxious mist now gathered in this area, providing some kind of necessary energy so that the life original fluid could be preserved until now. At a particular time, it would arise from the bottom of the swamp. As the heaven and earth aura is incredibly strong, perhaps I should try to let the Holy Spirit God out. Sure Yin kept staring at that direction for a moment, His mind seemed to be triggered as he suddenly remembered something. He then urged his mind to connect with the blood vein ring, looking to the place where the Holy Spirit God was hibernating and releasing a soul consciousness. The heaven and earth aura in this place is extremely rich. It may supplement your consumed energy. Do you want to come out and absorb it? The Holy Spirit God didn't respond after a long while. Shurian focused his mind once again, bringing all the spiritual consciousness together and striking towards the direction of the Holy Spirit God in the blood vein ring. His spiritual consciousness twisted into a straight line, forming a bunch of light, and then drilling into the center of the Holy Spirit God. Good. The Holy Spirit God finally had a weak response with a deep sense of exhaustion, like a dying old man. This gave Shurian a feeling of weakness and tiredness. Shurian's face slightly changed as he felt a little guilty. He quickly opened his mind to let it fly out of the blood vein ring. The blood vein ring was a strong confinement to the ice-cold flame. However, its treatment for the Holy Spirit God and the earth flame was different. If the Holy Spirit God and the earth flame wanted to come out, the blood vein ring would not stop them and let them go freely. The Holy Spirit God turned into a light beam slowly fluttering towards the crystal lotus. Shurian quietly observed it. After the Holy Spirit God came out, he saw that the hovering heaven and earth aura seemed to be attracted, actually storming towards the Holy Spirit God, pouring into its special life structure. The feeble aura of the Holy Spirit God gradually grew up while the surging spirit was slow and frequent. It seemed to be recovering quickly. The recovery speed was slow at first, but now it accelerated a lot faster with the supplementation of the earth and heaven aura. While the Sky Realm warriors were facing the corpse-eating demonic insects attack, the Holy Spirit God turned into a bunch of light and was the first one who jumped into the crystal lotus. It flashed and disappeared into the crystal lotus. The connection between Shurian and the Holy Spirit God was suddenly cut off by the crystal lotus throne. Feeling cold at heart, Shurian was a little worried, attentively looking at that direction. After the Holy Spirit God jumped in, the releasing speed of heaven and earth aura from the crystal lotus throne suddenly slowed down. Even the heaven and earth aura that was already diffused also slowly retreated and poured back into the lotus throne. "Is that light beam yours?" Kai was standing next to him, watching him closely. She blankly watched the light from the ring on his finger flying out, avoiding all of the corpse-eating demonic insects and getting into the crystal lotus. It also caused the lotus's mutation, which terrified Kai a lot. She couldn't help but ask. Shurian nodded indifferently. Kai's eyes suddenly brightened. "What is it?" "A strange life that can absorb heaven and earth aura." He hesitated for a moment before reluctantly explaining. "What?" Kai was startled, covering her mouth. She looked at the crystal lotus throne and said with astonishment, "Then, can it get the life original fluid? If it really can, your struggle in entering the true God realm in the future would be much easier than the others. Besides, I've also heard that the life original fluid has another effect that is really magical." Shurian was startled. He wanted to communicate with the Holy Spirit God. However, after some attempts, he realized that he couldn't find the Holy Spirit God's aura, not even a tiny bit. Life original fluid is one of the 3 kinds of sacred water. In the divine Great Land, it seems to exist only in the legends. I have never heard that any big forces possess it. If you can have this sacred water, I think you can negotiate with the Pure Land to exchange for your friend. Kai's eyes shone brightly. Shurian's eyes also lit up. Chapter 420, Take It On. Chapter 420, Take It On. Shurian's desire for this life original fluid was not particularly strong. After all, he was still far from the third sky of Spirit Realm. He was not really in need of this life original fluid at this time. Thus, he didn't crazily chase after it like Zhao Feng and the others. However, after listening to Kai, he gave it a second thought. He didn't hesitate anymore. Whether the Holy Spirit God could harvest something in the crystal lotus throne or not, he would also want to compete for that life original fluid now. Do you want to go? Kai smiled gently and encouraged him. This thing has a powerful attraction to those warriors. We'll enter the true God realm eventually. If you have this life original fluid, you can use it in the future. Other than that, the life original fluid also has another effect. From a certain extent, the value of it may be more precious than the pure God soul. Shi Yan's eyes were shining. He nodded without saying anything further and began to move towards the crystal lotus throne, together with Zhao Feng and the other warriors. His muscles silently bulged while his skin turned purple. Moreover, he also condensed all of his profound qi into a dark light shield to resist a large number of the corpse-eating demonic insects that might barge onto him. Above the crystal lotus throne, many warriors were being covered by the demonic insects. There were tens of thousands of insects producing buzzing sounds, constantly eating the defensive forces that those warriors released. When he came to the top of the crystal lotus, hundreds of insects covered him immediately like shooting stars. The insects rushed to the dark light shield. Their sharp teeth gnawed at his profound chi halo on the dark light shield little by little. The corpse-eating demonic insects could not only eat all kinds of protective armors, but also erode a lot of energy. The dark light on the dark light shield became gloomier under the corpse-eating demonic insect's attack. More profound chi was spread out from his body and crazily poured into the dark light shield. Under the profusion of his profound chi and the dark light shield being eaten continuously by the insects, if it didn't release his profound chi, he could not keep the dark shield from infringement. Zhao Feng and the 3/3 sky of Sky Realm warriors were rushing towards the lotus with either a dazzling light or special defensive armors to protect their bodies. Amidst the threat caused by the insects, they slowly descended to the center of the crystal lotus throne. Countless demonic insects slowly showed up at the heart of the crystal lotus throne, giving people a creepy feeling. The insects on the crystal lotus throne were slightly larger. Tens of them had silver scales, as well as ancient serpentine patterns. These 10 corpse-eating demonic insects didn't seem to be ordinary. Their entire bodies were emitting dazzling lights and gloomy auras. When Zhao Feng and the 3/3 sky of Sky Realm warriors came close to the crystal lotus throne, those silver insects suddenly flew out from the lotus, producing an ear-splitting howl which seemed to be capable of tearing people's eardrums. From 100 meters away, Kai's graceful body even trembled as she revealed a frightened face. The sea of consciousness of those warriors, who came close to the crystal lotus, seemed to be pierced through by a spear-like surging spirit. Zhao Feng and the 3/3 sky of Sky Realm warriors were agitated, showing a painful expression on their faces while their bodies suddenly stagnated. 10 silver demonic insects flew out, blending with other hundreds of insects, and began to chew off the defensive forces of Zhao Feng and the other 3 warriors. The light beams containing sun flame power shot out like arrows from Zhao Feng's palms, aggressively stabbing the silver insects. Dang dang. When the sunlight from his body hit the silver insect shells, the collision-like sounds echoed. Those silver insects weren't affected at all. They continued eroding the halo on his body. Under the erosion caused by the silver insects, his halo unexpectedly ruptured open quickly, causing Zhao Feng's face to pale instantly. He couldn't help but haul out a dark blue cloak and put it on. The dark blue cloak was a spirit-level secret treasure with surging energy of what class. As soon as Zhao Feng had put the dark blue cloak on, the rich wood energy began to flow all over his body. Dead rot-tanned demons around seemed to be attracted, gathering and condensing into a large wooden armor on the dark blue cloak. To get the life original fluid, Zhao Feng had taken out his spirit-level secret treasure, covering his entire body to resist the silver insect's attacks. Seeing Zhao Feng use his secret treasure, the 3/3 sky of Sky Realm warriors no longer hesitated, taking out the secret defensive treasures from their storage rings to wrap themselves up. However, even so, the four of them still didn't seem to be able to bear the erosion caused by the insects. The secret treasures of the four of them were completely bitten off in just a short time. Zhao Feng's dark blue cloak and the rot-tan demons that covered the cloak were broken. They even made small pinholes on his cloak. Fortunately, there was the sun-refined light that Zhao Feng had condensed under the cloak. Only a double defense could prevent the silver insects from drilling into the body. As warriors had different levels, their distance from the Crystal Lotus Throne was not consistent. The other top-level warriors and Zhao Feng were slowly sneaking into the Crystal Lotus Throne and fighting against the terrifying silver insects. Those who had lower cultivation base were still outside the Crystal Lotus. They were strenuously resisting hundreds of insects' besiege. However, their eyes kept glued on the Crystal Lotus. The first Sky of Sky Realm warriors like Kai stayed outside, not daring to come close to the Crystal Lotus Throne, as they were afraid of the swarm of those insects. On the Crystal Lotus Throne, after the insects appeared, the frequency of emergence of the heart-shaped utensil was getting higher and higher. Looking at the original fluid inside, the warriors around all revealed a crazed countenance. At this time, Shi Yan's entire body was now purple and covered with the dark light shield outside and the star shield inside. He also slowly moved towards the Crystal Lotus Throne. Hundreds of insects then rushed over him, gnawing his defense while he slowly dived into the lotus. Only he was a first Sky of Sky Realm warrior who went into the Crystal Lotus, together with other third Sky of Sky Realm warriors. He gradually moved closer to Zhao Feng. The closer he came to the Crystal Lotus Throne, the stronger the resistance he could feel. On the top of the Crystal Lotus Throne existed a firm layer of a barrier. As long as he descended on the Crystal Lotus, the barrier would certainly affect him. The closer he got to the Crystal Lotus, the stronger the resistance of this barrier was. A violent energy burst out from Shi Yan's body while his eyes turned red. He was entering the second sky of the Sky Realm. He forcefully pushed the barrier and quickly came to Zhao Feng. Seeing Shi Yan be able to come this close to the Crystal Lotus Throne with only the first Sky of Sky Realm cultivation base, many warriors in the surroundings were startled. Shi Yan, you also come here? Zhao Feng laughed. Be careful. You are indeed extraordinary. Even you cannot come here because of those insects. I didn't expect that you could do so. Ha ha ha. I really didn't mistake you. Brat, the closer you are, the faster you will die. You'd better leave soon to avoid an inexplicable death. The chunky warrior coldly looked at him and ridiculed. I'm sure you will die before me, Shi Yan said with a calm face. He suddenly took out the sky-breaking shuttle and immersed his mind in it. Can you break that annoying barrier to go into the Crystal Lotus Throne? Yes, but I'll need 1/3 of your profound chi. Moreover, the creatures inside that Crystal Lotus Throne are mighty. Once you enter there, you'll obviously be submerged by the insects. Can you deal with them then? You don't need to worry about this. You just need to break the barrier for me. Okay. A dazzling light beam suddenly shot out from underneath Shi Yan's feet. This beam of light carried the sharpness that could pierce through all kinds of barriers and directly broke the barrier on the Crystal Lotus Throne. 1/3 of his profound chi was consumed. Shi Yan didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, turning into a bunch of starlights while penetrating into the Crystal Lotus Throne when the barrier was cracked open. He was the first one who landed in the center of the Crystal Lotus Throne. Thousands of insects crazily swarmed over and quickly covered the dark light shield in just a short moment. The profound chi on the dark light shield disappeared at an incredible speed. In just 3 seconds, half of the dark light shield had been nibbled off. That brat got in there already. What? How come? With his realm? How could he do that? This guy must have a strange, secret treasure. Otherwise, he absolutely couldn't have entered the place. Seeing him be the first one who had entered the Crystal Lotus Throne, other warriors all screamed out loud with disbelieving faces. Kai's eyes suddenly brightened. She beamed a smile from the corner of her mouth. She knew that Shi Yan had a strange, secret treasure that could tear down all kinds of barriers. In the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, Yin had used it along the way to escape many dangers, proving his real ability. Seeing Yin be the first one who had entered the crystal lotus, she was not surprised. On the contrary, she felt happy, eyeing Yin and awaiting his next action. It was unknown why he always felt that if he put all of his strength to get the life original fluid, none of the warriors in this swamp could compete against him. Although Yin had just reached the first sky of Sky Realm, his performance along the way had convinced Kai. She always felt that Yin could achieve things that ordinary people couldn't. Facts had proved that her feeling was not wrong. Yin was the first one who fell into the crystal lotus throne. Right now, his entire body was covered with corpse-eating demonic insects, and his dark light shield was also shaking, as if it would collapse in a short time. On the crystal lotus throne, Yin was crazily pouring all of his profound chi into the dark light shield and injecting the star power of the star martial spirit into the star shield. Moreover, he also pushed all of his strength to prepare to deal with the insects after the star shield was broken. Meanwhile, his eyes were anxiously looking for the heart-shaped utensil. Surprisingly, all of a sudden, he no longer saw that heart-shaped utensil on the crystal lotus. Chapter 421, Surging Tide Mind. Chapter 421, Surging Tide Mind. 10 silver insects quietly flew out from the crystal lotus throne and then drilled into Yin's dark light shield. These silver insects were obviously different from the other typical insects. They had a more powerful strength and faster energy absorption speed than the normal demonic insects. 10 silver demonic insects showed their sharp teeth and mercilessly bit on the dark light shield. The massive profound chi on the dark light shield disappeared quickly. In just 3 seconds, the dark light shield covering Yin's body was broken under the erosion caused by the 10 silver demonic insects. The speed of Yin's profound chi injection was unable to catch up with the silver insect's absorption. Yin felt cold in his heart. His complexion also changed as he anxiously looked for the heart-shaped utensil. He wanted to get the life original fluid as soon as possible. The warriors who were close to him were even more nervous than him. While dealing with the demonic insects, they also looked at him with sharp eyes and were ready to intervene, revealing the intent of snatching the heart-shaped utensil that would show up in any minute. After tearing down the dark light shield, the 10 silver insects quickly bit off one layer of the star shield inside, without the slightest hesitation. The star shield was condensed from the star power, containing the profound meaning of the sidereal revolution of the star's cycle and the eternal existence of the ancient truth. A ray of starlight formed the star C pattern and released an immortal conception that would never extinguish. The star shield's defense was obviously better than the dark light shield, and that too not just by one level. Under the gnawing of the silver insects, the disappearing speed of the star power on the star shield was much slower. Even so, the star power that stayed hidden on the star shield still gradually faded. If this situation continued, the star shield might not be able to resist any longer after half a minute. The heart-shaped object still hadn't shown up yet. Yin's eyes were serious, attentively looking at the crystal lotus. His body turned purple, preparing to resist the corpse-eating demonic insect's attack with his own flesh. Yin, get out. You cannot bear it anymore. Zhao Feng, who was above the crystal lotus throne, couldn't help but shout in fear. These silver insects have higher levels. Even I can't resist them for long. If you continue to stay on the crystal lotus throne, the insects will bite and eat all of your body. Not far from there, Qi Shao also frowned and asked Yin to leave. It was unknown when he had already reached here. From 20 meters away, she revealed a look of concern seeing Yin anxiously look for the life original fluid. She didn't ask Yin to go out, though. She didn't know why, but she felt that Yin had another secret treasure that could bring the life original fluid out of the crystal lotus. The warriors near there were all submerged under the insects, and thus they had to put forth all of their strength to fight against them. Although they also wanted to jump into the crystal lotus throne, they didn't have any breaking barrier treasure like the sky-breaking shuttle. They could only resist the barrier's energy of the crystal lotus throne and slowly move closer to the crystal lotus throne. Kid, you really don't know life or death. With your Sky Realm cultivation base, you still have the guts to compete for the life original fluid. Even if you can get it, do you think you can bring it out? The chunky warrior grinned and revealed ruthless look. He was secretly well prepared. As long as Shi Yin could bring out the life original fluid from the crystal lotus throne, he would not hesitate to take action, snatching it from Shi Yin's hand directly. He even hoped that Shi Yin could really succeed in taking the life original fluid. If Shi Yin could do so, he wouldn't have to take the risk to enter the crystal lotus throne or deal with these insects, which are getting stronger and stronger. In his thoughts, snatching the life original fluid from Shi Yin's hands was much easier than taking it from those insects. Shi Yin basically didn't pay attention to the other's words, but he was looking anxiously at the crystal lotus throne. When the starlight on the star shield died out, he suddenly let go of his soul consciousness and poured it in the crystal lotus throne. A kind of spiritual light rippled like a sponge and spread out from the crystal lotus like rippling waves. Inside the crystal lotus throne, there was another spiritual barrier that also prevented the soul consciousness exploration. In that spiritual light, the soul consciousness that Shi Yin had released was completely blocked, unexpectedly unable to penetrate any further. Not only that, his soul consciousness seemed to trigger some barrier on the crystal lotus throne. A violent vibration, strong enough to explode people's mind, came out from the crystal lotus. Under the impact of this tremor, the warriors in the swamp all trembled, as if a giant hammer strongly hit their hearts. But Shi Yin actually bore the full brunt of the attack. Amidst that violent shock, various mysterious forces in his body crazily struggled with each other like runaway horses. Tui! Shi Yin spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered on the crystal lotus throne, standing unsteadily. His muscles shivered in the tremor. Thousands of strands of strange powers all poured out, flooding his internal system. As his petrifaction martial spirit had reached the peak, it could produce a mutation at the crucial time and play a vital defensive role. The violent spiritual impact from the crystal lotus could make warriors who were even far away almost stagger, as they couldn't withstand this extremely fierce vibration. Under the help of the martial spirit, Shi Yin was standing firmly on the crystal lotus throne and luckily didn't have a mental breakdown. The third eye of the host's soul opened in his sea of consciousness. The soul-devouring energy of the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame turned into a cluster of small flames, running up to the sea of consciousness. The violent vibration that could damage ordinary warrior's mind was quickly surrounded by the cluster of small 9 serenities' soul-devouring flames. Before the surging spirit could damage Shi Yin's sea of consciousness, the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame already burned it into ashes, turning it into nihility. With the help of the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame, his sea of consciousness restored instantly, and his mind was not affected. At this moment, he finally saw the mysterious heart-shaped utensil, which had disappeared before, and then he saw the life original fluid gurgling from it. The life original fluid was on the crystal lotus throne. Inside the transparent crystal, there was a dazzling, strange spot that was emitting sparkling rays of light. It was also constantly releasing vehement, surging spiritual vibrations. The heart-shaped utensil was like the eye of the magic formation inlaid in the crystal lotus throne. It constantly circled inside the crystal lotus throne, reflecting different kinds of lights from time to time, which revealed the heart-shaped utensil occasionally. However, that spot was shrouded by a big number of demonic insects. As long as those insects didn't move, they would entirely cover the heart-shaped utensil, making it unable to reveal itself. Only when the demonic insects began to move did the heart-shaped utensil flash up from time to time. It has appeared. The chunky warrior was observing Shi Yan's movement closely. When the heart-shaped utensil reappeared, he couldn't help but scream with joy. All of the warriors breathed rapidly, as they were quietly waiting and preparing all kinds of martial techniques and secret treasures. Crack, crack. Glass-breaking sound arose. The 10-silver demonic insect pursued him closely after having chewed off his star shield. Shi Yan's body was directly exposed without any defense on the crystal lotus. Hundreds of insects suddenly rushed over him. Dang, dang, dang. Crispy metal sounds came out from Shi Yan's body. Under everyone's scrutinizing looks, Shi Yan was still standing motionlessly like a rock. Unexpectedly, he was not gnawed by those insects, but his body was in extreme pain. A corpse-eating demonic insect bared its teeth, mercilessly stabbing in his flesh, and then slowly penetrated it. The petrification martial spirit, which had been cultivated to the peak, had burst out all of its potential power. Countless strange powers in his body flowed out, like a surging tide, and began to form into many defensive circles to hinder those devouring insects. The corpse-eating demonic insects could bite off ordinary secret treasures and absorbed all kinds of power. However, they could not break the defense on his flesh body in a short time. Kai's eyes lit up and covered her mouth in surprise. Qi Xiao was also stunned. His eyes and mouth were wide open while his face was full of astonishment. Zhao Feng looked down and was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say at this moment. The other warriors suddenly clamored and screamed out loud, as if they were watching a terrifying scene. With only the physical defense, with the erosive attack of those demonic insects, none of them could drill into Shi Yan's body. His sturdy figure was really amazing. He launched a fist with a landslide-like energy, mercilessly striking the crystal lotus throne. A great explosive sound suddenly came out from it. The crystal lotus throne slightly trembled. A small concave spot appeared at the center of the crystal lotus throne, but the transparent crystal was not broken after his attack. The hardness of the crystal lotus throne was out of his expectation. Many demonic insects were trying to penetrate his body, while many strange powers in his body were dealing with those insects together. If he couldn't get the life original fluid sooner or later, he would not be able to resist any longer. Another fist was launched. The crystal lotus still wasn't broken. Shi Yan's eyes changed slightly. He was terrified inside, as he had a feeling of despair. Boom! Another punch was struck out. This punch carried all of his strength. Once the punch was launched, the demonic insects clutched in his fist were crushed to death. His fist was also torn. A drop of dark red blood suddenly rolled out. This was a drop of immortal blood. A ruby-like blood drop exuded and spread out brilliant scarlet lights that were filled with mysterious energy fluctuations. This drop of blood rolled on the crystal lotus throne for a while before infiltrating to its center. The crystal lotus throne suddenly had mutation. Chapter 422, King of Demonic Insects. Chapter 422, King of Demonic Insects. Dark red blood, as translucent as a gem, quietly rolled into the crystal lotus throne. The crystal lotus throne still emitted a vehemently surging energy. After this red blood's infiltration, the crystal lotus throne suddenly released an evil consciousness, strong enough to submerge and perish all the warriors. On the crystal lotus throne, hundreds of silver demonic insects roared crazily and flew out. Zhao Feng and the others, who were staying above, all wore frightened faces. Seeing the silver demonic insects rush towards them, they subconsciously moved away from the crystal lotus throne as they felt something was wrong. A silver demonic insect, as big as a human face, came out from the crystal lotus throne. The crystal lotus throne revealed a gap. This demonic insect was 5 or 6 times bigger than the regular silver demonic insects, and it had beautiful, yet mysterious patterns on the body, as if it had a magical power that could oppress people's mind. Seeing that mysterious pattern on the insect's shell, those warriors who were observing this crystal lotus throne showed panicked eyes. All kinds of energy beams suddenly interweaved on the crystal lotus throne. As long as a warrior stared at this pattern for more than 10 seconds, they would get crazy instantly and take action against the warriors standing next to him, daringly attacking them. The biggest silver demonic insect came out from the crystal lotus throne. It had two shiny green oak eyes, as big as soybeans and emitting cold green lights filled with a bloodthirsty feeling. King of demonic insects, a level 8 beast. Zhao Feng suddenly screamed out, loud with frightened eyes, then quickly moved away. Hearing Zhao Feng's ear-splitting cry, faces of warriors around all changed as if they had encountered ghosts. They subconsciously stepped away from the crystal lotus throne. Seeing the giant insect come out from the crystal lotus throne, the corpse-eating demonic insects that were flying in the sky became crazily bloodthirsty. They seemed to have received more power as the energy absorption rate got faster and faster when biting off and devouring the crowd. Although the number of warriors in the swamp was significant, none of them had a profound cultivation base greater than the Sky Realm. Meanwhile, the level 8 beasts could be comparable to the human spirit realm warriors. When this level 8 corpse-eating demonic insect appeared, everyone was panic-stricken and terrified. King of demonic insects was the leader of corpse-eating demonic insects. It had the characteristics of corpse-eating demonic insects, as it could absorb all kinds of energy or eat humans, and also had a terrifying spiritual energy. As soon as this demonic insect appeared, there was a kind of surging spirit on top of the entire swamp that could explode people's heads. Under this type of spiritual fluctuation, each warrior's sea of consciousness shook endlessly. Those who had a low cultivation base had their sea of consciousness instantly attacked by these fluctuations, causing them to quickly bleed terribly. When the king of demonic insects appeared, Zhao Feng and the chunky warrior didn't dare to get closer to the crystal lotus throne. Both of them quickly moved away, as they were afraid of being seen by the king of demonic insects. At this time, Zhao Feng didn't have the time to remind Shi Yin as he needed to care for his own life first. Under these violent fluctuations, Kai Yi and Qi Zhao's minds were also damaged. Their faces paled as they could hardly bear it. Those who dared to stay within 50 meters near the crystal lotus throne were getting insane because of being affected by the king of demonic insects. Those people had lost their minds and lingered near the crystal lotus throne to fight against one another. They didn't have any consciousness or sense of pain. They kept fighting each other around the crystal lotus throne. Under everyone's scrutinizing looks, warriors who had lost their mind continuously died in their opponents' hands in just a short time. Their deaths were extremely miserable. Their bodies were chopped off, or their limbs were torn down, or the insects chewed them off. Not long afterward, there were no more warriors who were still conscious. Only one person was standing in the center of the crystal lotus throne. It was Shi Yin. On the crystal lotus throne, the insects surprisingly no longer covered him. Unexpectedly, the insects that were surrounding him didn't rush over him. Under his feet, there were countless corpse-eating demonic insects, which were not the sort of silver demonic insects. However, these silver demonic insects seemed to be obedient, not dashing forward like earlier. The king of demonic insects was in front of him. Its two small, dark green eyes were watching him quietly. Shi Yin also gazed at it, which looked like he was silently exchanging something with the insect. "Give me one more drop of your blood." "Why?" "So that I can evolve." "Why do I have to give you?" "With your blood in my body, I will make you my master. But you have to give me your blood. This kind of blood can help me continue to evolve and enter a new life." "How much do you need?" "Give me 1 drop every month." "What can you do for me?" "Everything." Shi Yin looked at it silently with strange eyes, feeling the spirit coming from it. Previously, when the king of demonic insects appeared from the crystal lotus throne, it had emitted vehement spiritual fluctuations. Under this kind of a terrifying, surging spirit, He had almost lost his mind and nearly gotten crazy in a short time. Fortunately, the Nine Serenity's soul-devouring flame played its role again at this crucial time. It burned the spirit that jumped into his sea of consciousness into ashes, helping him avoid falling into the insanity like the other warriors. The king of demonic insects' appearance had frightened him. He had thought that he would be finished this time by getting bitten off. However, looking at the king of demonic insects, he sensed a very familiar smell from its body. That was the scent of his blood. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this king of demonic insects had unexpectedly absorbed the drop of immortal blood which had rolled into the crystal lotus throne. Immediately, the unexpected thing happened. The king of demonic insects roared insanely, and the demonic insect in the sky that were crazily attacking the warriors around all stopped instantly and gathered at his feet, not continuing to attack anymore. At that instant, he received a soul consciousness from the king of demonic insects. The level 8 insects already had wisdom and could use soul power. Although it would not open its mouth to talk, it could use its soul to communicate with others. This king of demonic insects was a rare beast. Is the life original fluid still in that crystal lotus throne? You also come from there. How is the relationship between you and that life original fluid? If you fulfill my demand, the life original fluid will be yours. Why do you have a strong desire for my blood? It's like humans want the life original fluid. Your blood also has an irresistible temptation. The blood of my body is not normal. I don't know how to condense it for the time being. Even if I promise you now, I can't guarantee anything. If you don't give me your blood, the agreement between you and me will be automatically null and void. Every half a year, you shall give me 5 drops of your blood, and I will give you 1 drop of the life original fluid. What do you think about this agreement? Let me think. On the crystal lotus throne, Shi Yin and the king of demonic insects looked at each other and exchanged their communication through their souls. Countless insects were flying around the crystal lotus throne, pursuing the other warriors. At this time, Shi Yin was in the center of the crystal lotus throne, safe and sound, coldly looking at the king of demonic insects while not being attacked by the insects. The other warriors just stared at the crystal lotus throne and exposed a visage of extreme shock. No one knew what was going on. They only knew that this brat dared to enter the crystal lotus throne that was filled with a lot of demonic insects to get the life original fluid and was still safe and sound over there. Kai Yi, Zhao Feng, and Qi Xiao opened their eyes, blankly looking at that direction while still using their profound qi to resist the insect's attack. The demonic insects were getting more and more powerful, crazily attacking any warrior who dared to appear in the swamp. Some silver demonic insects also flew out from the crystal lotus throne, staring at Kai Yi, Zhao Feng, and Qi Xiao with murderous looks. Under the attack of the silver demonic insects, only Zhao Feng and Li Yu, who had the cultivation base of Third Sky of Sky Realm, could resist it. Qi Xiao and Kai Yi of the Divine Radiant Cult, who were only at the First Sky and Second Sky of Sky Realm, could barely resist it. Their defensive forces seemed to be completely eaten soon, and their body would be exposed. They didn't have a sturdy body like Shi Yin, so once their bodies were exposed, they would definitely be dead. Qi Xiao and Kai Yi were scared, and thus slowly moved to the entrance, wanting to find a chance to get out. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Unfortunately, there existed a terrible barrier at the entrance. One First Sky of Sky Realm warrior, who was faster than Qi Xiao, dashed forward the entrance, but then a huge pressure oppressed him instantly. Tell your fellows to stay away from them. Shi Yin suddenly spoke up and pointed to the group of Qi Xiao, Kai Yi, and the others of the Divine Radiant Cult. Okay, the king of demonic insects replied. Ah, Kai exclaimed pleasantly, unable to conceal the joy in her eyes. Also, she let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 423. Kill them all. Chapter 423. Kill them all. Shi Yin shouted, telling the king of demonic insects to stop other small insects from attacking Qi Xiao, Kai E, and other people of divine radiant cult. Qi Xiao and Kai E were almost unable to resist any longer. However, at the crucial time, the demon insects suddenly flew away, not continuing to attack them. Qi Xiao and Kai E let out a sigh of relief with a surprised face, looking at Shi Yin in the crystal lotus. In the swamp, as many other warriors saw that Qi Xiao and Kai E were no longer besieged by those insects thanks to Shi Yan's words, they were all stunned and revealed a jealous expression. That guy Shi Yin, how'd he do it after all? Zhao Feng came to Kai E and Qi Xiao and asked suspiciously. Qi Xiao and Kai E shook their heads as they didn't know either. It was unexpected that the king of demonic insects listened to Shi Yan's orders, which surprised everyone. They didn't know what method he had used to make the king of demonic insects submit. While Qi Xiao and Zhao Feng were still in doubt, they quietly observed Shi Yin and realized that he was discussing something with the king of demonic insects in the crystal lotus throne. Remove the barrier. I agree with your proposal. Shi Yin looked the king of demonic insects, contemplated for a while before making his mind up as he felt that this proposal didn't bring him any harm. How about the others? Is killing them good for you? There's no harm. Their energy and blood can enhance the strength of our little fellows. If so, Shi Yin hesitated a little bit and kept looking at the chubby warrior and his team, then said with a faint smile, "Can you wait for a while? Ask your little fellow to leave first, and you'll go into the swamp. I need a reason to kill them." What? Listen to me. The king of demonic insects didn't say anything. It didn't seem to understand him, but still followed his orders after getting his agreement on the proposal. The crystal lotus sank slowly. The demon insects that were hovering in the sky followed the command and plunged down from the sky, either going into the crystal lotus throne or drilling into the giant ancient tree. Afterward, no demonic insects were seen on the swamp. Shi Yin retrieved the sky-breaking shuttle, leaped up to the air, and flew over to Zhao Feng, Qi Xiao, and Kai E after hesitating a little bit. How did you do that? Zhao Feng ogled and asked curiously. That is a level 8 beast. It's much more powerful than us. I didn't expect that you could ask it to stop attacking us. Shi Yin, are you human after all? How can this beast listen to your orders? Qi Xiao, Kai E, and Li were also very curious. Its power was limited by the crystal lotus throne and can't be utilized totally. It cannot show up in the swamp for a long time. I told it to give 1 drop of the life original fluid and that we will immediately leave this place. It agreed with that. Looking at the warriors around who were approaching, Shi Yin deliberately said out loud, "Because of its intelligence, this beast knows what to choose. It knows that if it fights with us for a long time, it will bear a great loss, being severely hurt by the crystal lotus throne's power. That's why it gave up." After talking, he looked at the chunky warrior, laughed, and said, "It said that there is only life original fluid in the swamp this time, not the god soul. It gave me a drop and said that we should leave this place as soon as possible." It gave you a drop? The chunky warrior's eyes lit up with shock. He burst into laughter. "Kid, your realm is still far away from the spirit realm. It's useless for you to keep that drop of life original fluid. Can you exchange it with me?" "Exchange it?" Shi Yin pretended to be surprised, caressed the blood vein ring, and shook his head. "Although I have not entered the spirit realm yet, I'll enter it one day sooner or later. I can use this drop of life original fluid when I want to break through the spirit realm. No matter what you offer to exchange for it, the value is far from enough." The face of the chubby warrior darkened. He beamed a faint smile and stared at Shi Yin. The warriors of Devil Valley quietly gathered around that chubby warrior, coldly looking at him with unfriendly eyes. Many warriors also had greed for the life original fluid like this chubby warrior. They wanted to take action to take it from Shi Yin, not having any intent of leaving this place. Some other warriors' eyes flickered constantly. As they seemed to know this swamp was very unusual, they silently watched the changes, waiting to leave this place and then take action on the island. "Kid, you're not qualified to have that life original fluid. Give it to me." The chubby warrior sneered coldly as his face darkened even more. Zhao Feng frowned and said, "Hey, fatty, you talk too much. Sure, Yin is the one who got it. If you are brave enough, go find and kill those demon insects. Stop talking nonsense." The chunky warrior seemed to be impatient. He looked at the other third sky of sky realm warriors of other teams and said, "Everyone here also has the same thought as me, right? We should unite to deal with this brat first, and then discuss the plan together. I feel that this kid isn't telling the truth. Perhaps he has more than one drop of the life original fluid from the king of demonic insects. Hand it. Take it out. Tell us the truth, and we will not hurt you. You cannot get away if you don't give it to us." In the swamp, all the Sky Realm warriors looked at Shi Yin coldly and with a ruthless manner. Shi Yin still looked calm. He smiled and shook his head. "No. Do you want to die?" The chunky warrior coldly shouted. "So, all of you want the life original fluid? If I don't hand it out, won't you take action to kill me and take it?" Shi Yin looked at everyone and said slowly, "Of course." Shi Yin smiled, nodded, and said, "Nothing else I can do then." Zhao Feng, Qi Xiao, and the others on his team were a little bit surprised before quietly coming close to him, ready to intervene. Shi Yin didn't say anything further, secretly guarding against Zhao Feng and the others as well. He knew how precious this life original fluid was and was not sure if Zhao Feng and others also had greed for it. He was now testing the crowd. Be careful. With so many warriors together like this, we have to put forth all of our strength to be able to resist them. Zhao Feng said with a lower voice and a solemn face. "Kid, if you have any tricks or means, you have to use them immediately. Don't hesitate any second. When those warriors unite, they are much stronger than us." There seemed to be a struggle in Li Yu's heart. She stood there with a blank face for a long while before taking a deep breath, and then said with a strange look, "Shi Yin, can you deal with those third sky realm warriors after all?" "One," Shi Yin said with a wry smile. "Forget it. Let's fight." Li Yu shook her head gently. "I will take the risk with you this time, but everyone should be well prepared for the worst. You guys really want to help me?" Shi Yin was stunned and shocked. "The life original fluid is precious and is in my hands. I will not give it to you. So why do you need to help me? As long as you don't block my way, I already appreciate it. You guys don't need to help me." He still guarded against Zhao Feng and the people of the Divine Radiant cult, as he always felt that they were not reliable. In his eyes, he and Zhang Feng were not very close, so Zhang Feng didn't need to offend everyone just because of him. He was even worried that Zhang Feng and the chubby warrior would unite to snatch the life original fluid from him. "You are also one of the Divine Radiant cult, and you will be the future seed of the God sect. We can be considered to be ready to go through thick and thin along the way. If we kill you just because of the life original fluid, we are really cheap." Zhang Feng stared at him and snarled, "What kind of person do you think this Zhang Feng is? Frankly, I have hesitated earlier, but now I have figured it out." Li Yu said embarrassedly, "How about you?" Shi Yin looked at Kai Yi. "We have gone through so many troubles together, and you are also the one who has saved us many times." Kai Yi smiled, pointed to the two brothers and Yi Zhangfeng, who were still frozen. "Although you look emotionless, you have your own principles. Without your help, it is unknown how many times these people would have died already." Pausing for a while, Kai Yi then smiled. "I really can't figure it out. I cannot think of any reason not to stand on your side." Shi Yin nodded. It was not a waste to ask the king of demonic insects to let go of you. The only person that he didn't ask was Qi Xiao, as he was confident that Qi Xiao would obviously be on his side. Such a touching friendship. Geez. The chubby warrior laughed coldly, clapping his hands. His eyes displayed a trace of disdain. "We shouldn't continue to hesitate. Although this group of Divine Radiant cult is powerful, it's not difficult to take them down if we join forces, isn't it?" Everyone nodded. Shi Yin suddenly revealed a comfortable and calm smile. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at the fact that you want to die." The demonic insects that had disappeared earlier suddenly appeared again from the swamp. The king of demonic insects in the crystal lotus throne, which had sunk in the swamp, also emerged from the water. Its small green eyes looked at Yin, seeming to be waiting for something. From 100 meters far away, Yin nodded with it and said, "Kill them all." Countless demonic insects suddenly got crazy, overwhelmingly dashing forward and shrouding all of the warriors in the swamp once again. Only Zhao Feng, Qi Xiao, and the others from their team were safe. I told you that I was sure you would die before me, and you didn't believe it. Believe it now? Yin grinned and mockingly looked at the chubby warrior, who was surrounded by 10 silver, demonic insects. A look of horror flashed across his face. He didn't even have time to say anything. Chapter 424, Promise. Chapter 424, Promise. The crystal lotus throne rose out of the swamp again. The king of demonic insects screeched loudly on the crystal lotus throne while a lot of demon insects rushed over the warriors in the swamp. Yin was standing above the swamp, coldly watching the warriors who had shown off their strength earlier being wrapped by the demonic insects. As the number of the demonic insects was tens of thousands, and the swamp was their territory, these warriors had no strength to fight back this slaughter. Under the erosion by the insects, the warriors' defensive halos and secret treasures were all chewed off completely. The demonic insects then drilled into those warriors' bodies, ate their brain, and killed them in the end. The eyes of Qi Xiao, Zhao Feng, and the others revealed a trace of fright. Looking at the insects that were eating those warriors, they were now aware of Yan's wicked heart. The king of demonic insects on the crystal lotus throne slowly moved towards Yan, looking at him with longing eyes. "You have to kill all of them. Let's discuss something else." Yan frowned and released his soul consciousness. "Good." The king of demonic insects answered him cleanly. Amidst a loud scream, the demonic insects crazily submerged all of the warriors, starting the bloody slaughter. Except for Yan's team, the other warriors were all attacked and killed. Whenever a warrior died, Yan would absorb that warrior's scattering aura into his acupuncture points. There were more than 30 warriors, most of whom were at the Sky Realm. So, their auras went beyond his expectation, making his acupuncture points become terribly swollen. Yan knew that absorbing the aura this time would deliver him to a crazy situation, but he was not nervous. Anyway, there were no enemies around this time. If he could have time later, he would definitely recover easily. The corpses shriveled and slowly sank into the swamp, coming back to float on the swamp again not long after that. The demonic insects continued to erode those dead bodies and soon turned them into skeletons. It was an extremely miserable fate indeed. Even Zhao Feng had to wear a frightened face as he also felt a bone-chilling dread. "How did you do it after all?" Zhao Feng asked with a hoarse voice while looking at Yan. The king of demonic insects is a level 8 beast with intelligence. It's not just with some demagogic words that you can make the king of demonic insects compromise. I'm really curious. Why does this king of demonic insects listen to your orders? This was what everyone wanted to know. That's right. Not just demagogic words can make it obedient. Yan beamed a faint smile, but didn't explain anything. The king of demonic insects and I have an agreement, which is hard to be explained in details. So, you shouldn't ask much about it. Zhao Feng nodded. I can get the life original fluid from the king of demonic insects. I didn't lie about it. After hesitating a little bit, Yan continued. However, I can't have it immediately. It requires a process. I'm not sure if I can take all of the life original fluid from the king of demonic insects or not. Everyone's eyes brightened. If one of you enter the third sky of Spirit Realm, you can find me later, and I will give you 1 drop of the life original fluid. Yan beamed a smile. Zhao Feng, Qi Xiao, Liu, and Kai Yi all showed shocked faces while their eyes were sparkling with dazzling lights. Consider it as a promise, Yan said. I promise you guys that any of you who enter the third sky of Spirit Realm can always find me to have 1 drop of the life original fluid. As long as I still have it, I will not be stingy. Zhao Feng and Li Yu's faces were both stunned. Their bodies were trembling. Qi Zhao's eyes were wide open while nodding with a grateful face. Kai Yi gently smiled while her eyes lit up. Remove the barrier. Shurian looked at the king of demonic insects on the crystal lotus throne. Bang! An explosive sound echoed from the entrance. The blood-red smog hovering around the entrance dissipated quietly. You guys go up first. I need to stay here for a while. I need to spend more time with it. Pointing at the entrance, Shurian said firmly, that entrance should have no barrier, so you don't need to be worried. After talking, he walked towards the Lao brothers and Yizhong Feng, while his body emitted a fiery flame. Under the scorching heat, the ice rock around Lao Li, Luo Meng, and the others gradually melted. Their bodies were exposed little by little. Yizhong Feng's eyes were in a daze. When the heat power came close, the purgatory true flame on his body automatically released the defensive fire net. On the crystal lotus throne, there was no lozure, any vibrations that could agitate people. When the earth flame came close, Yizhong Feng suddenly woke up and his eyes brightened. What happened? Seeing dead warriors floating in the swamp, Yizhong Feng wore a frightened face and asked, "What happened in the swamp after all? Why did those people become like that? Only you guys are alive?" Shurian nodded. "Did you get it?" "What?" "The life original fluid." Shurian looked at him with surprise. "You also know about the life original fluid. It's the reason why we came here." Yizhong Feng revealed sad eyes and wryly smiled. "I knew that there should be the life original fluid in the swamp. I came here with the hope that I could get one drop of the life original fluid. However, as my cultivation base is low, not reaching the sky realm yet, I lost my mind in this place. If Shurian didn't help you, I'm afraid that you would have been dead." Kai Yi frowned and told them about what had happened. She said that Shurian had used the ice-cold flame to freeze them, avoiding other warriors' attack. She also told them about the demonic insects that flew around in the sky and ate all of the warriors in the swamp to death. On listening to the story, the visage of the Lao brothers, Lin Ji, and the others changed to a frightened look. Lao Li thanked Shurian sincerely with gratitude. Shurian beamed a faint smile, but didn't say anything. Lin Ji was a little embarrassed. She bowed her head and also said thank you in a low voice. Shurian nodded with a smile and continued saying nothing. "Shurian, aren't you?" Yizhong Feng was hesitant and didn't finish his sentence. He looked at Zhao Feng and then Qi Xiao and Kai Yi, contemplated for a while before saying, "Shurian, I want to tell you something in private." "Okay." Shurian proactively moved towards the crystal lotus throne and his body suspended above it, indicating that Yizhong Feng should get there with him. Yizhong Feng stood on a dark red lava rock, surprisingly looking at Shurian and revealing a hesitant face. He seemed to know the power of that crystal lotus throne as well as the existence of the king of demonic insects, and thus he didn't dare to go there. "It's all right." Shurian comforted him. Yizhong Feng's face looked less worried. He now slowly moved closer to him. Lin Ji, Luo Meng, and Lu Xiao also wanted to go there, but Yizhong Feng threw them a glance to stop them from coming. They eventually flew to another lava rock. "You guys go first." On the crystal lotus throne, Shurian nodded to Qi Xiao, Zhao Feng, and others. "You go up first. I will go there in 2 days, and we will talk later." Pausing for a while, he continued, "Bring Lin Ji and her team with you." Although Zhao Feng and Liu didn't understand what he is doing, they didn't ask much. They just nodded and led the team of Luo Meng, Lin Ji, Lao Li, and the others to leave. At the entrance, there wasn't any barrier indeed. They went through it, flying up to the island. In the swamp, there were only Yizhong Feng and Shurian left. "Did you really get the life original fluid?" Looking at the crystal lotus throne below, Yizhong Feng asked with a longing face. Shurian nodded. "Can you give me one drop? I just need one drop." Yizhong Feng suddenly got excited. Shurian frowned but didn't say anything. "I know the life original fluid is very precious. I know how much value this kind of liquid has to even spirit realm warriors. Yizhong Feng was stirred up. I can exchange it for something. As long as you tell me what you need, I will find it for you. No matter what, I will absolutely find it. I just want one drop of the life original fluid. Shi Yin was stunned, looking at him with puzzled eyes. After a long while, he said, "You are still far away from the third sky of spirit realm. Why do you want a drop of the life original fluid?" "I'm not asking it for myself." Yizhong Feng let out a sigh and reluctantly said, "My master has been stuck at the third sky of spirit realm for a long time. He is an alchemist and has spent all of his life in refinement. He's so close to the true God realm, but he isn't sure he can enter it. I'm afraid he will be depressed. That's why I'm asking a drop of the life original fluid for him." Yizhong Feng shook his head and continued, "I'm the abandoned disciple of the Spirit Treasure sect and was almost taken to feed the beasts. If my master didn't accept me, I should have died already. I don't want to see him stay in this realm forever. I know that entering the true God realm is the wish of his life. I just want to help him and repay him for those years of teaching me." Shi Yin seemed to be touched. "Please," Yizhong Feng begged him. "I know that I cannot get any valuable things now, but I promise you that if you need anything later, I will do my best for you. You can say your request now, and I will certainly keep it in my heart and fulfill it later." "Let me ask." Being silent for a long while, Shi Yin looked at the king of demonic insects and sent out a strand of his soul consciousness. "Can you give me a drop of the life original fluid?" "Yes." "Thank you. You have to give me one drop of your blood first." "Deal."